1. Introduction. Part I. The African and Asian Diasporas in the West, 1800–1950. 20. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen, the roots to the Black Asian conflict. 30. Lisa Yun, Chinese freedom fighters in Cuba, from bondage to liberation, 1847–1898. 55. Black American narratives of the forgotten war. Part 2. From Bandung to the Black Panthers, National Liberation, the Third World, Mao and Malcolm. 91. Mao Zedong statement supporting the Afro-American in their just struggle against racial discrimination by U.S. imperialism, August 8, 1963. 94. Mao Zedong statement by Mao Zedong, chairman of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, in support of the Afro-American struggle against violent repression, April 16, 1968. 6. Contents. 97. Black like Mao, Red China and Black Revolution. 155. And the Chinese Revolution on the Black Liberation Movement and the Asian Movement on the East Coast. 165. The Black Liberation Movement and Japanese American Activism. The Radical Activism of Richard Aoki and Yuri Kochiyama. 198. Why do we lie about telling the truth? Part 3. Afro/Asian arts, catalysts, collaborations, and the cauldron aesthetic. 217. The Yellow and the Black. 220. Not just a special issue, gender, sexuality, and post-1965 Afro-Asian coalition building in the Yardbird Reader and this bridge called my back. 256. African-American musician of the Asian double reeds. 265. Kim Hewitt, martial arts is nothing if not cool, speculations on the intersection between martial arts and African-American expressive culture. Contents. 7. 285. Royal Hartigan with the American drum set, black musicians and Chinese opera along the Mississippi River. 291. Ron Wheeler with David Kaufman is Kung Fu racist. 295. Tianbao Tuk Fi Yellow Lines, Asian Americans and Hip Hop. Part 4. Afro/Asian expressive writing. 321. Secret colors and the possibilities of coalition, an African-American, Asian American collaboration. 354. We don't stand a Chinaman's chance unless we create a revolution. 359. Lisa Yun El Chino. 363. Ishal Park Sam Hun in a grocery store. 365. Maya Almachar Santos Selfree Bologian, April 1998. 369. Joyin Si She China and Me. 376. Everett Hoagland All That. Acknowledgements. We are indebted to the many contributors in this volume, and we also extend our gratitude to Reynolds Smith of the Duke University Press. The minute we described this anthology project to him, he got it from. For giving me the time to finish this book, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation and thanks to the Jersey Resident Artists Program, where I was the 2004 recipient of the Gerald Oshita Memorial Fellowship. My thanks also to Fred Yun Lee, Yellow Soul Brother, who gave me many email current events on anti-Asian racism, and to the following people who in my life journey have furthered Afro/Asian solidarity and support: Max Roach, Sonia Sanchez, Archie Shep, Kalamuya Salam, Andrea Lockett, Jane Cortez, the late saxophonist and friend Sam Furness, Wesley Brown, Marilyn Lewis, Amory, and Amina Baraka, Peggy Choi, Diane Fujino and Mate F. Harmachis, and their Afro-Asian sons Kano and Siku, David Bindman, Jennifer Feel, Richard Hamasaki, Ricardo Gomez, Charlie Persip, Richard Aoki, Janice Mirakai Taney, Genny Lim, Quincy, and Margaret Porter Troop, Roger Buckley, Angela Rolla, Fada Los Santos, Ann T. Green, Jamila Rogers, Baraka Seal, Colleen Jennings Roggensack, Yuri Kochiyama, Greg Morozumai, Ricardo Gomez, Robin D. G. Kelly, Salim Washington, the late Sun R.A., the late John Coldren, the late Thad Jones, the late Charles Mingus, and Guji W. A. Thiongo, the late Huey P. Newton, the late Fela Kuti, the late Malcolm X, the late Kenneth Noel, Frederick Tillis, Jacob Epstein, Royal Hartigan, Giovanni Bonandrini, Norman Riley, the late Cal Massey, the late Charles Majid Greenlee, Hafez Moderzadeh, Chaco, and Yuziquina, for contributing an essay that, regrettably, we were not able to publish in this anthology, Jose Figueroa, Ron Wheeler, Ruth Margra, Melanie West. Acknowledgements. From Bill V. Mullen, all great and just things begin with Taithi Bhattacharya, my comrade, partner, and life source. Me you are mine. Love me, no commas. This book as always is for Max. I love you. In solidarity I also celebrate Zhu Ying, Xiao Xiao Yu, Chen Chou Chen, Julian Madison, Grace Lee Boggs, Margaret Burrows, Byron Harlan, Richie Wong, Homer Warren, Mike, Marlene, Stephen, Claire, and Audrey Mergenthaler, Mark Dury, Margot Min, Thea, friends, and family. And Bill V. Mullen. B. Il Mullen writes, IRST saw perform live in November 1997 at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, where the Monkey Orchestra delivered a revisionist performance of the classic Chinese novel Journey to the West. At this time I was preparing to teach African American literature in China, and thus I was beginning my research into the long history of connection between African Americans and Asian Americans. The Monkey Orchestra performance blew me away. The band was hot, the martial arts choreography scintillating, the words and ideas in the text radical. Fred was retooling China's most long-standing and cherished popular story of Monkey, the consummate trickster hero in Asian literature, into a smashing allegory of people's liberation. Fred and I later talked on the phone about his work. It was out of our discussions that the idea for this anthology was born. It was our shared assessment that no single 2. book had yet to capture the full range of important historical, political, and cultural connections between Asian Americans and African Americans. Indeed, at the time of our early conversations on the topic, blacks and Asians were typically being pitted against one another in mass media narratives or rolled together in popular LMS that pretended that one good martial arts scene could stand in for a long and complex process of historical exchange. Fred's own term for this distinctly American process, chop sueyism, speaks to the difficulties in producing a book like the one we envisioned, a book that would pay tribute to work by writers, scholars, and cultural workers with long roots in Afro-Asian struggle, with deep commitments to forms of cultural and political practice, and with bold and original insights into what we could both see was quickly becoming a fairly trendy area of academic inquiry. In short, we wanted to do a book that would include some of the best new thinking on Afro-Asia by people who had paid long and hard dues in the struggle to bring truth, justice, and light to their ancient history of cooperation, sacrifice, and work. It was this tendency in Fred's own life and work that drew me to him in 1997. Fred's own musical and political education in Afro-Asia is an outgrowth of his long-standing cultural and political activity as a leader in Afro-Asian unity building. Fred is most well known as the founder and leader of the Afro-Asian Music Ensemble, which started in 1982. The ensemble merges traditional jazz instrumentations and idioms with classical Asian musical motifs, genres, sounds, and themes. Fred himself came of age during the late 1960s and early 1970s, and he claims that his identity as Asian/Chinese American was ignited by the upsurge of the Black Power movement in the United States. It was reading Malcolm X's autobiography while being singled out for racial harassment in public school that forged his own sense of mutually shared oppressions. Like many other United States activists of color, ORST came to an affirmation of ethnic identity from the inspiration and impact of radical and revolutionary African American politics and culture. This discovery brought with it, however, a far larger challenge, namely, a way to enact, analyze, and catalyze a radical and revolutionary political and cultural stance grounded in anti-imperialism and anti-oppression and devoid of Eurocentric and white supremacist reference and ideals. For Ho, and for other authors in this book, Afro-Asia is a strategic intersection for thinking through an internationalist, global paradigm that joins the world's two largest continents and 3 populations, as well as an anti-imperialist, insurgent identity that is no longer majority white in orientation. Afro-Asia, that is the imperative to imagine a new world grounded upon two great ancient worlds as well as a radical and revolutionary anti-imperialist tradition. It is a tradition with long roots, one that includes and links W.E.B. Du Bois, Ho Chi Minh, Mao Zedong, Malcolm X, Robert F. Williams, the Black Panthers, the Asian Pacific American Movement, Yuri Kochiyama, Ishmael Reed, Frank Shin, and Maxine Hong Kingston, to name just a few. These groups give a name and voice to their international counterparts in the Black and Asiatic worlds, and they have for 2 centuries sustained a tradition of collaborative radical political and cultural connections heretofore undocumented in the literature of the West. From the earliest days of the United States, Africans and Asians in the Americas have been linked in a shared tradition of resistance to class and racial exploitation and oppression. With the formal abolition of African slavery arose the Asiatic coolie, or contract labor, trade that brought Asian laborers, often on the very same ships that transported captured Africans, to the very same plantation societies in the West. In this common and often overlapping diasporic experience, shared traditions of resistance and struggle have developed for liberation and equality. African Americans and Asian Americans have mutually influenced, borrowed from, and jointly innovated new forms in culture, from music to cuisine to clothing, and politics, from shared movement ideologies to organizations. This intersecting ground of cultural borrowing and exchange has been partly documented by classicists engaged by questions of the relationship between Greek and Rome on the one hand, and the larger realm of the contemporary Middle East, from North Africa to the Mediterranean, on the other. Among the early pioneers in this work was the African-American classicist Frank Snowden. His books, Before Color Prejudice, The Ancient View of Blacks in Antiquity and Ethiopians in the Greco-Roman Experience, describe the influences on Western art, literature, and design of North African societies in particular. Snowden's work sits squarely in the tradition of the classics. Martin Bernal's influential multi-volume book Black Athena provides a polemical cultural studies framework for understanding the influence of North African and Mediterranean influence on Greco-Roman culture as a story of racist historiography extending to 18th and 19th century European scholars' efforts to downplay, or eradicate the Afro-Asian role in the production of Western culture. Wilson Moses, in his book Afrotopia, provides his own historiography for this debate, noting that 19th-century Afrocentrists and Egyptocentrists in the United States likewise struggled to make visible the influences of African thought and culture on antiquity debates. Later, G.M. James's Stolen Legacy gave a name to the accusations of cultural pirating described by Bernal, an argument that W.E.B. Du Bois also made vigorously in his chapter Asia in Africa in the expanded edition of his book The World and Africa, RST published in 1946. Du Bois' own large body of writing on Asian politics and history is perhaps the most overlooked legacy of his capacious intellectual career and a sign of the ethnocentrism that has constrained the analysis of Afro-Asian exchange. Indeed, the publication of Vijay Prashad's 2 important books The Karma of Brown Folk and Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting helped to reanimate attention to Afro-Asian intersections. Prashad used the term polyculturalism to characterize the long, repressed but vital tradition of Afro-Asian encounter and exchange, particularly among the working classes, while the focus of this anthology is likewise on shared and common struggles as well as the linkages, connections, cross-cultural borrowing, and mutual solidarity. It is important to recognize the complexities, contradictions, and connects between Black and Asian peoples in the United States. It is also important to provide a proper framework and analysis of the systemic causes for such complexities as well as the political function served by the manipulation of race, the promotion of nationalist divisions and rivalries, and the inculcation of mutually pervasive stereotypes and racial jealousies. Indeed, Du Bois himself was perhaps the RST to recognize the nefariousness of these divisions and misunderstandings. For example, in his 1935 essay Indians and American Negroes, Du Bois complained that Black Americans were provided almost no information on Asia, especially India, and thus had no context for seeing their own racial struggles in the necessary context of anti-colonialism. Likewise, South Asians, fed a steady Western diet of imperialist rhetoric, were absent a positive understanding of African Americans and Africans. Du Bois' ability to recognize this dual Orientalism capable of dismantling and forestalling Afro-Asian unity also illuminates the work done by the scholars Reginald Carney and Mark Gallicchio. Less than or equal to. They note that during the 1930s and 1940s subgroups of Black Americans, primarily from the working classes, were drawn to Afro-Asian. 5. Solidarity and even infatuation with Japanese imperialism as an imaginative means of cross-racial alliance. Gerald Horne, in his impressive book Race War, White Supremacy and the Japanese Attack on the British Empire, situates these desires and at times misunderstandings within the broad context of white supremacy greater than or equal to. Horn argues that the importation of British and U.S. forms of racial supremacy across the Pan-Pacific region came home to roost both in the racial supremacist rhetoric undergirding Japanese imperialism during the 1930s, as well as in the various nationalist, cross-nationalist, and otherwise anti-racist Afro-Asian dreams of alliance. Put simply, race, racism, and capitalism have conspired, according to Horn, to both produce and manipulate the Black world's understanding of Asia and the Asian world's understanding of the Black West. And yet the dominant form of Black-Asian alliance across the 20th century is a carefully considered strategic anti-essentialism rooted in analysis of political, economic, and racial conditions across the colored world produced under white supremacy. This is the clear legacy of the so-called Bandung era of 1955 to 1973 that arguably countered and corrected many of the advances made in the Afro-Asian solidarity movements of the 1930s by linking them to emergent anti-colonial struggles around the world. Richard Wright understood this movement well when he traveled from Paris to Bandung, Indonesia, in 1955 to attend the Afro-Asian meeting of 29 decolonizing heads of state. His book on the event, The Color Curtain, is itself a contradictory example of Afro-Asia's themes, a vigorous support for anti-colonial solidarity, an indictment of white supremacy, a cry to the wretched of the earth, and yet an oddly anti-communist and at times Orientalist rendering of his own dislocation from both the Eastern and Western worlds during his American exile. Bandung informs and haunts any and all efforts to theorize Afro-Asia. It is both the watershed and high-water mark of Black Asian alienation and the unished and imperfect dream of a road still being pursued and paved by the authors represented in this book. Afro-Asia and Black Power. Writes, the Black Power era in U.S. social history, circa the late 1960s, included many other social movements: queer liberation, the Asian movement, the Chicano movement, and the women's liberation movement, among others that asserted the principles, so powerfully articulated and ad. 6. Vocated by Malcolm X, of self-respect, self-defense, and self-determination. While these movements asserted particularistic demands and self-aware pride and the assertion of autonomous identities, the dominant leaders of these groups were radical and revolutionary and, therefore, targeted the system and promoted unity and alliances among oppressed peoples rather than isolationism, protectionism, and narrow chauvinism. While efforts to unite and develop a concerted revolutionary left united front were many and sincere, they were short-lived, limited, and fraught with conflicts, contradictions, and failures. This was especially true in the case of the new communist movement when organizations that came out of the Black, Asian, Puerto Rican, Chicano, and white left merged and united into multinational organizations, with many either falling apart due to internecine splits or fading away due to their inability to sink roots and expand. While it is neither the focus nor role of this anthology to analyze the rise and fall of the United States New Left, it is important to recognize that by the Reagan-Bush years of the 1980s and early 1990s, many of the radical and revolutionary initiatives had imploded, disappeared, and become marginalized due to a combination of internal errors and failures as well as the overall right-wing onslaught to retake the political, social, and cultural initiative that the left had seized. The U.S. elites, perhaps in learning more from the 60s and early 70s experience than did the U.S. left, quickly deployed an array of strategies and tactics that combined the stick and the carrot to repress, crush, and co-opt the energies that had erupted. The documentation of the violent repression, military assault, and incarceration of radicals is well assembled in accounts about the FBI's COINTELPRO, counterintelligence program, as well as in the counterinsurgency and destabilization programs of the CIA in other countries. Less documented and analyzed are how the various movements and their leaders were co-opted, tempted, and seduced by reformism, careerism, and a host of distractions, eviscerations, and compromises and dilutions. The tactics of co-optation and containment employed domestically have included divide and conquer, the promotion of neoconservative ideologues, and the general discrediting and disappearing of social consciousness for a cultural conditioning that promotes hyper-individualism, consumerism, and instant gratification. The African American radical and revolutionary movement has, since its explosion, suffered assassination, incarceration, and calumny. The expansion of the black middle class has been one of the most significant gains. 7. 1. From the hard-fought civil rights and black power struggles. As concessions and response to revolutionary demands for full equality and empowerment, federal government instituted policies and programs such as affirmative action recruitment and hiring were instituted. The expansion of a black elite beholden to government and corporate admittance has spawned a reformist and neoconservative black leadership, often in direct consequence and designed to supplant the black left. The appointment of Clarence Thomas to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the rise of neoconservative black ideologues such as Thomas Sowell, Shelby Steele, Clarence Pendleton, Stanley Crouch, Alan Keyes, and others, wreaked a new generation of media pundits who support the neoconservative agenda of minimizing or erasing racism and the saliency of race by attacking special programs and supporting the overall drumbeat of U.S. imperialism. Along with the rise of black neoconservatives, which is the direct political and intellectual wing of black franchise capitalism, is the rise of an essentialist black fundamentalism, articulated in part as Afrocentrism and represented by Louis Farrakhan and Mole Asante. Another very influential sector, based primarily in academia and in intellectual power, is an integrationist celebrity strata with well-known and well-paid intellectuals. Many of the neoconservatives, along with their counterparts in the Afrocentrist sphere, have promoted an attitude of black protectionism for the small gains secured by these middle classes. A black versus other minorities endgame has been constructed in the competition for status, resources, and token power, wreaked in debates and divisions between Afrocentrism versus multiculturalism and between the black community as consumer versus the Korean or Asian merchant as outside parasites. What is also noteworthy is that within the African American community, cleavages, fault lines, contradictions, and conics are also promulgated and fanned by both neoconservatives and black essentialist fundamentalists, namely, black men versus black feminism and self-responsibility versus blaming the system and racism, as well as the rise of variants of black masculinist capitalism. In the maintenance of ruling power, the tactic of divide and conquer has been very effective, especially in conditions of limited and narrow political consciousness on the part of the oppressed. Between Africans and Asians in the United States, divisions are accentuated through competition over resources and positioning vis-a-vis the institutional funding troughs in vastly dissimilar terrains ranging from colleges and universities to inner-city get. 8. TOS. The concessions such as ethnic studies programs or minority affairs OCES or student cultural centers are increasingly embracing isolationism and protectionism in a defensive circle the wagons mentality for the small, hard-won gains on college campuses. The dramatic increases in the Latino and Asian/Pacific student presence has intensified competition over limited student government and administration funds and support for these programs. Pressure to reallocate funds, once perceived as black entitlements and preserves, to be shared with other minorities has fueled resentment and suspicion on the part of African Americans. The history of collaboration and common struggle that brought about these concessions in the RST place is often lost or forgotten as demagogues from both black and other minorities vie for most favored minority status with a dominant administration. In inner-city ghettos, as skyrocketing real estate pressures force newer immigrants into cheaper real estate markets within black and Latino neighborhoods, the presence of seemingly prosperous Asian small businesses has instilled bitterness and resentment on the part of black communities in the context of widening black inequality and increasing black poverty. Combined with these new immigrants' own racism, ignorance of American race relations, and petty capitalist greed, misunderstandings and indignities have ignited bitter and violent clashes between Asian merchants and black consumers. During the early 1990s, headlines and television news stories focused on conics that erupted in predominantly black inner-city communities toward Korean greengrocers. On Church Avenue in Brooklyn, New York, 2 Korean convenience stores became the target of a major boycott for disrespecting African American customers. In Los Angeles, Korean merchants were also the target of boycotts for disrespectful treatment of their black customers as well as for the case of the Korean store owner Soon Jae-doo's killing of a black girl, Latasha Harlins, for shoplifting. Furthermore, during the 1992 riots following the aftermath of the RST verdict that exonerated the police officers in the beating of Rodney King, Koreatown businesses were especially targeted for vandalism and looting, with entire buildings destroyed and set at me. Other such incidents and eruptions that had African Americans in contact with Asian merchants included a boycott called by black businesses and community members against the competition of faux African textiles manufactured in Taiwan and sold by Asian merchants. 9. In part, the mass media has exploited and sensationalized these conics. Some critics would argue that the corporate mass media has actually created a connect when there really is none. The so-called Black Korean or Black Asian connect seems no more or no less a phenomenon than the ongoing, historical Black-White connect or the Black-Brown connect. The special attention given to the Black Asian connect seems to serve the purpose of victims blaming victims and letting white supremacy owe the hook. The issues of bank redlining, the maldistribution of social services and resources, police brutality, narcotics trotting, and impoverished education are conveniently deferred for sensationalistic headlines about Black Asian violence and altercations. However, the social context for such connects are a result of the greater inequality and impoverishment contributed by federal and state government policies that have ushered in a major withdrawal and abandonment of support services and funding to the inner city, the elimination and rescinding of welfare benefits, and the shrinking investments into urban improvement, all of which are borne most unduly and harshly by African Americans as well as Latinos. Beginning with the withdrawal of U.S. forces in Southeast Asia, U.S. government policies favor the repatriation of powerful and wealthy anti-communist allies in Asia. Additionally, Pacific Rim overseas capital investments drastically increased in inner-city areas along with the particular phenomenon of newer Asian immigrants investing their entire family's savings into small businesses, most commonly liquor stores, greengrocers, cleaners, and other mercantile enterprises. The long-standing obstacles and difficulties to African American capital expansion are well documented, ranging from practices and policies of bank redlining, i.e., not granting capital loans, to corporate franchise monopolization, e.g., a big corporate chain muscling out smaller local businesses, and lack of adequate financial and managerial services. Certain African Americans resent and are angry at perceived Asian economic success. They just come in, start up their businesses, take our money, and give nothing back except disrespect is the all-too-common attitude in the black community toward the Asian outsiders. The Asian new immigrant entrepreneurs sometimes have an attitude of indifference and harshness toward their low-income black clientele, along with a limited English language ability and a lack of historical understanding of U.S. racism. To their credit, certain black nationalist protesters, such as those in the December 12th movement, have 10. Distinguished between specifically criticizing Korean capitalists and have opposed a general anti-Asian position. And there is no doubt that some newer Asian immigrants, not just the merchants, hold racist attitudes that are greatly influenced by overall U.S. white racism and stereotypes toward black people. Whatever the racist incident, by an Asian committed upon Africans or by an African committed upon Asians, media attention never focuses on collaborative attempts to protest and condemn the racism. Given the low and narrow consciousness between blacks and Asians as a reaction of the weakness and ebb of the black liberation movement and the Asian movement respectively, increasing incidents, connects, and RUPS will occur. In such a climate, it is no surprise that a patently racist and offensive game such as Ghetto Poly could be introduced. Created by the Taiwanese-American David Chang, urban outfitters and other distributors and marketers of the game were forced to pull it due to massive protests and outrage from both mainstream black organizations such as the NAACP as well as mainstream Asian American civil rights groups such as the Organization of Chinese Americans. While Chang tried to defend his creation as simply a game, echoing justifications of racist LMS as simply entertainment or only a movie, as well as draping his intentions as wanting to bring people together, his contribution to the litany of American racist popular cultural projects deserved widespread condemnation, and certainly it was heartening to see black and Asian collaboration in the protests and objections. Ghetto Poly mimics Monopoly, except that the game pieces include a machine gun, marijuana leaf, crack rock, and a 40-ounce bottle of malt liquor. Properties are crack houses and housing projects instead of houses and hotels. Players draw hustle and ghetto stash cards reading police shakedown. Pay $1.50 or carjacked. Pay $80. Ghetto Poly joins the ranks of popular cultural projections of buck-toothed, fortune cookie spouting, pigtailed heathen Chinese as well as pimp-strutting hustlers and booty-shaking hoes. The fact that Asian and African individuals perpetuate racist, demeaning, and degrading stereotypes doesn't lessen or mitigate or excuse them. Rather, it simply spreads the shame and blame and con reams that oppressed people often ape and mimic their oppressors and the stereotypes foisted upon them. While Ghetto Poly was met with combined black and Asian protest and denunciation, the recent racist mutterings by the basketball superstar Shaq. 11. Quill O'Neal toured rival NBA center Yao Ming, poking fun at the Chinese center's name in an infantile Ching Chong style of name-calling was met with a storm of protests by Asian Americans nationwide. Although O'Neal quickly apologized, what was conspicuously absent was the protest and condemnation from African Americans. Chinese names are considered foreign and strange, while African American adoptions of Islamic or Swahili sobriquets are not. Anti-racism and anti-oppression needs common solidarity and support by all people of color and justice-minded whites. African Americans through their hard-fought struggles have earned a somewhat central focus in the mainstream of American racial sensitivity quotients. Successful athletes and entertainers may be granted status as media darlings and celebrities. Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice have been prominently featured in the Bush cabinet media and photo ops. It is unthinkable in Hollywood's sensibilities to offend blacks by the once common practice of black-facing. However, yellow-facing, as well as red-facing and brown-facing, are still common practices in Hollywood. One need only point to the implausibly ludicrous example of the return of David Carradine in an updated remake of the 1970s Kung Fu television series to see the odious continuation of yellow-facing. Or, as in the case of the pop-camp and highly racist Kill Bill LMS by Quentin Tarantino, the covering of Asian martial artists by white actors who defeat hordes of Asian martial artists including Gordon Liu, one of the martial arts LM cult stars from the 1970s. Asians have not had the patronizing racist good fortune of being classified as hip or cool, while blackness and Latinness conjure sexual potency and trendiness. Blackness has in turn been partially committed in mass-market advertising and in popular culture promotion globally and has become manipulated as the biggest billboard for American consumerism and prosperity. A complication to black-facing is now rampant in Japan, with a gangro subculture of Japanese teenage girls wearing cornrows, adorning themselves in bling-bling ostentatious jewelry, and mimicking black hip-hop stars such as Missy Elliott and Lil' Kim. The exportation of hip-hop is the Yankeeification of black American culture as commodity spectacle, a case of race without the resistance of fashion, a posture of hipness and coolness without the substance of struggle and self-respect. It is black-facing not done by whites but by Asians. Though, in the analysis of the money trail, certainly white-dominated corporations, from merchandisers to Madison 12 Avenue marketers, with residuals paid to certain black individual celebrities, are the primary pro-tiers. Individual black success stories who pimp and push stereotype portrayals are rarely condemned but more commonly lauded and promoted by mainstream African American media, from Jet to Ebony to Vibe, Bet, etc. Rarely are such celebrities criticized for their low social consciousness or lack of it, for their subservience to corporate interests, and for their nauseous superpatriotism. The era of a superstar black athletes such as Muhammad Ali refusing to join the U.S. military for both personal religious beliefs as well as political principle, "No Viet Cong ever called me nigger," is passé. Individual black superstar athletes at times lucratively benefit from endorsement deals with athletic shoe companies with sweatshops in the Pacific Rim. During the 1968 student strike at San Francisco State University led by the Third World Coalition, the longest campus student strike in U.S. history, which eventually led to the creation of the RST Ethnic Studies Department in the United States, then president of San Francisco State, the Japanese-Canadian S.I. Hayakawa, in an effort to divide the Third World students and pit them against each other, pointed to the Asian students as an example of a model minority that the blacks and Latinos needed to emulate. Hayakawa became infamous for employing this divide-and-conquer ploy by promoting Asians as an example of quiet, passive, and hard-working minority members who had pulled themselves up by the bootstraps and thus served as examples that the loud and protesting blacks and Latinos should follow. Given the heightened political consciousness of the student leadership of the Third World Coalition, many of whom had associations with the new revolutionary organizations in the Bay Area, such as the Black Panther Party and the Red Guards of San Francisco's Chinatown Manilitone, Hayakawa was denounced by Asians, along with others, as a banana, the metaphor for being yellow on the outside and white on the inside. As tokenism and the co-optation of individual Third World leaders were employed by policymakers and institutions, such terms as coconut, brown on the outside, white on the inside, apple, red on the outside, white on the inside, and Ari, black on the outside, white on the inside, became popular political signeers for Latino, Native American, and black sellouts, respectively. The model minority stereotype AXED to Asian and Pacific Islander Americans, API, while challenged strongly by the Asian movement, nonetheless continues today with E-Khaki and Kerr. 13. RENCI. Some special programs for minorities have omitted APIs, deeming them too successful or overrepresented. Statistical deception has been used to reduce oppression to a matter of numerical representation rather than degree of political, economic, and social power, as well as quality and control of representation, media and academic inclusion as well as image type. The main site of struggle over API overrepresentation has been in college and university admissions. At many elite schools, APIs are present in greater percentages than their proportion in the U.S. population as a whole. While on the surface this appears to be true, critics point out that qualified Asians apply in greater proportion to their admissions, that the concentration of elite schools tends to be in major urban centers where API population percentages are far greater than in the overall U.S. population, and that API income analyzed on a per capita basis instead of as a family unit reveals a disturbing trend of larger numbers of income earners and therefore a lesser per capita income. The urgency for greater Afro-Asia solidarity and the general elevation of radical, anti-imperialist leadership and political consciousness has become dire with the escalating tragedy of sensationalized racist violence between Asians and blacks. In recent years in New York City, there has been a series of killings of Chinese restaurant takeout delivery workers, all with alleged and arrested black perpetrators. 4 Chinese delivery workers in the last years have been brutally murdered, all in predominantly black areas. The killings include Jian Lin Chun, killed in the lobby of a Bedford-Stuyvesant building on October 15, 2002, Golden Walk restaurant owner Jin Shanglu, killed on September 1, 2000, in St. Albans while making a delivery, and Ji Chung Chung, beaten to death by a baseball bat in Jamaica on June 23, 1999, Li Rong Lin, repeatedly stabbed to death on December 10, 1998, in Hollis while delivering from the China Bull at an ET restaurant, and, most recently, Huang Chen, killed in South Jamaica on April 30, 2004, where an investigation resulted in the arrest of 2 African American teens. In the last example, the New York Post reported the incident as an example of chink bashing and characterized such violence as a new urban sport of premeditated assaults committed largely by black youth upon Chinese delivery boys, though in typical New York Post racism the majority of these boys are men over the age of 40, as Chinese men are still desexualized and belittled as perpetual adolescents incapable of being real men as compared to white men. Pi. 14. This condition of narrowed and lowered consciousness has allowed for the rise of narrow nationalism and ethnic economic protectionism, paralleling the rise of religious fundamentalism and extreme pro-nationalism from the destruction and subversion by the United States of independent democratic and leftist movements and governments globally. The rise of black neoconservatism, masculinist black capitalism, black petty bourgeois protectionism, etc. could only occur with the suppression and dismantling of the radical and revolutionary forces that emerged and held dominance during the late 1960s and early 1970s, as well as U.S. governmental, corporate, and academic promotion of a reformist and reactionary elite. Gone are mass slogans and popular cultural concepts such as anti-imperialist third world unity. Instead, pro-blackness has increasingly taken on a form of essentialist, narrow, reformist black capitalism that reeks the general nihilism, cynicism, self-gratification, and solipsism of the pro-Yankee imperialist New World Order and mass consumer plantation culture and society. This anthology seeks to counter, resist, and attack this condition by illuminating a tradition of creative political and cultural resistance grounded in Afro-Asian collaboration and connectivity. We, the editors of this anthology, have created a hybrid collection of scholarly and testimonial essays along with creative writings, and we hope to bridge academic and scholarly interest with a popular readership. In other words, to provide a tool that can be useful for and supportive of building Afro-Asian unity, solidarity, and common struggle. In doing so, we extend the work of scholars whose writing has focused important attention to the dynamics of Afro-Asian exchange. This work includes the aforementioned important books The Karma of Brown Folk and Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting by Vijay Prashad, Mark Galakayo's The African American Encounter with Japan and China, Black Internationalism in Asia, 1895-1945, Martin Bernal's Black Athena, Gerald Horne's Race War, and Viet Thanh Nguyen's Race and Resistance, literature and politics in Asian America, as well as essays and articles by a number of scholars, some of which are included in this book. The area of African American and Asian American intersections is wide and expanding, and we welcome contributions to the topic. There remain certain topics that have not been explored or need further investigation and discussion, including Black and Asian intersections in cuisine, clothing, lifestyle, child rearing, marriage, social life, dating, friendships, daily 15 actions, and more. There are also a number of social and historical interactions that need further research and analysis, including common experiences and interactions among the plantation societies throughout the 19th century Americas, Black American responses to the anti-Asian movements that pervaded from the anti-Chinese agitation of the 19th century to the modern civil rights movement, Asian American responses to Black American oppression prior to the 1960s, and African American response to U.S. imperialism in Asia. On the latter issue, a strong, militant, anti-imperialist tradition of African American opposition to U.S. imperialism in Asia has existed since the Spanish-American War of 1898, beginning with African American newspapers' opposition to American colonization of the Philippines. Omega W.E.B. Du Bois and Paul Robeson earnestly denounced U.S. intervention in Korea. And the U.S. anti-Vietnam War movement included a broad African American involvement, including not only radical anti-imperialist leaders and organizations of the Black left but also mainstream civil rights leaders and organizations such as Ralph Abernathy, Dick Gregory, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who in April of 1967 declared his total opposition to the war in Southeast Asia, supported draft resistance, and targeted the U.S. government as the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. Today, African American opposition to the U.S. war in Southeast Asia moved the peace movement to a position of anti-imperialism as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, was led by Stokely Carmichael in a chant of "Hell no, we won't go," at a United Nations demonstration in 1967. African Americans were at the forefront of the early anti-war movement. The activist attorney Conrad Lynn was the leading advisor and counsel to youth induction into the U.S. Army. In 1965, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party issued the RST organizational opposition to President Johnson's escalation of the war, rejecting in Vietnam for the white man's freedom and urging black men to not honor the draft here in Mississippi. In 1966, SNCC became the RST national U.S. organization to come out against the war. For endorsing this stand, Julian Bond, duly elected to the Georgia legislature, was denied his seat, later restored by the Supreme Court. Also in 1965, Freedom Ways, the RST national magazine to denounce the war, editorially labeling it racist in origin and intent, became the fountainhead of a black anti-war position is not equal to. By 1969, massive African American opposition to the war was wreaked. 16. In the pronouncement by every major civil rights organization of the time, with the notable exception of the NAACP, that American policy in Asia was a reaction and continuation of American racism at home. African American opposition to U.S. Asian policy was highly dramatized by the slogan "No Vietnamese ever called me nigger," with its most dramatic adoption by world heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali in his refusal to be drafted. Ali announced his refusal to be drafted into the army of a country that continues the domination of white slave masters over the dark people the world over. A 1967 LM produced/directed by David Loeb Weiss, entitled "No Vietnamese Ever Called Me Nigger," documented growing black urban community opposition toward the U.S. war in Southeast Asia. Clearly, in all social struggles in the United States, African American leaders and organizations have played a vanguard role and have provided a radical and anti-imperialist influence and impact. Less recognized and examined has been the influence and impact of Asian cultural and political traditions, forms, and experiences upon African American developments. In our focus upon interconnectivity, collaboration, mutual influences, and inspirations, we assert and establish an alternative tradition of cross-cultural unity among oppressed peoples in the United States and in the Western Hemisphere. We consider our anthology to be a beginning contribution to survey the political and cultural connections developed by peoples in the African and Asian diasporas in confronting white supremacy and national oppression. Part I introduces the dominant historical relationships between peoples of African and Asian descent. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen, An essay published in the late 1980s by the now-defunct Brooklyn-based black community weekly newspaper The City Sun, provides a framework for viewing black and Asian relations in the United States' framework that ARMS common oppression and struggle while acknowledging difference. Lisa Yoon discusses the parallel courses of Afro-Asian diaspora and her Chinese freedom fighters in Cuba, and in so doing she demonstrates the mutual exploitation of black and Asian labor during the years of the slave trade. Daniel Widener's essay speaks to the place of African American soldiers in the so-called Korean conflict. Widener's essay closes part I by suggesting how the long arc of justice and the long arc of imperialism have struggled for primacy in Afro-Asia. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. The roots to the Black Asian conflict. My Afro-Asian Music Ensemble's debut soul note recording was released in late 1985, early 1986. Martin Johnson, a young African-American journalist, wrote a feature on me in the City Sun. After the feature was published, a reader named Yusef Salam wrote a letter to the paper noting the political comments I had made about jazz. He took exception, however, to my use of the term Afro in the title of my band. To him, an Afro was a hairdo. He preferred that I use the phrase African Asian. It was not until much later, in a 1990 feature on me by Esther Ivram, an African-American arts writer for New York Newsday, that I publicly clarified my use of the term Afro Asian as inspired by and taken from the Afro-Asian Unity Conference of Bandung of the mid-1950s. This was the initial summit meeting of leaders from the newly independent nation-states and anti-colonial movements of Africa and Asia that included Julius Nyerere, Zhou Enlai, Kwame Nkrumah, and Nehru, among others. The conference gave birth to the non-aligned movement or Third World, not third as in lesser than RST or second, but as an alternative to the two major power blocks of the West/Europe United States and the East/Soviet bloc. I had begun my ensemble to express musically a vision of unity between the cultural socio-political struggles of African Americans, the originators and innovators of jazz, and Asian Americans. Since my teenage years, the Black Power movement, particularly the leading ideas of Malcolm X, and the Black Arts movement, especially the poetry of Baraka, Sanchez, Scott Heron, and the Last Poets, and the music of Mingus, Coltrane, Shep, Parker, Ellington, and Cal Massey, greatly inspired my social consciousness and identity as a Chinese American, to understand that I, as an Asian in America, suffered as a victim of white racism and the need to wage a comprehensive struggle to end this systematic oppression. Because I did not grow up in a community with many other Chinese Asian Americans, I looked to the revolutionary thought and cultural expression of members of the growing community of African American intellectuals and artists who came to teach in the colleges of the Amherst, Massachusetts, area in the early and mid-1970s, including Max Roach, Archie Shepp, Sonia Sanchez, Reggie Workman, and others. I immersed myself in the music, literature, and political activism of Black Power, ending analogous conditions and perspectives in the struggles of Asian Americans. Since those days, and having embarked on a career as a composer, a baritone saxophonist, and a band leader, I have sought through the use of music to promote the solidarity of Asian Americans and African Americans, by forging what I have termed an Afro-Asian New American multicultural music. The highly media-sensationalized Black Korean conflict of Brooklyn and other altercations between Asian small business owners and African Americans in recent years have raised the question of how united are people of color. To the more politically conscious, the media preoccupation with conflicts and divisions among people of color seem to exacerbate disunity rather than offer a perspective regarding the source of the problems. In these incidents, the media seem to revel in pointing out that people of color could be racist toward one another without the active presence of white people. In Do the Right Thing, Spike Lee seemed to suggest that the Korean grocer would be the next target of the African American community's anger and frustration. While Korean merchants had given hefty financial contributions to the electoral campaigns of Jesse Jackson and the successful mayoral bid of David Dinkins, African American political leadership in unifying and healing the conflicts has been minimal at best. In my view, neither Asian Americans nor African Americans are to blame for the prejudices, ignorance, misunderstanding, and racism held against the other less than or equal to in a white racist, oppressive society. The victims of that racism and oppression can be expected to harbor the racist attitudes, xenophobia, and even self-hatred fostered by the segregation, Eurocentric education, an endemic powerlessness that fuel frustration, fear, and mistrust. What is needed from educators, activists, and intellectuals is dialogue and knowledge about each other's experience and social history of oppression and struggle rather than convenient, evasive explanations of cultural differences. The cultural differences thesis presumes that what is needed is greater cultural sensitivity and not political consciousness and organizing around common interests as peoples of color. The primary difference between people of African and Asian heritage in the United States is that the experience and historical process of slavery forged African Americans into a distinct nationality while Asian Americans are a composite of diverse minority nationalities: Chinese American, Japanese American, Korean American, Filipino American, Asian Indian, Cambodian, Hmong, Vietnamese, etc. Greater than or equal to generations of slavery fused the diverse West African peoples brought to the Americas into one common people who no longer traced their ancestral origin to a specific West African people. The varying languages of Yoruba, Igbo, Wolof, etc. were replaced by the language of the slave master, English in the British colonies. Their identity, religion, music, and history were no longer any specific African tradition but became definitively African American. Thus, some contemporary African Americans, endeavoring to reclaim their African heritage, divest themselves of slave names such as Smith, Jones, Johnson, Washington, etc. for a range of self-identifications such as access to Islamic and other non-European adoptions. Asian Americans are a plurality of nationalities that retain their ancestral family names and specific national cultural heritages including language, customs, and traditions, as well as national histories. Chinese Americans are quite different from Japanese Americans, who are also quite different from the more than a dozen varying Asian/Pacific Islander minority nationalities in the United States. They are Hwangs, Chins, Yamaguchis, Salvadores, Parks, etc. Obviously, the RST generation of Asian peoples in America retain more of their ancestral identity, while subsequent generations growing up in the United States experience identity crises and cultural confusion. Under slavery, African Americans held no illusions about their status in U.S. society. They were simply property, a condition maintained by total force for virtually 2.5 centuries prior to the mid-19th century. Asian immigration into the United States began in the mid-1800s and was the result of a combination of what social historians term push/pull factors, pushed by the devastation of their ancestral homelands from crushing poverty, semi-colonial penetration, government and social corruption, and varying types of cheap labor recruitment, as semi-slavery or indentured servitude, pulled by hype promises of America as the mountain of gold. The Chinese expression for the United States was literally that, and promises for opportunities to make a new and better life. Because of this combination of ambivalent, contradictory impulses, between the sojourner, who came to work with the idea of returning to Asia, and the immigrant, who came to stay, Asian Americans wreaked ambivalent responses to their conditions in America, rooted to the question, is America home? Immigration has figured as a critical and dominant characteristic in the Asian American experience. In U.S. society, an individual is either white, black, or foreign. American racism has lumped its Latino, Asian, and even Native American groups into other. Even fourth-generation Asian Americans still face this condition of subtle racism when told to go back to where you came from or that they speak good English, as well as the not-so-subtle racism of being a target of racist violence. Prior to the 20th century, the concentration of African Americans was in the Black Belt region of the South. For Asian Americans, mostly Chinese until the 1900s, it was on the West Coast and in Hawaii. Even well into the 20th century, there was little social intercourse or contact between these peoples, except for a small population of resettled Chinese laborers in the South that occurred as a short-lived experiment to replace slave labor. Two significant contrasts between African Americans and Asian Americans were evident in late 19th century U.S. society: the failure of Reconstruction for African Americans and the period of exclusion for the Chinese in America, which eventually extended to all Asian immigrants until well into the second half of this century. The smashing of Reconstruction by what Du Bois noted as an alliance between Northern Nan's capital and Southern agrarian interests thwarted the possibility of genuine emancipation for the African American people. Furthermore, without 40 acres and a mule, the granting to African Americans basic capital through ownership of land and basic means of production. African American economic, as well as political, empowerment was restricted and okayed. While a tiny African American middle class, petite bourgeoisie, did emerge under segregation, it was not until the great migrations of World Wars I and II to northern industrial urban centers did African Americans achieve some measure of social mobility and economic advancement. Indeed, the proletarianization of the African American masses, with increasing presence and activity in the burgeoning labor movements and trade unions, was probably the chief means of economic advancement. African Americans joined the ranks of trade union workers in steel, auto, municipal, and public sector employment. African American economic life, though having a distinct segregated market, increasingly became part and parcel of the general functioning of the U.S. capitalist, industrial, and urban economy. This was not the case for Asian Americans. The anti-Asian and yellow peril racist movements of the late 19th century were in large part led by the white labor movement, culminating in a series of exclusion acts passed by Congress that halted Asian immigration to the United States with the exception of members of the merchant class and students. Heretofore, the majority of Asian laborers were unmarried young men. The few Chinese women in the mainland United States invariably were prostitutes. The halting of immigration made it impossible for the wives or families of these male laborers to join them. Thus, these single Chinese male workers were condemned to an enforced existence as a bachelor society, unable to end love and to procreate. Such a move was tantamount to genocide, and as a consequence the Chinese population in the United States severely declined from 1890 until the mid-1960s. The ghettoization of the Chinese, from a rural/farming-based existence to Chinatown's urban, isolated communities, led to the formation of the ubiquitous Chinese restaurant and laundry trade employment in which the Chinese would not endy themselves in competition with hostile white labor. The Chinese and other Asian laborers were actively denied proletarianization in being conned to marginal small business economic activity and dispersed to West Coast cities such as San Francisco, which were not industrial centers. Since their days as workers on the Transcontinental Railroad, the Chinese have tried their hand at every possible kind of work, only to be scapegoated and targeted by hostile white labor. They were eventually excluded from virtually all forms of economic activity except for a small handful of occupations. By World War II, however, African Americans had become a significant presence in key industries and unions. As noted above, the merchant class of Asian immigrants was one that was not excluded. Trade between Asia and the United States made for the presence of a merchant entrepreneurial class in the various Asian communities scattered across America. These merchants ran the social, political, economic life of these communities through clan-based merchant associations. The Asian continent was penetrated by European colonization to varying extents, from total colonization as in the case of India to total independence as in Japan, which made for Japan's undisturbed development into an independent industrial capitalist power by the 20th century, whereas most of the non-European world had its economic course of history dominated and disrupted by the West. Africa, in contrast, was thoroughly colonized, its very borders were redrawn and parceled out to European powers. Asian merchants, on the one hand, serviced a unique Asian American market in these ghetto, urban, isolated communities, the demand for Asian foods and other cultural-based products, sharing a common language. On the other hand, import-export trade influenced relations with mainstream American economic and political life. The silk trade, for example, was big business until the development of nylon. African Americans had no African merchant class that maintained a distinctive connection to Africa. Both African Americans and Asian Americans have been greatly influenced by the geopolitical changes in Africa and Asia, respectively. As Malcolm X so forcefully made the connection, there was a time in this country when they used to use the expression about Chinese, "He doesn't have a Chinaman's chance." You don't hear that saying nowadays. Just as a strong China has produced a respected Chinaman, a strong Africa will produce a respected black man anywhere that black man goes on this earth. Middle-class Asian Americans grew in part due to the influx of merchants and educated classes. African American mobility was largely a result of unionism and industrial urban concentration. The greatest changes and progress for both groups occurred during the 1960s. Asian immigration restrictions were nearly removed in 1965 by the liberalization of the Immigration and Naturalizations Quota, restoring Asian entries to the same number as other groups. Much of this change occurred in the context of the civil rights movement, led by African Americans. The byproducts of the African American civil rights and Black Power movements benefited most of America. A college-educated, professional African American middle class grew dramatically. Asian families could now immigrate to the United States. They brought a lifetime of savings as startup investment capital, though most continued to labor in Asian ghetto-based industries such as restaurant, garment, and service occupations. In the past decade, Asian immigration to the United States has been the largest of any group, doubling the Asian American population. Much of this immigration has been to the urban centers, with an extensive diversity of economic and educational backgrounds, national origins, notably including large numbers of Filipinos, the fast-growing Asian/Pasig group, other Southeast Asians, and Koreans. These new immigrants commonly settle in areas bordering on long-time African American or Latino ghettos. Many use their savings to start small businesses because they are unable to end jobs commensurate with their education or training. Thus, it is not uncommon to ND Korean engineers and technicians who, unable to ND work in these areas, invest a pool of savings in order to start a grocery or dry cleaning business, in which they work long hours and employ several family members. A large part of the xenophobia against these recent Asian immigrants stems in part from the prevailing model minority myth or stereotype that Asians are innately driven toward superachievement. Some Asians themselves buy into this myth, attributing it to cultural values such as Confucianism, the education ethic, respect for family, etc. Educational achievement and attainment is often viewed as a means to economic advancement, and on a limited level it works. But education and income are not a measure of real economic and political power. The presence of successful Asian Americans does not equate with power on the level of the monopoly bourgeoisie, which is still white. Black success stories are also not a measure of the overall condition for the masses of African Americans. The number of black millionaires is about 100,000, most of whom are athletes and entertainers. The presence of a Bill Cosby, Eddie Murphy, or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar represents only individual wealth, not corporate monopoly power. Neither the Asian American nor the African American wealthy represent any real power or competition to U.S. corporate capitalism. Just to demonstrate the fallacy of equating educational attainment and economic power, according to the 1980 census, Chinese American males were the second most highly educated group, after Asian Indians, in terms of years of education, but they also ranked at least paid for that level. Interestingly, the highest paid group in years of education was black women PhDs. Despite the relatively significant growth of a black middle class since the integration and affirmative action programs of the 1960s, the gap between the masses of African Americans and whites has widened rather than lessened. Nearly 1 out of every 4 African American males is in jail or on parole or probation. African American unemployment is double to quadruple the percentage of white unemployment. Among African Americans, 33% live in poverty compared to 10% of whites. While African Americans comprise 12% to 15% of the U.S. population, they make up only 2% of the elected and appointed government officials, albeit this does show progress from 10 years ago when the GUR was less than 1%. The deterioration of social conditions in the United States generally, homelessness, crime, cuts in education and social programs, combined with government weakening of affirmative action and civil rights has meant even harder times for African Americans. Last hired, RST Red remains the situation for the vast majority of African Americans. The media-hyped success of Asian Americans, the model minority myth, points to the relatively higher proportion of Asians in elite institutions of higher education. The jokes are that MIT stands for Made in Taiwan and UCLA is University of Caucasians Living Among Asians. It's cited that Asians are 20% of the student body at UC Berkeley, but not mentioned that Asian/Pasig Icelanders are about 40% of parts of the Bay Area. While Asians form a higher percentage of the student body at Harvard or Brown than is reflected in their overall percentage of the U.S. population, it is not examined that Asians are not admitted to the proportion of their applications, that is, even more Asians do better than whites on standardized tests than are admitted to these schools. Asian Americans have charged that there is a ceiling quota that penalizes them for outperform. 28. Ing whites. Some Asian Americans are doing well, but the majority are not well. notably the numbers made up of Southeast Asian refugees living below the poverty line, working at jobs below their skills, and facing language and cultural barriers and discrimination. In a study of attitudes toward race and affirmative action at San Jose State University, it was found that the greatest support for special programs for minorities was among Southeast Asian Americans. Any careful examination of the socio-economic realities for Asian/Pacific Islander Americans reveals a diversity and complexity in class bipolarity. Finally, Asian Americans have experienced not only every form of oppression so aired by African Americans, including anti-miscegenation laws, denial of land ownership, school segregation, lynching, racist legislation, but also forms specific only to them, for example, the racist cubic air laws that restricted how much air they could breathe, laws that prevented them from carrying poles, as this was a common form of work, and laws that restricted the length of their hair. Unlike white, European immigrants who undeniably faced discrimination and xenophobia, people of color had their oppression coded in law, that is, institutionalized. But it is pointless to debate the degree of severity of oppression between peoples of color. As Malcolm X pointed out, it is not whether the knife stuck in you is 6 inches or 3 inches, the point is that you've been stabbed and have wounds that need to heal. Certain forms of racism persist for Asian Americans that African Americans no longer encounter. The Hollywood racist practice of blackface, in which whites wear black makeup to caricature African Americans, has ceased, but it persists for Asians in the form of yellowface or Scotch tape Orientals, for example, the Charlie Chan revivals, David Carradine in Kung Fu, the opera Nixon in China, and the objection to Broadway's Miss Saigon. Also in media entertainment, the interracial sex/love taboo still holds between Asian men and white women, but in the 1960s this taboo was broken between black men and white women. In the LM 100 Rise, Jim Brown made love to Raquel Welch, who in fact is of mixed Latino/white heritage but has always masqueraded as a white sex symbol. In television, William Shatner/Captain Kirk, albeit forced and against his will by cruel aliens, kissed Nichelle Nichols/LT Uhura in an episode of Star Trek. African Americans and Asian Americans exhibit common symptoms of their oppression: self-hatred with their physical features, weak cultural identity and infatuation with things European, ignorance about their own respective histories and struggles, disunity and jealousies, etc. The struggle to unite oppressed peoples must proceed from an informed consciousness RST as victims of oppression, and subsequently with clarity about the target of the struggle, the system of colonialism, white supremacy, and monopoly capitalist imperialism. Lisa Yun. Chinese Freedom Fighters in Cuba. From Bondage to Liberation, 1847-1898. The most enduring words about the Chinese freedom fighters of Cuba were written by the Cuban patriot Gonzalo de Quesada, who recalled that there was never a traitor or a deserter among them. No hubo un chino cubano traitor, no hubo un chino cubano deserter. In Havana his words are inscribed on a black marble monument, a dark obelisk that is distinctive yet mysterious. Little is known about these Chinese freedom fighters. What were their names? Where did they come from? What was their experience? The Chinese participation in the wars for liberation spanned a remarkably long period of 30 years, with their presence in the very beginning of La Guerra de los 10 Años, 10 Years' War of 1868, 1878, through La Guerra Chiquita, Little War of 1878, 1879, to the end of La Guerra de Independencia, War of Independence, 1895-1898. Testimonies from commanders and comrades, interviews with survivors, memoirs by Cuban insurgents, and newspaper accounts of the period all help to reconstruct what amounted to the extraordinary history of Asians who took up arms in a prolonged battle to overthrow a colonial and slavery system of the Americas. For the Chinese, the struggle for Cuban liberation was the struggle for freedom from slavery, and their stake in it was on patriotic grounds linked most of all to emancipation. In 1870, the Cuban rebel government promised liberty to any Chinos and Negroes who joined the insurrection against Spain. Before the 1870 declaration, however, both coolies and slaves already were escaping the plantations to join in force. Despite the ranchadores, the ubiquitous manhunters whose job was to capture runaways, Los Chinos responded to the call for insurrection within the RST days of the conic. Less than or equal to little is known about their ages, names, and which plantations they came from. Moreover, the story of Asian rebellions in the Americas has been overshadowed by narrative conventions, as histories of emancipation have been preserved and most often told on the Atlantic template of white and black, metropole and colony. Added to this was the nature of rebel participation, as fugitive runaways in an insurrection against their colonial masters hardly revealed their names for posterity. Although there are recountings that are documented, in those instances, we do not know the rebel Chinese names but rather only their Spanish names, and even then, perhaps just their RST names. This is the case, for example, of one Chinese corporal known as Jose, who as a member of General Antonio Macio's personal escort made a reputation for bravery as well as for his sardonic statements in battle greater than or equal to the Chinese, as one Cuban commander put it succinctly, were sacrist on the front lines and never complained about it charged with breaking open the Spanish lines. We can infer the rate of losses to be extremely high among the Chinese. Accounts describe encounters with Chinese troops in formations of hundreds and thousands. Among many examples, one Chinese sergeant, Crispin Rico, described his battalion of 400 Chinese troops by characterizing them as indentured laborers who worked for a Cuban motherland. The Chinese captain Bartolo Fernandez recounted being among the 100 Chinese troops in battle. Fernandez was keen to point out that Chinese forces served across the board, with some being brought under now legendary generals of Cuban independence. He also makes note of Chinese troops under General Napoleon Arango, General Maximiliano Ramos, and General Calixto Garcia. The Chinese captain Jose Tolan and his forces, along with 4 to 5,000 Chinese, made their critical appearance in Orient, a pivotal region in the launching of insurrection. In addition, the Chinese served in key roles as leaders and strategists, such as the captain Jose Bulletin, who was personally entrusted with crucial decisions by the famed General Maximo Gomez, is not equal to the Chinese served in all capacities, including soldiers, corporals, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, and commanders. Others were active recruiters who risked going into plantations to enlist coolies and slaves into rebel forces. Though there were thousands of Mambises Chinos whose names would never be recorded, scores led and distinguished themselves in decisive battles, such as Antonio Moreno, Jose Tolan, Jose Bulletin, and Sebastian Chion, among many others. Some served in all 3 wars. In a sustained fashion, the Chinese chose to join anti-colonial forces. Yet if the Chinese had sided with their masters and colonial authorities in the same sustained manner, the representation of Cuban anti-colonial, multiracial struggle would be fundamentally different today. As men with nothing to lose, most without families, completely severed from their birthland, and trapped in a corrupt system of indenture that had become melded into slavery, the Chinese became Cimarrons and Mambises in a venture that offered no guarantee of survival. While the freedomers undertook the ultimate sacrifices for independence, 1898 would mark the end of one era and the beginning of another, the American occupation of Cuba. Indeed, the next century would bring other struggles for the Chinese of Cuba less than or equal to, with their rise and fall in fortunes contingent upon immigration laws, transnational ties, world wars and revolutions, strategic alliances, and the sweeping changes of the Castro era. The coolies thus were the RST wave, the predecessors who established the groundwork for freedom from colonial bondage but who endured a tortuous history of coolie slavery, in which most did not survive to see the day of liberation. Coolie labor in the Americas. In 1874, a New York Herald correspondent in Cuba, James O. Kelly, observed that a Chinese coolie, contrary to the representations made about the Tracey in Asiatics, was treated in every respect the same way as his sable companions in misfortune greater than or equal to. O'Kelly was one of many observers of that period who recorded similar assessments. Later, Cuban historians came to the same conclusion. Authoritative scholars of Chinese labor in Cuba, such as Juan Perez de la Riva and Juan Jimenez Pastrana, substantiated the horrid conditions of Chinese coolies in Cuba and unreservedly stated that coolies were slaves in all but name. What were the conditions of Chinese coolie labor in Cuba, and how is this related to our present understanding of labor's legacy in Asian American and diaspora studies? Such questions become critical as we assess our present narratives of human experience, with the coolie having become a major guru in the study of Asian migration to the Americas. The coolie has gurred into our diasporic history, literary narratives, ethnographic studies, and perhaps most importantly in communal memories and constructions of ancestral heritage. How we understand the coolie era of the 1800s, as well as shape its narratives, has profound significance. In Cuba, the Chinese coolie occupied a role of exploited laborer who transformed into the freedomer as viewed in the nationalist history and memory of war. The Cuban poet and literary critic Nancy Morajan wrote that the Chinese, brought to the New World in a supposedly new coolie concept of slavery, soon felt the opprobrium of slave exploitation. The Chinese were honored as freedomers in the independence struggle. As noted above, a marble monument to their struggle stands in Havana. In Asian American historiography, the coolie is a distant guru of indentured labor shadowed by historical debate over the connotations of coolie labor's existence and its disputed legality or illegality. However, a revisiting and excavation of coolie historiography in all its forms may be relevant for the ways in which we imagine labor formations and narratives today. There are scholars who have laid groundwork for the study of coolies in Latin America and the Caribbean, including Evelyn Hoody Hart, Walton Look-Ly, and Denise Helly. In this essay, I addressed the particular questions of colonial political economy and the new coolie slavery when O'Kelly made his observation in 1874. Chinese coolie trustee to Cuba was being curtailed by a weak but indignant Chinese government after it received an O'Chale document, the Cuba Commission report, that related accounts of Chinese being tricked or kidnapped to Cuba against their will and their subsequent inhumane treatment in Cuba. The exhaustive report was submitted to the government with supporting documents and over 1,000 depositions to support its conclusions. In a report from 1899, Robert Porter, Special Commissioner for the United States to Cuba, wrote, "The Chinese were virtually slaves until the Chinese government intervened on their behalf. The conditions of coolie labor in nearby Jamaica or Indiana, however, were not necessarily the same." What emerges from the 19th century is a widely varied picture of what coolie and coolie history mean. The history of the Americas, with its Spanish, English, French, and American colonial legacies, cannot be homogenized. Likewise, the role and condition of Asian coolie labor in the Americas, both Indian and Chinese, cannot be oversimplified. The definition of coolie and the contexts and consequences of coolie labor varied widely as a term. It generalizes Asian laborers in a wide spectrum of ethnic histories, material conditions, and political contexts. The terms coolie or indentured laborer are generic assignations that classify the economic utility of coolies. However, these terms obfuscate the very political and experiential nature of coolies. Coolie labor was utilized in Cuba, Peru, Guyana, Trinidad, Jamaica, Panama, Mexico, Brazil, and Costa Rica, among other places in the Americas. The legacy of Asian coolies continues to bear weight on profound socio-political struggles in several countries, such as Guyana and Trinidad. In the case of Cuba, the history of Chinese coolies stands out much unlike its counterparts. For the purposes of this article, I focus on the Chinese coolies of Cuba because they constitute a unique history of coolies being injected, beginning in 1847, into foreign terrain during a time when the system of slavery was in full force. Slavery did not expire until 1886 in Cuba, over 40 years after the arrival of Chinese coolies in Cuba. Elsewhere, for example in Jamaica and Trinidad, coolies arrived after slavery had been abolished. The fact that Chinese coolies arrived in the midst of an entrenched slave system greatly affected their lived experience in terms of the formation of class consciousness, and it motivated their considerable role in the Cuban War for Independence. The Chinese coolie in Cuba functioned within a predominantly black context, constituting a minority labor group working in close proximity among African people. In the case of Cuba, Chinese coolies arrived when the politics of economy and labor and the politics of class and race converged during a critical period of history, the overlapping and then dismantling of African slavery, the War for Independence, and the beginnings of a Cuban nation. Coolies to the Americas. Early 19th century. The use and exploitation of coolie labor was by no means a new concept. During the 1620s, Jan Peter Zoon Koon, governor of the Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia, considered acquiring Chinese laborers to work the region. "No people in the world can do us better service than the Chinese. It is requisite by this present monsoon to send another Eid to visit the coast of China and take prisoners as many men, women, and children as possible." Later, the Dutch joined the British as one of many colonial powers to profit from the massive coolie trade. It was during the 1800s that large numbers of Chinese and Indian coolies were transported to the Americas and to Africa. Early on, The Chinese were considered as a source of labor for the Caribbean. Walton Lookley records the GUR as 192 Chinese taken to Trinidad in 1806. This early experiment did not take root, as only 20 to 30 individuals stayed on into the 1820s. The British revisited this experiment in 1838 and transported some Chinese, but more Indian, coolies to Trinidad and Guyana, while British colonial control over India was consolidating. The British East India Company arrived in India in 1784. In 1858 Britain asserted old-shale political dominion over India. Significantly, while mobilizing to abolish the transatlantic slave trade, the British were establishing themselves as the dominant trotters of Indian and Chinese coolies in the Pacific and Indian Ocean basin. Favored destinations in the British Indian Ocean trading network were Malaya and East Africa. In the Western Hemisphere, the favored destinations were Cuba, Guyana, Trinidad, and Jamaica. During the same period that the initial 1806 experiment began in Trinidad, the British Empire through its navy began imposing in 1809 a unilateral embargo on the transatlantic transport of African slaves. This embargo became more formal when England and Spain signed a treaty in 1817 aimed at abolishing the slave trade. This anti-slave trading treaty between Spain and England had little impact on the actual transatlantic commerce of African slaves to the Spanish Americas. Although the British suppression of the transatlantic African slave trade did not fully deny Cuban access to African slaves, it did continue to force traders toward more clandestine methods, which drove up prices for the purchase of slaves. The increased purchase costs for African slaves pushed Cuban sugar planters to search for alternate sources of labor and forced Cuban planters to confront a fundamental production problem of cost. Despite increases in the production of sugar and their increased prosperity, Cuban planters were continually beset by the challenge of lowering their labor costs to remain competitive in world commodities markets. Slave imports decreased from 10,000 Africans in 1844 to 1,300 in 1845 and then to 1,000 in 1847, an overall drop of 90%. Simultaneously, during this nadir the intensive trotting of Chinese coolies to Cuba began in 1847. Less than or equal to is not equal to. The ease of introducing Chinese coolie trotting into the world system was due to colonial access, domestic conditions, and control of labor migration. Beginning in the 1840s, the British actively opened a valuable labor market of displaced or impoverished peasantry in southern China while actively suppressing the African slave trade. After losing the RST Opium War, 1840-42, China was forced to open VE of its major ports to British occupation less than or equal to. After the Second Opium War, in which China was defeated again, the British, as well as the French and the Americans, occupied 12 major ports and colonized Hong Kong. One result of the Opium Wars was the deregulation of Chinese immigration, a key demand attained by the British. With unrest, rebellion, and war in China, during a 30-year period alone approximately 1 million Southern Chinese, mostly males of Guangdong Province, were procured as part of Western organized labor trusts from 1840 to 1875. With an estimated 100,000 individuals taken aboard ships to Peru and 142,000 to Cuba. Less than or equal to. Lessons of Haiti and the conditions before coolie trust to Cuba. On the Spanish side, coolie labor was desirable not only due to economic and production demands but also because of other considerations. The higher cost of African slavery was the bane of planters' daily concerns, but the anxiety of the planter class also grew as the numbers of Africans grew. As the African presence increased in Cuba, alarmist sentiments arose among resident whites concerning rebellion. Even with the addition of coolies, Africans still constituted an overwhelmingly larger population. The racialized revolution in French colonial Haiti that led to the overthrow of the white elite provided lessons to the Cuban landowning class. The specter of another Haiti-like revolution, one of a black majority population, never seemed far away. Planters thought that using Chinese coolie labor might Chinese freedom fighters in Cuba 37 help alleviate multiple problems. The control of labor costs and the control of labor as body politic became dual concerns. Haiti was the primary producer of sugar for the world market until 1791, when the Haitian Revolution caused both Haitian and Santo Domingan sugar production to plummet. In 1791, sugar production reached 78,696 tons but then fell to only 1 ton by 1825, less than or equal to greater than or equal to. After the Haitian slave revolt and revolution, the European states imposed a punitive embargo on Haitian sugar, thus driving Haiti out of the sugar market. Cuba seized the lead in sugar production after Haiti and other competing sugar producers emancipated slaves, or the slaves freed themselves, and competitors' sugar production dropped. With Haiti displaced, the colonized territories of Jamaica, Brazil, Cuba, and Puerto Rico rose in prominence. Less than or equal to Cuban sugar production began modestly. In the 1780s, Cuba produced only 18,000 tons of sugar per year. Sugar production in Cuba began in earnest in 1798. Less than or equal to in the 1830s revealed the flourishing of the sugar economy. During the MID-1830s, Cuba RST obtained parity with Jamaica as a sugar producer and then surpassed it when Jamaica emancipated its African slaves during the late 1830s. Less than or equal to the emancipation of Jamaican slaves drove up labor costs for Jamaican planters, placing them at a comparative disadvantage with Cuba's sugar planters, who still maintained access to African slave labor at this time. Because of the labor cost advantages available in Cuba, it quickly outpaced Jamaican sugar production. By the 1840s, Cuba had become the preeminent producer of sugar in the world, 161,000 tons, accounting for 21% of world production and outdistancing Jamaica, Brazil, and Puerto Rico. Cuba leapt forward with even more phenomenal growth precisely during the period of the 1840s to 1870s, the period when Chinese were introduced as coolies on Cuban sugar plantations. In 1830, Cuba produced 105,000 tons of sugar. 40 years later, Cuba produced almost 7 times more, 703,000 tons, while its closest competitors produced approximately 100,000 tons. By this time, Cuban sugar accounted for 41% of world output. Less than or equal to pi. During this period, Cuba used a substantial coolie system grafted onto a continuing slavery system that involved clandestine slave importation. Tea with sugar, empire and the coolie trade to Cuba, 1847-1874. During this period the British consumed approximately 1/3 of the world's sugar, and at the same time they were the dominant Western consumers of tea. It is a likely assumption that these two facts are linked, as the British consumption of tea was always with sugar. With some irony, one might say the British habit for tea and sugar led to a worldwide movement in capital and labor. The British Opium Wars with China were instigated because of Britain's trade deficit with China concerning Britain's tea imports, which prompted Britain's export of opium to a resistant China to balance the deficit. As a result of the wars, Britain established itself as a major procurer of coolie labor. It was, of course, Britain's intervention in the African slave trade that led Spanish Cubans to seek alternatives at lower cost, namely, Chinese coolie labor. This source of labor contributed to Cuba's economic success based on sugar production, which benefited Britain's arch-rival Spain. Spanish Cuba benefited from British colonial hegemony and access to Chinese labor, yet chafed under British anti-slavery measures vis-a-vis African labor. While the British controlled access to a worldwide Asian coolie market, they undertook abolitionist measures against the African slave trade in international waters. This dual approach enabled the British to manipulate access to labor, ultimately affecting the price of labor. Needless to say, this logic affected the labor and capital oaths of the era. Tea with sugar became a wide circle of political economy. While Britain occupied a major role in the coolie trade, then withdrew from coolie trotting to Cuba beginning in 1858, they were not the only colonial interests involved. Gary Okihiro draws linkages among the expansion of European imperialism and colonialism in Asia, Africa, and the Americas, the global labor economy, and the trotting of Indian coolies, Chinese coolies, and African slaves. Less than or equal to early in their considerations, Cuban planters had discussed the immigration of free whites from Europe. When free white laborers from Europe proved unwilling to work in the sugar cane fields, however, Cuban landowners opted to import labor from the very people who caused the rising prices of African slaves. The Cuban sugar elite began seriously discussing the need to import Chinese laborers from British-controlled ports in 1844. Less than or equal to omega. Initially, the Spanish bought Chinese coolies from British agents. Eventually, a multinational network emerged composed of shipping companies and agents, businesses, prominent families, and governing agencies, which turned to the trotting of coolies and collaborated to realize enormous profits, while continuing to purchase with increased difficulty and costs African slaves from the complicated, clandestine African slave trade. The network of coolie brokers, shippers, buyers, and investors crossed lines of colonial empires, including moneyed interests of the British, Americans, Portuguese, French, as well as the Spanish-Cubans. To launch the coolie trade in Cuba, Cuban planters used a company called the Real Junta de Fomento y Colonization. This company then engaged Ulita y CIA of London, headed by the cousins Julian Zulueta and Pedro Zulueta, which devised the scheme to transport coolies from China to Cuba. Pedro was the son of the London-based banker/Slavi trader/planter Pedro Juan Zulueta de Ceballos, who amassed such a fortune that he died the wealthiest man in Spain and the Spanish Empire. Pedro Zulueta also was known as a notorious Slavi trader, as he was accused, tried, but acquitted of slave trading in London in October 1843. Greater than or equal to is not equal to. The two main labor agents based in Asia were Fernando Aguirre based in Manila and a Mr. Tate based in Amoy, Xiamen. Greater than or equal to the Zuluetas engaged Simon Muir and Company and Tate and Company, both based in Amoy and Guangdong, to obtain the RST set of Chinese coolies to be shipped to Cuba. Greater than or equal to less than or equal to. While the original financing for this labor acquisition venture originated in Cuba, supplemental financing came from a multinational network of banks and RMS obtained in New York, Boston, London, Paris, Amsterdam, and Liverpool. Greater than or equal to participating commercial interests were the same that financed the African slave trade. Greater than or equal to after RST. Working with Aguirre and Tate, the Cubans replaced them in 1855 with their own labor agents and opened their own OCES for this trade in Havana, London, Manila, Macau, and Amoy. Other labor agents for Cuba operating in China included Francisco Abella Raldiris and Nicolas Tanco Armero, who generated tremendous capital from coolie trotting. Armero exemplified a paradox of coolie trotters. Although he came from a prominent Colombian family and received an elite education in the United States and Paris, he was the descendant of a revolutionary uncle and father who became prominent in the struggle for independence. His own uncle was imprisoned by the Spanish and then killed, with his head put in an iron cage. Greater than or equal to Armero followed a different path, however. From 1855 to 1873, he and his partner oversaw the buying, selling, and exportation of over 100,000 Chinese coolies to the New World. Greater than or equal to the Cuban Nance and Insurance RM La Alianza entered the coolie trade in 1859, providing much of the essential financing for Chinese coolie importation. La Alianza then formed a powerful alliance with the Empresa de Colonization, owned by Rafael Rodriguez Torres, Marshal Gutierrez, Antonio Ferrin, and Juan A. Colom. Together these two RMS, La Alianza and the Empresa de Colonization, dominated the trade until the re-emergence of the Zulueta RM during the 1870s. Others in the Cuban sugar planting elite were heavily involved in Chinese coolie trotting. Among those who were prominent in this trade were the RMS and families of Villoldo, Wardrop y CIA, Berita Machado y CIA, Don Santiago Drake y CIA, Jose Maria Morales y CIA, and Dupires y CIA. Greater than or equal to pi. In addition, most of the prominent slave-holding families on the island, including families by the names of Zulueta, Torres, Drake, Aldama, O'Donnell, Diego, Pedroso, Sotomayor, Barrow, Ferrin, Colom, Ibanez, Pulido, Moore, Alfonso, Almendares, Francisco, and Morales, were involved in the trade. Greater than or equal to. Many of them operated plantations in the center of the island in Matanzas, where the largest number of coolies were sent. A ship of 100 coolies required an average investment of 30,000 pesos but yielded an average of 120,000 pesos, a fantastic profit at the time. Greater than or equal to Omega Juan Perez de la Riva calculated the costs and overhead of coolie procurement, mortality, and shipping, and approximated the overall profit from coolie sales of this period to be 25-30 million pesos, which in 1975, at the time of his writing, was equivalent to 80 million pesos, is not equal to. He points out, further, that this influx of liquid capital was a factor in helping to industrialize the Cuban economy. The coolie market took on wild characteristics with investors taking advantage of this newest commodity. The travel writer Henry Murray observed speculation by mercantile houses and individuals on the coolie trade driven by incredible profits in the topic of the coolie trade. In 1872, a correspondent of the New York Herald observed, "The 900 human beings brought to the market in a ship I visited were worth some $450,000 to the importers, and, as they had cost originally less than $50,000, the Anonymous Society, Corporation, had some $400,000 as a result of the voyage to meet expenses." Never in the palmiest days of the African trade were such tremendous profits realized. Less than or equal to the nancing of the slave and coolie trades was made possible by profits that were possible from the sale of sugar. Although sugar prices fluctuated wildly from 1855 to 1857, prices steadily climbed in the 1860s and 1870s during the height of coolie trotting. Other than the difficulties of clandestine African slave trading, what were the main reasons for using coolies in particular? Using comparative cost analysis, Chinese coolies were simply much less costly than African slaves. In crude terms, the coolies were more easily obtained and more cheaply purchased, thus making them enormously profitable. Furthermore, they could be brought in as indentured laborers while in actuality used as slaves. The first point regarding purchase price is easily apparent. The second point regarding a new coolie slavery is addressed in the next section. Table 2 tracks the differential in prices between African slaves and Chinese coolies from 1847 to 1875, indicating coolies as cheaper to purchase. As production at the sugar plantations and ingenios increased during this period, the demand for labor intensified and the importation of African slaves resumed after initially having fallen. With the coerced labor of both coolies and slaves, the Cuban sugar economy boomed. The critical component to the coolie trade was the actual procuring and transport of this human cargo and its eventual profit. On June 3, 1847, the Spanish ship Oquendo arrived in Havana after journeying 131 days at sea. Its cargo hold contained 212 Chinese men. Upon disembarking, they were sold for 170 pesos per head to their new masters, Cuban landowners greater than or equal to this cargo of Chinese, brokered by British trawlers and Spanish Cuban buyers. Table 2 average prices for coolies and slaves, 1847, 1875. Years African slaves, pesos, Chinese coolies, pesos. 1845, 1850 335 125 1851, 1855 410 150 1855, 1860 580 370 1861, 1865 585 310 1866, 1870 450 410 1871, 1875 715 420. Sources: Laird W. Burgad, Felicias Garcia, and Maria del Carmen Garcia, The Cuban Slave Market, 1790 to 1880, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1995, 162, 73, Duharthy, on Campaign dans l'Extreme Orient and Revue de deux Mondes 66, 1866 417, J. Perez de la Riva, Aspectos Económicos del Tráfico de Coolies Chinos a Cuba, 1853-1874, 269, and E. Philip Levine, A Quantitative Analysis of the Impact of British Suppression Policies on the Volume of the 19th Century Atlantic. Slave Trade, in Race and Slavery in the Western Hemisphere, Quantitative Studies, edited by Stanley I. and German and Eugene D. Genovese, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1975, 56, 51, 81. Constituted the RST Sinaican trotting of coolies to Cuba. According to several sources, 124,873 to 150,000 Chinese coolies arrived in Havana on 342 ships from 1847 to 1873. Not all coolies survived the journey, which stretched from 4 to 8 months. The British ship Panama provided a sobering example of the Chinese coolie middle passage to the harsh New World. Of the 803 coolies taken aboard, only 480 survived. The American ship Challenger took 915 coolies on board, but only 620 survived. Cuban ethnographers note that the overall mortality rate of the Chinese coolie passage to Cuba was markedly higher than that of the African passage to Cuba. These few facts scratch the surface of the Chinese coolie period in Cuba, a penetrating history of human loss for some and prot for others. From 1847 to 1857, coolie trotting was dominated by the British, Portuguese, and Spanish. Eventually, a vast number of European and American shippers also partook in the lucrative process by investing and providing transport. Ships hailed from 12 European states, England, Spain, France, Denmark, Holland, Portugal, Germany, Austria, Italy, Norway, Russia, Belgium, and the United States. The primary trotters of Chinese coolies were the British, Portuguese, Spanish, French, Americans, and Dutch. Not surprisingly, these trotters were the same top 6 leaders in the trafficking of African slaves. The French and Spanish led in total numbers of coolies transported to Cuba and in numbers of coolie ships. Meanwhile, the British were policing the African slave trade but sent the 3rd highest number of coolie ships to Cuba. The 4th highest number of coolie ships were brought under the American AG. The names of coolie ships reeked the legacy of the African trade, such as Africano and Mauritius. Still others bore incongruous, ironic names such as Dreams and Hope, British ships, and Live Yankees and Wandering Jew, North American ships. By approximately 16,400 Chinese coolies died on European and American coolie ships to Cuba during a 26-year period, with some ships formerly used as African slave ships. Omega mortality rates hovered around 12–30% while sometimes reaching as high as 50%, such as the case of the Portuguese ship Cores in 1857. Violence was the main cause of death. Rebellions, crew assassinations, suicides, thirst, suffocation, and sickness occurred upon the devil ships, as the Chinese called them, is not equal to. The writer Alexander Lanning wrote that the coolie ship Sea Witch, with its coolies imprisoned below deck in 1856, was a Dantean dream. It had become the lid of Hades, and the damned were below. Table 4 gives the mortality rates for coolies from 1847, 1873. Methods of procuring coolies primarily involved kidnapping or decoying peasant men. Resistance and rebellion occurred on ships because the Chinese were mostly taken by duress or deceit. Often, fellow countrymen who were in the employ of colonial coolie trotters tricked them. Chinese coolies overwhelmingly tested to this case, including one Chao Kan who declared that Spanish vessels come to China, and suborning the vicious of our countrymen, by their aid carry away full cargoes of men less than or equal to other. Sources for coolie procurement included ex-prisoners and laborers lured into rigged gambling houses, and gullible young men who went to recruitment agents only later to discover that they were not to be engaged as laborers but to be sold as slaves greater than or equal to. Numerous Chinese were so desperate to escape their fate that they committed suicide or jumped overboard. These events and the later coercion of Chinese in Cuba are extensively recorded in the Cuba Commission Report, 1874. Beginning in 1858, the British began capitalizing on the popular outcry of southern Chinese against the coolie trace to Cuba. Rumors abounded that the white barbarians of Cuba not only abused but also ate the Chinese laborers, as stories similar to African rumors of their fate during the slave trade. In response, the Chinese O'Chales began executing Chinese runners who were collaborating with the trade to Cuba. The British then withdrew from coolie trotting to Cuba trace that significantly aided their rivals, the Spanish, in the world sugar economy. The British turned away Spanish coolie ships in Chinese ports and stopped sending British coolie ships to Cuba. While the demand for coolies to Cuba was rising, obtaining coolies was made more burdensome and costly by the new British opposition to selling coolies to Cuba. Coolies were thus smuggled out through the Portuguese and Spanish colonies of Macau and the Philippines, rather than from Hong Kong, Amoy, Xiamen, or Swatow, Chantu. In 1859, records reveal this noticeable shift, with almost all ships departing from Macau. With this added complication, coolie trafficking continued without apparent British participation, with ships hoisting the errant national flags. In 1865, the British publicly denounced the Spanish coolie trotters for engaging in a coerced labor system. Meanwhile, however, the British did not cease transporting coolies to their own colonial territories in the West Indies. Coolies on land, coolie slavery. In 1870, the Captain General in Cuba called on Madrid to end coolie imports because coolies were aiding rebels in eastern Cuba. Coolies, who were thought to be passive, displayed a dead nature and resorted to plantation rebellions, canal burnings, assassination of overseers, escape, or suicide. Their situation was desperate. In crude terms, the Chinese coolie was a contract slave, with Cuban contracts lasting for 8 years. Yet, studies indicate that the Chinese and Yucatecan workers were bought, sold, and transferred like slaves, and treated as slaves, and that Chinese labor in Cuba in the 19th century was slavery in every social aspect except the name. The coolies shared slave conditions, due to the inability to enforce a contract that provided for certain conditions of employment subject to the interpretation of the master. The coolie therefore could be exploited while being provided with minimum or no maintenance. Because of malnourishment and abusive conditions, over 50% of coolies died before their 8-year contract ended. The average lifespan of an African slave on a sugar plantation was 20 years. The percentage of coolie attrition due to voluntary exit, coolies who were able to exit Cuba, was negligible, is not equal to losses were due to death or suicide. In 1860, the American women's rights activist and abolitionist Julia Ward Howe commented insightfully on the coolies in Cuba. Men will treat a hired horse worse than a horse of their own. Indenture in this case was undermined due to the unenforceable nature, or acceptable violation, of the contract. The coolie contract was routinely ignored and thus generally not enforced in Cuba. The gap between theory versus lived experience disturbs North American paradigms of contract, coolie, slave, and indentured labor. How does the experience of Chinese coolies in Cuba bring into question and politicize notions of language? That is, what is the meaning of the terms contract, slave, and coolie? The 1854 regulations concerning the Chinese permitted them to purchase the remainder of their contract at any time, but only after they had compensated their master for their purchase price, the value added since the time of purchase, and any clothing costs, the loss of labor time due to sickness, and the inconvenience of ending a replacement for the Chinese laborer. These conditions were subject to interpretation by the master. Through legal sophistry and the machinations of the labor contract, the planters created a hybrid slave system with Chinese coolies that worked in tandem with African slavery. The contracts with Chinese coolies were patently deceptive. Coolies ostensibly were paid 4 pesos monthly. From this 4 pesos salary, deductions were made by the master for the cost of travel from China, the provision of clothing and food, sickness or lost labor time, and a host of other costs to the master. Thus, by the time a coolie's 8-year term expired, if he survived, as over half did not, the coolie wound up owing his master. It is no wonder that few Chinese coolies could discharge this cost for the purchase of freedom. The master could invoke a clause in the contract to renew the contract, thus renewing at will and keeping the coolie unfree until his death. The notion of the Chinese coolie in Cuba being described under the generic term of indentured labor, meaning labor stipulated by legal contract and terms, with the possibility of freedom upon the end of term, becomes problematic if terms for indenture were illusory or patently engineered against the possibility of freedom. The description of the coolie experience in Cuba becomes difficult as language and existing definitions are not universal. The varied conditions of slave and coolie, and the notion of contract and indenture need greater examination. Recontracting at the mercy of the master was not exceptional but rather was common. In rare instances, some indentured coolies managed to escape the island. There was even one unusual case of a Chinese man who found his way to Trinidad in 1866 all the way from Cardenas in Cuba, after having escaped an attempt to re-indenture him less than or equal to while Cuban laws stipulated rules or guidelines for the treatment of African slaves and Chinese coolies, and while methods of resistance, and even attempted legal recourse, were undertaken by slaves and coolies, clearly they were disempowered. Under the Cuban slave and coolie system, those coolies who attempted escape were arrested and punished. The condition of the African slave in Cuba and the unfree servitude of the Chinese coolie in Cuba were similar, both resulting in deprivation of liberty and life. The standard labor contract also provided for the sale of a labor contract. Coolies could then be sold as property or recontract further without cause. The coolie contract also involved rampant misrepresentation of the coolie, with the coolie being put under contracts and renewed contracts under different names. Contracts could also be diverted by planters by claims that the coolie under contract had died when he had not, with the now-dead coolie then being resold to another Cuban employer under another name. Chinese coolie runaways, called cimarrons like their African counterparts, could be captured and sold by the Cuban police. Also similar to their African counterparts, Chinese were sold at marts and auctions. Repeatedly, Chinese coolies tested to being kept and treated as slaves. The coolie when AFA declared, "After 8 years are completed they refuse us the sales and we are forced to remain slaves in perpetuity." The coolie Chiacia declared, "I know of more than 100 who were with me, who on the completion of their contracts were forced either to accept fresh engagements or to enter prison greater than or equal to given the condition of being contracted at the mercy of the master." The Chinese coolie thus became maximally exploited, and the meaning of contract became illusory. The Chinese coolie was disposable or unfree at any time, depending on the vagaries of the system, and the master. Contemporary Cuban scholars conclude that the treatment of Chinese coolies was worse than that of an African slave. The innocuous description of coolies as supposed contract employees or Asiatic colonists neatly allowed coolie trotters to sidestep accusations of slave trading. As one historian noted, to avoid the charge of slavery, the coolies before sailing signed a contract of 8 years indenture, and on arrival at Havana or Lima they were sold in a way differing in a manner but little from a public auction and were at once reduced to the status of slavery. The beginning of the end of coolie and slave labor in Cuba. Throughout the 1860s and 1870s, Chinese coolies were prevalent in the ingenios or sugar mills. On the smaller plantations, Chinese sometimes accounted for 50% of the labor force. They constituted a smaller percentage, however, on the larger plantations in Cuba. Chinese coolies were a minority in a larger population of African slaves and were concentrated in the sugar plantations of Matanzas, the central province of Cuba, and secondly in Las Villas, Santa Clara. One might assume that coolie history occupies a lesser role in the history of labor and production in Cuba, given the total number of Chinese coolies versus the overwhelming numbers of African slaves. However, this assumption has been complicated by the recognition that coolie labor was the critical force in reorganizing the Cuban sugar economy and its systems of production, and furthermore, that it constituted an implicit challenge to entrenched paradigms of race and nation. Some scholars have examined the coolies in terms of their relation to racial constructions in Cuba, others emphasize coolie labor as crucial to the economic transition from slavery to wage labor. One scholar has argued that, in fact, the use of coolies as slave-like property in Cuba actually aided in prolonging the institution of slavery. It is generally agreed, however, that coolie labor was significant in a political economy that was moving toward different modes of production and capital acquisition. In EECT, the use of coolie labor aided the industrialization and mechanization of the ingenios and prompted a paradigm shift in the economy. Chinese freedom fighters in Cuba. 49. Table 5 Chinese population in Cuba, by region, 1861, 1877. Province 1861, 1872, 1877. Pina del Rio 2221, 3396, 3137. Havana 9456, 11365, 10108. Matanzas 15782, 27002, 20054. Santa Clara 6274, 15878, 13301. Puerto Príncipe 341, 297, 94. Santiago de Cuba 754, 462, 422. Total 34,828, 54,447, 1,116. Beginning in 1873, importations of Chinese coolies began to decline significantly because of legal strictures exerted by the Chinese. Later, in 1882, the United States barred Chinese immigration to their shores under the Chinese Exclusion Act. Both resulted in a marked decline in Chinese migration to the Americas. In Cuba, the elimination of Chinese coolie tracé in addition to the costs of Cuba's 1868-1878 10 Years' War of Independence had an impact on the Cuban economy. With these developments regarding the war, labor restrictions, and the economy, Cuban sugar planters needed to make the transition from coerced labor to free labor. Because of ingrained attitudes toward slavery, however, planters still found it difficult to change. Also, the free white laborers who were available were unwilling to participate in the hard work on the sugarcane plantations. Besides the unavailability of free wage laborers, the planters lacked sufficient capitalization to finance a transition to free labor. The engagement of free labor on the sugar plantation would have driven up labor costs at a rate higher than the planters could have withstood. The transition to free labor thus was a risky venture for planters who were accustomed to the old way of engaging labor. The factors of production in the sugar economy began a slow transformation beginning in the 1880s. Large sugar plantations were slowly broken up. The slaves and the coolies were dispersed upon the abolition of slavery. The large landowning families either sold their properties to newcomers or began entering the business of processing sugar only, which they did in centrales. The cultivation of sugar cane was then turned over to sharecrop. 50 Lisa Yun. Pers who replaced the slaves and coolies system. By the beginning of the 20th century, newer and more efficient reading machinery was introduced in the Cuban sugar industry, leading to economies derived from technological innovation. More efficient technology lowered the cost of production, which led to renewed profitability in the sugar industry and the recovery of the efficient size lost when coerced labor was eliminated on the island of Cuba. Today, there are multiple histories of the Chinese Cubans along hybridized lines of class, culture, and race, mixed and pure Chinese. However, in respect to the coolie, it is the image of more contemporary Chinese migrations that is generally known in Chinese diaspora and Latin American/Caribbean historiography, with the coolie being a dimgur of early labor. Chinese-Cuban clan associations as the primary keepers of Chinese-Cuban history and archives were mostly founded by the generations of Chinese merchants. Pi is not equal to theologically interpreted Chinese-Cuban history by focusing on the accomplishments of their communities and on their more contemporary history of Chinese-Cuban participation in the Revolutionary War of 1956-1958. Most recently, attention has been brought to the substantial and fascinating role of Chinese-Cuban generals in that revolution. Notably in the volume Our History is Still Being Written, the story of 3 Chinese-Cuban generals in the Cuban Revolution recounted by the generals Armando Choi, Gustavo Chui, and Moises Sio Wang. In comparison, the history of the coolies, their social contexts and their unique story of struggle for emancipation, is distant. The coolie story has been called La Historia de la Gente sin Historia, a history of a people without a history. Yet the early coolies not only labored in Cuba, they also participated with Africans and Criollos in the wars for independence from Spain. Less than or equal to the Chinos Mambises asserted themselves and became a permanent part of the history of liberation and independence in Cuba and the Americas. Black American Narratives of the Forgotten War. His essay explores black reactions to and experiences of America's forgotten war on the Korean Peninsula. Although the Korean conflict raised many of the same issues present in other American conflicts, the timing and parameters of the war guaranteed that particular narratives would arise among African Americans in and out of uniform. This essay traces 3 aspects of the African American reaction to the war, the most visible of which concerned the role of black troops within an army whose commitment to desegregation was uneven at best. Beyond this issue, black Americans sought to articulate a coherent position on the war as a whole, debating whether the war was a legitimate struggle against aggression or a colonial strike against the self-determination of another colored people. Finally, the war generated important domestic changes. Although these changes were in some ways less striking than the mass migration, industrial employment, and new political mobilizations unleashed throughout the home front during World War II, the unease, anxiety, and opposition generated between 1950 and 1953 produced lasting impressions among a critical swath of black Americans, including several who would play critical roles in the radical era that accompanied the Vietnam War. Remembering Korea, then, helps to illustrate a moment of African American history caught between peril and progress, between internationalism and patriotism, and between hope and despair. Less than or equal to Black Joes. On January 11, 1951, the NAACP Special Counsel thwarted martial law to Japan and Korea in order to investigate the situation of 39 black soldiers convicted by courts-martial as a result of their conduct during the first 3 months of the Korean conflict. The dispatch of the organization's top troubleshooter highlighted both the serious nature of the charges. One convicted lieutenant had been sentenced to death for refusing an order to lead an attack and the restorm of adverse publicity concerning the performance of black soldiers. The convicted soldiers were members of the all-black 24th Infantry Regiment, a former bullet and aloe soldier unit that had seen action across the Great Plains, in Cuba, the Philippines, and Mexico, and in both World Wars. The 24th had earlier won the RST American victory in the Korean Conflict by recapturing a small town, Yukon, about 50 miles north of Taegu, greater than or equal to subsequent defeats during August and September, however, had led to charges of cowardice and insubordination by white officers openly disdainful of black GIS. The resulting trials of 60 infantrymen, 32 of whom were convicted, brought into sharp relief the ongoing debates about the place of race within the armed forces. Military affairs formed an inherently global arena of post-war black political politicking. In 1948, the trade union leader A. Philip Randolph and the black clergyman Grant Reynolds formed the Committee Against Jim Crow in Military Service and Training. Threatening a campaign of draft resistance and civil disobedience along the lines of the magnificent struggles of the people of India against British imperialism, Randolph told members of Congress that Negroes are in no mood to shoulder a gun for democracy abroad so long as they are denied democracy here at home. The threat of widespread draft evasion by blacks came as relations worsened between the United States and the Soviet Union, and as fears grew within the Truman administration that critical black votes would be lost to the Progressive Party candidate Henry Wallace and the Republican Thomas Dewey. Citing the need to maintain the highest standards of democracy, Truman authored an Executive Order, 9981, mandating desegregation and announcing the formation of a 7-member committee, chaired by former U.S. Solicitor General Charles Fahey, to review plans submitted by the various military branches. Testimony before the Fahey Committee revealed an uneven commitment to the new order. The U.S. Navy, Coast Guard, and Marine Corps could only come up with 3 black officers between them out of a total officer corps of nearly 70,000. Nearly 80% of the African American sailors in the Navy were cooks, stewards, or stewards' mates, job categories that were approximately 98% black among the service branches with large numbers of ground forces. Opposition was open and widespread. Army Chief of STA General Omar Bradley warned against making the military an instrument of social policy, while Marine Corps officials added that making the force an agency for experimentation in civil liberty threatened the military readiness of the entire nation. Beyond restricting the ranks of the officer corps, military officials sought to maintain quotas that limited blacks to 10% of the enlisted population. The Army, in particular, feared inundation at the hands of blacks seeking work in the inflationary economic climate that followed the end of World War II. Fears that African Americans would sign up in large numbers for primarily financial reasons were not without reason. Black unemployment rates had risen considerably between 1946 and 1948. Throughout California, trucks stretched bumper to bumper taking former soldiers and defense workers to the expanding cotton fields of California's Central Valley, where growers owed them $2.50 per 100 pounds of cotton picked against the options of unemployment or picking cotton. Many regarded a private's base pay of $95 a month as a workable choice. As a result, black recruits rose from 8.2% to 25% of all Army enlistments in the 4 months that followed the elimination of recruiting quotas in March 1950 is not equal to in claiming segregation as a national defense imperative. Army officials recycled old arguments concerning the poor combat reputation of blacks. The purportedly inglorious performance of the 24th Regimental Combat Team became the primary example of this argument, and allegations regarding the unit's poor performance received widespread publicity. Harold Martin's Saturday Evening Post article proved particularly damaging. Martin's essay described keeping the Negro soldier awake as the most harassing of a list of problems that included laziness, stupidity, and fear. Most damaging, the black soldiers were said to have composed a song in honor of their unwillingness to GHT. Set to the tune of I Am Movin' On, by the country musician Hank Snow, the bug-out boogie reportedly began when those Chinese mortars began to thud. The old Deuce 4 began to bug. Although the song was evidently common to both white and black units, who changed the designation of the retreating unit in order to mock either themselves or rivals, the Post suggested that the celebration of strategic withdrawal, as the U.S. military euphemistically refers to its retreats, was a phenomenon unique to the 24th Infantry. Martin's Evening Post essay appeared 6 months after the courts-martial trials of 60 members of the 24th Infantry, and some 3 months before the unit was disbanded. The trials attracted considerable attention, particularly among African Americans. Black newspapers, several of which had sent teams to Korea to cover the process of integration, angrily questioned the military's motives. Courier editorials noted that segregation precluded the posting of white reinforcements to black units engaged in combat, a factor that left understrength battalions exposed to destruction through attrition. The Baltimore Afro-American openly asserted that the 24th Regimental Combat Team had been set up to fail, noting that it had been assigned too much ground to cover, been left in combat for far too long, and been attacked by what was arguably the toughest North Korean unit, the 6th Division. Another column, entitled What Gives in Korea, argued that such exposure was deliberate, as it offered fearful whites a means by which to resist integration less than or equal to legal proceedings against members of the regiment took place throughout September and October 1950. The most serious allegations concerned the refusal to go into combat, and at least one historian notes that the high rate of OSER casualties may have generated an unspoken assumption that black enlisted men were fragging OSERs. In the end, the trials were speedy and the sentences were harsh. Lieutenant Leon Gilbert was sentenced to death for refusing to lead an attack against great odds, while 15 others received sentences of life in prison. 16 others received prison sentences of between VE and 20 years of hard labor. The most lenient sentence given a black soldier VE years was the longest term given either of the two whites convicted for dereliction of duty. In preparing his report on the trials, Marshall concluded that the trials had taken place in an atmosphere that precluded a legitimate outcome. Black soldiers had been denied the counsel of their choice. Witnesses for the prosecution had given conflicting testimony in separate cases, and judging panels had ignored evidence that should have proved exonerating. Marshall noted that 4 cases ending in life sentences had run between 42 and 50 minutes, leading him to observe that even in Mississippi a Negro will get a trial longer than 42 minutes. Several men were convicted of deserting while in the hospital with doctor's orders, while others were tried and punished more than once for the same offense. The ultimate responsibility, Marshall held, lay with Douglas MacArthur, who Marshall noted maintained a segregated command. As the population of black enlisted men swelled to upward of 30% of combat replacements during 1951, assessing the performance of black soldiers came to be seen as a military imperative. Contrasting opinions concerning the strength of black soldiers in integrated combat units prompted the Army to convene a study, known as Project Clear, that ultimately found that integrated units performed as well as white units, provided that blacks comprised no more than 20% of the total population. By the time of the report's issue in 1951, military necessities increasingly forced the Army to assign replacement soldiers without regard to race. The study thus provided cover to military officials eager to end the face-saving way to concede the necessity of system-wide integration. Little effort, however, was made toward reducing racist attitudes among white soldiers. The white chaplain of the segregated 24th Infantry frankly admitted his bias, conceding, "I am prejudiced against Negroes even though I am a minister greater than or equal to." One soldier asked about the feasibility of integrating domestic bases responded that, if they'd, blacks, be sent in one at a time, they might as well send in a co-en with them, while another held that you integrate units and pretty soon it will lead to intermarriage in another infantryman, betraying a familiarity if not an A90. With black culture, claimed that he would add one on his back if he came up to me and played that game they call the dozens, hit you on your back and say hello motherfucker. Such reactions indicated real and even deadly tension, not simply a transitory prejudice. Wounded soldiers awaiting repatriation told First Lieutenant Adolph Voigt in San Francisco that serving with them nigger bastards would get him killed. Verbal sparring between black and white soldiers was endemic, and while open conflict on the level of the disturbances during the subsequent conflict in Vietnam was absent, accounts by black soldiers painted a decidedly mixed portrait of race relations among enlisted men. There is little doubt that the pressures of war spurred rapid desegregation. By the end of 1953, the Army reported that more than 90% of black enlisted men were serving in integrated units. With the exception of the Army and the Air National Guards, which remained nearly 99% white throughout the Vietnam War, the armed forces were by 1954 unquestionably more mixed than any other single institution in civil society, excepting, of course, prisons. As a result, the military became the forum for precisely the sort of debate that Omar Bradley and others had sought to avoid. Some argued that the U.S. military stood as the ultimate symbol of national possibility, while others lamented that dying seemed to be the primary thing that whites were willing to share with blacks by at the time. It seems, small numbers of black soldiers evidently preferred serving in all-black units. The percentage of black soldiers who told Army interviewers that they would rather serve in black units or live in all-black housing ran between 6% and 22%. One black infantryman stated that he would rather be in a colored unit for the simple reason that I don't like them white people. Such attitudes, however rare, pointed to a problem that faced an American military confronting both the terms and the forces of national liberation. As American officials sought to portray the war as a struggle against communism that had nothing to do with the color line, publicity regarding American racism toward black GIS threatened in ways much more direct than during World War II to open sores throughout the Cold War eras. The communist press concluded as much, editorializing that, although the Negro press does not question the unjust character of the war, its clamor for the abolition of Jim Crow indirectly raises the question of the war's character. Less than or equal to is not equal to here. The domestic and the international fused once again, leading many to suggest that the question of continued black support for the war might turn, not simply on the experience of black soldiers but on the larger question of how the war would be deemed or spun. 61. Mr. Charlie's War? 6 months after the publication of Marshall's report, a group of FTY4 black soldiers wrote the Courier columnist P.L. Pratties in the hopes of publicizing their unhappiness with the aims and the conduct of the Korean War. Citing discrimination against black soldiers at home and abroad, the authors argued that ultimately the war was about denying self-determination to another colored population. Terming the conflict Mr. Charlie's War, they ended by mocking Supreme Commander Douglas MacArthur's famous edict by noting that, while old soldiers never die, plenty of young ones do. Less than or equal to today, the notion of an essentially defensive struggle against communist aggression constitutes a common American understanding of the Korean War. As a result, contemporary denunciations of the conflict as an imperialist and colonial war, more similar to U.S. efforts in the Philippines or Iraq than to World War II, are largely forgotten. Forgotten too is the extent to which significant swaths of African America saw the conflict as heavily racialized. For the most part, the erasure of the Korean conflict as an imperialist intervention is understandable, given both the general lack of interest in the war on the part of Americans and their conviction that American expeditionary forces sought only to check communist expansion. Less than or equal to at the time, however, a diverse group of black communists, independent progressives, left nationalists, and pacists saw the war less as a desperate struggle against Moscow's surrogates than as another untimely and self-serving or to influence the political processes of a non-white people. African Americans had long seen American excursions into the Pacific, especially the Pacific War of 1931-1945, through an internationalist and anti-imperialist lens. Less than or equal to greater than or equal to. As a number of key studies have shown, the struggle between Japan and the United States was waged across a racialized landscape that influenced everything from cultural perceptions and media representations to military campaigns and strategic planning. Less than or equal to the aftermath of the war scattered soldiers and sailors across the ocean, transforming the Black Pacific from an imagined community of transnational anti-racism into an actually existing arc of complex social interactions. In the South Pacific, the sight of armed, uniformed black Joes working alongside white soldiers stoked an anti-colonial consciousness among Solomon Islanders. Less than or equal to black soldiers assigned occupation duties in Japan reported favorable attitudes on the part of Japanese citizens, and they vehemently blamed white officers and military policies for what they regarded as growing racism among Japanese as the occupation continued. The social status, conduct, and influence of African American soldiers overrepresented among the American garrisons in Japan formed a nagging question within an occupation incapable of fully masking its racial overtones. Less than or equal to. Whereas the conflict with Japan had often been debated as a race war, the conflict in Korea increasingly revealed a subtle shift toward a terminology that replaced race with color. This, it should be stressed, was a tendency and not an absolute, and the terms race and color were occasionally used interchangeably, primarily among supporters of the U.S. intervention. Nevertheless, to the extent that the language of race war seemed to suggest competing racial concepts or orders, as in the case of the U.S. and Japan, the notion of a war of color opened a space for viewing the Korean conflict, the Chinese Revolution, and the insurgencies in Indonesia, Indochina, and the Philippines as part of a worldwide struggle against what the African-American radical Malcolm X termed world white supremacy. As John Dower has noted, pre-war fears of an anti-colonial race war pitting India, China, Japan, and other Asian nations against the West re-emerged well before the conclusion of hostilities in 1945. An article in Catholic World in July of that year, entitled "Which War Comes Next?" noted Russia's Asiatic character in order to argue that the struggle against communism and the threatened race war might well fuse together less than or equal to pi. Although such sentiments became less histrionic during the 1950s, the thinking behind them expanded with Chinese Revolution and the rise of the ostensibly socialist regimes of Nasser and Nehru. By the time of the 1955 gathering of non-aligned nations in Bandung, Indonesia, the notion of an independent foreign policy among developing countries was seen as little more than a communist trick. In the immediate post-war period, events in Korea proved a call to separate from larger discussions of decolonization. Communists, progressives, and left nationalists saw a worldwide war of color between reputable nationalists like Mao and Kim Il-sung and Quislings and Uncle Toms like the Chinese nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek and the South Korean President Syngman Rhee, whom the columnist J. A. Rogers called senile and incompetent. Less than or equal to the perception that the United States was preventing unification caused many to view events in Korea as part of a global struggle for self-determination. Thus the black paper with the most extensive coverage of the war, the Baltimore Afro-American, compared the struggle in Korea to the Boxer Rebellion, noting that the 1950s did not mark the RST time that Asians had fought against combined armies drawn from Europe and Japan. Less than or equal to omega. Another journalist wrote that the Korean people, North and South, have no welcome on their doormats for Americans. Greater than or equal to is not equal to closer to home. Nationalist expatriates living in Los Angeles published a bilingual weekly paper, Korean Independence, relentlessly critical of both the Rhee government and the American intervention. The California Eagle, published a few miles away from the J.E. Erson Boulevard OCES of the Korean Independence Co., often echoed Korean independence, as when the publisher Charlotta Bass denounced the U.N.'s decision to intervene as a purchased parliamentary victory that meant little, given the absence of North Korean or Chinese participation in the UN debate. Greater than or equal to the composition of UN expeditionary forces did little to reassure those who saw the U.S.-led intervention as a colonial crusade. Ostensibly first world nations provided the bulk of the UN coalition, with Australia, Belgium, Canada, Greece, New Zealand, and tiny Luxembourg sending combat units. Some of the largest contingents came from England, the Netherlands, and France, each of which was busily confronting Southeast Asian guerrilla insurgencies. One observer tried to connect the dots by arguing that the smoke of battle in Korea has not yet cleared, and the French capitalists are already crying for our boys to be used to protect their interests. Greater than or equal to less than or equal to. Among those skeptical of American motivations in Korea, one ally provoked particular ire. As Thomas Borstelmann notes, the Korean Connacht confirmed the Republic of South Africa as the United States' closest African ally. The Korean Connacht erupted just as the legal framework of apartheid was being established, with the Group Areas Act, the Prohibition of Mixed Marriages Act, and the Suppression of Communism Act airing clear parallels with the United States. Greater than or equal to South Africa contributed an Air Force squadron to the UN EORT, and at least one OCHAL air to raise a levy of 100,000 colored soldiers. Beyond soldiers or airmen, however, an alliance with South Africa promised a steady supply of uranium, a key resource for an American military openly considering the use of nuclear weapons against Chinese and Korean targets. Anti-imperialist black activists criticized the expanding strategic alliance between the segregated United States, apartheid South Africa, and Europe's colonial powers, claiming that South Africa in her treatment of colored people represents a greater challenge to world peace than Korea. The Council on African Affairs added that neither might of wealth nor military power can settle struggles in Asia and Africa. Greater than or equal to the Council's call, authored by W.E.B. Du Bois, was endorsed by more than 100 black activists, journalists, artists, labor leaders, professionals, and clergy, including the Council leaders Robeson and Du Bois, the Baltimore Afro American editor Wes Matthews, the producer Carlton Moss, the naval officer Capt. Hugh Mulzack, the artists Aaron Douglas and Charles White, and several regional NAACP secretaries. Charlotta Bass asked how Americans could debate losing China and Korea, as if they were ours in the RST place, while another woman wrote caustically that she was personally tired of having Ralph Bunche dangled from ag poles before adding, "If this is a living example of democracy that we are spreading in Korea, then heaven help the dark Korean people." Greater than or equal to. Even more moderate observers seemed inclined to regard events in Korea as part of a broad transformation underway throughout the world. A news release from the Associated Negro Press wire service termed the conflict a clash of white versus colored, of imperialism versus nationalism, claiming that America is the last bulwark of the colonial powers. The wire service release concluded, "If she is beaten in Korea, the whole structure of colonialism will be shaken and toppled." A Pittsburgh Courier columnist wrote, "In Korea, in Indochina, in Tunisia, in South Africa, in India, the West Indies, South America, and the United States, the magic that made chattel slaves of some, peons of many and sharecroppers of others is furiously losing its charm." Greater than or equal to. Despite his own feelings against communism, the NAACP head Walter White warned that the animosity of China and North Korea showed an implacable hatred toward white people worldwide. Having earlier spoken of a growing connection between black Americans and the colonial world, White predicted that a worldwide racial conflict was inevitable unless white nations completed an about-face on the issue of race. Others disputed claims of a racialized war. The Los Angeles Sentinel called claims of a race war ill-founded, instead informing readers that the war constituted a clash between political ideologies with adherents among all racial groups. Greater than or equal to. Pie and Ebony photo editorial entitled "Is It a War of Color?" compared communist efforts to mobilize anti-war sentiment through anti-racist appeals to Japanese wartime propaganda. A letter to the editor published in the Afro-American concurred, noting that the presence of Tanyangs and troops from the Philippines, Siam, and the Chinese Kuomintang proved the war against aggression rather than one of whites against a colored race. The Chicago Defender, writing only days before China's intervention changed the parameters of the war, argued that the UN victory owed a lesson to the Russians, who, the newspaper maintained, were behind the initial attack. The NAACP owed a more conditional endorsement, arguing that, if the United States is to win the support of non-communist Asia and Africa, it will have to demonstrate that democracy is a living reality which knows no limitation of race. Greater than or equal to. Despite these claims, the war's obvious racial overtones proved difficult to ignore. Battlefield reports often made explicit reference to racial issues. The Afro-American reported on a unit of North Korean soldiers in blackface attempting to infiltrate American positions. Greater than or equal to. Omega on another occasion, the paper led with a headline discussing North Korean broadcasts aimed at black soldiers, placing the article over another article describing the bombing of the 24th Infantry Regiment by American aircraft. The latter issue particularly vexed black soldiers, who complained repeatedly of launching costly attacks on enemy positions that had to be abandoned following poorly aimed air and artillery barrages. More than one soldier, in fact, prefaced his comments in support of military integration by noting that he thought he was less likely to be bombed by American planes if he were in a mixed unit. Newspaper accounts provided some sense of a growing disenchantment with the war on the part of black enlisted men. The Courier printed a letter from FTY4 black soldiers asking, "Why is this country in Korea?" The Daily People's World reprinted a song penned by an injured private that included a stanza proclaiming, "Till our discharge we must take it / many good things we must miss / don't let the draft board get you / and for God's sake don't enlist." Critical opinions by other black soldiers prompted Curtis Morrow, who had volunteered for the army, to declare the war bullshit. Is not equal to unhappiness extended to white and Latino soldiers as well. Quoting a GI who described the war as damned useless, the New York Times argued that an unawareness of the mission was hampering American efforts. A correspondent from the Atlanta Constitution overhead a soldier who, upon being informed that he was part of an international police force, asked sarcastically, "When do I get my horse?" Less than or equal to. As in the war with Japan, racist depictions of a savage and inhuman enemy became commonplace. Chinese soldiers, attacking en masse without artillery or air support, were referred to as ants or other insects. The second highest-ranking American military officer in Korea, Major General Edward Ned Amond, sought to rally a group of Marines destined for annihilation at the chosen reservoir with instructions not to let a bunch of Chinese laundrymen stop you. Greater than or equal to. The ostensible aims of the war, however, as well as the presence of Asian armies among Allied troops, limited the haute shale tolerance for openly derogatory references to the enemy. MacArthur's segregated headquarters issued an advisory instructing soldiers to avoid using the word gook, while an article published in the military paper Tips informed readers that insulting and alienating language provided ammunition for the propaganda war waged against democratic nations. Although the epithet continued to grow in popularity among American soldiers, newspaper accounts reported black unease with the epithet, perhaps as a result of the perception, articulated clearly by the New York Age, that gook was a new way of saying NR. Endemic racism constituted the primary challenge for observers seeking to recast the war narrative away from discussions of race. Institutional racism extended beyond the presence of ill-equipped and poorly led segregated battalions. Black soldiers repeatedly claimed that their requests for air and artillery support were ignored. Donated blood was labeled by race until protests by UNSTA forced a change. And although military cemeteries had been formally desegregated in 1948, the Congressional Medal of Honor winner Sergeant Cornelius Charlton was denied burial in Arlington National Cemetery, suggesting that while there may not have been any racists in the foxholes, there were still a few directing the burial procedures of the armed forces. Nowhere was the war's sharply racial relief brought into greater focus than in the prisoner of war camps spread along North Korea's mountainous northern frontier. The seesaw battles of the war's first year saw large numbers of American servicemen fall prisoner to advancing North Korean and Chinese forces. The latter took charge of administrative duties relating to UN prisoners of war, conducting sustained political work among their charges. More than 7,000 captured American troops were separated according to their political leanings, with progressives and reactionaries standing on opposite sides of the political spectrum. The extent and apparent EECT of these eORT's post-war estimates put the number of troops said to have collaborated with their captors as high as one-third, led to a decade of debate concerning the mental and physical stamina of American soldiers. Much of this debate turned on the question of the purported brainwashing of American servicemen. Amid more coercive methods, interrogation, and indoctrination, eORTs contain political education and struggle sessions focused on generating a critique of both the war and American society among soldiers and airmen. As with every other U.S. war in Asia, black soldiers were seen as logically open to precisely such a critique. Discussions of racial conditions in the United States formed part of the core of Chinese propaganda eORTs, and black soldiers were among those most pressed to write letters, sign peace petitions, or participate in radio broadcasts denouncing the war. Roger Fletcher, a captured member of the segregated 24th Infantry, noted that racial themes surfaced more commonly during education sessions than during interrogations. Told to go back to your country and help start a revolution, Fletcher decided that the Chinese did not like white people very much. Post-war surveys of POW behavior, otherwise bitterly opposed, are unit in proclaiming the Negro GI is no more susceptible to red propaganda than his white cohorts. Indeed, as one recent study notes, post-war research concerning POW conduct deliberately avoids using race as an analytical tool, ignoring, for example, the segregation of returning prisoners by American haute shales after the armistice for purposes of interrogation. One notable exception, Edward Hunter's book Brainwashing, contains an entire chapter devoted to what he terms the Korean miracle of black resistance to communist entreaties. Hunter, a former propagandist for the OCE of Strategic Services whose political work had centered on coordinating anti-communist opposition among American journalists, actually seems to have coined the term brainwashing. Both the term itself and Hunter's insistence that black Americans prove no more susceptible than whites are worthy of note. In the context of Cold War struggle, both changing race relations and the purported superiority of American life were shot through with questions of national security. As a result, the conscious desire to minimize incidents of race deterrence during wartime and the insistence that anyone who preferred life under socialism was clinically insane can be seen as the ideological imperatives of a society locked in a struggle as all-encompassing as it was erst. Is not equal to. Given these gaps, it is entirely possible that black soldiers agreed tacitly with Chinese commentary linking capitalism with racism and imperialism. Perhaps black soldiers, eager to press their claims toward full citizenship, saw little of value in the mandatory political education classes that prisoners attended. On the other hand, Chinese eORTs may simply have come one war too early. Unlike Vietnam, where hundreds if not thousands of black GIS would eventually create autonomous black zones like Saigon's Soul Alley, refused to GHT, or publicly agree with Muhammad Ali's observation concerning his refusal to quarrel with the Viet Cong. The pattern of separating black soldiers into their own areas during the Korean conflict generated considerable resentment among soldiers reminded of domestic conditions. Chinese eorts made an impression on white prisoners as well. Approximately 22% of returning prisoners listed members of minority groups as the primary group to whom Chinese propaganda eorts were directed. Prison life exacerbated pre-existing tensions, and at least some white prisoners angrily rejected what they saw as preferences of treatment given to minority group Americans. Small groupings of reactionary prisoners organized into groups like the Free Hearts of America, the Non-Benedict Arnold Club, the War Camp, and the Un-American Activities Committee is one of the studies most sympathetic to American prisoners notes, however, the most prevalent resistance organization among servicemen was called the Ku Klux Klan. Cells of between 2 and 4 Klan members sought to intimidate prisoners away from collaboration with their captors through threats and occasional acts of violence. Collaboration was generally in the eye of the beholder. The daughter of one serviceman who refused repatriation pointedly asked, "When someone points out something you already know, such as racism, is that brainwashing?" Less than or equal to in addition to political education classes, soldiers were encouraged to sign peace petitions and to write letters questioning the aims and value of the war. Most notable, however, were the daily radio broadcasts recorded in Korea and broadcast over shortwave radio from Beijing. Greater than or equal to both white and black servicemen participated in the broadcasts, which also featured Chinese announcers. Details of the broadcasts were carried in the mainstream media, the communist press, and in African American periodicals, as when the Courier described the Seoul City Sioux broadcast excoriating black soldiers as slaves to the American white man and claiming we are all of the colored race. Although the overall EECT of such missives is difficult to gauge, post-war authors took pains to portray black soldiers as equal partners in resisting communist entreaties. Nevertheless, at least 3 African American prisoners of war refused repatriation. Unlike several of the 18 white soldiers who chose to remain in North Korea, none of the 3 African American detainees possessed a background of familiarity with Marxism. None was even said by the army to have known the location of Korea before the outbreak of war. Thus the eort to survive America, rather than any anxiety with either scientific socialism or East Asian life, explained the decisions of the 3. Corporal Lawrence Sullivan, an impoverished soldier from Santa Barbara who had not known the habit of breakfast as a child and had seen his sisters placed in foster homes following the incarceration of his mother, while his own life had been sufficiently bad that the authors of a book on GI deserters conceded, "You cannot envy anyone in Santa Barbara who is willing to condemn Lawrence Sullivan for turning his back on America captured in the chaotic days following the initial Chinese intervention." Sullivan's treatment in a People's Liberation Army (PLA) military hospital prompted him to oppose a war, as he declared in a letter to his grandmother, that is not being fought for the common people like Sullivan. Private William White and Private Clarence Adams refused to return to the United States. Both were Southerners. Few familiar with White, of Plumerville, Arkansas, Pop 550, could understand why he elected to stay in China, although his description by a former employer as a good worker, not one of those rowdy niggers, suggests something of what he chose to leave behind. A Memphis native, Adams had been assigned to an all-black artillery unit ordered to advance even as white soldiers retreated past them. Convinced that his unit had been sacrificed in order to save white lives, Adams was incensed by what he saw as pervasive racism among white prisoners. Openly critical of American society, Adams was seen as a progressive prisoner by the Chinese and placed in charge of a prison library. Choosing to remain, Adams earned a university degree, married a Chinese academic, and started a family. During the early years of open American involvement in Vietnam, 1963-1966, Adams was involved in making radio broadcasts aimed at American troops. Adams and his wife left for the United States in 1966, pushed by political criticisms launched at them as the Cultural Revolution began. Despite death threats and a federal investigation, Adams remained in the United States, where in Memphis he and his family operated a restaurant until his death in 1999. Midway through 1949, the San Francisco-based Spire Records released a sparse 78 RPM single by the California blues pianist and migrant agricultural worker, Mercy D. Walton. In lyrics familiar to many a young man, G.I. Fever describes unsuccessful efforts to compete for the attention of women against soldiers. As Walton sang, I can dress up in my nest, she don't even look my way. I can dress up in my nest, she don't even look my way. Just starts talking about some sergeant she saw downtown that day. Now I'm going down to the draft board, I'm going to fall down on my knees, I'm going to baba-doo-doo-lay. Going down to the draft board, I'm going to fall down on my knees, I'm asking them to give me some position in this man's army, please. Walton had written and performed G.I. Fever during the heady years of World War II, as defense employment ignited a boom in nightclub business from Oakland to San Diego. Against the backdrop of a new mobilization, Spire Records founder Chester Lew doubtlessly imagined that the record would capture audiences gearing up for a new war. With the outbreak of war several months away, however, Walton's single sold poorly among audiences dealing less with wartime fever than with reconversion blues. The explosion of new hostilities led to expectations of a new economic boom. Charlotta Bass described the streets of South Los Angeles as looking as they had during World War II. Unemployment among non-whites declined by nearly half nationwide, from 8.5% to 4.8%, and music industry executives and club owners claimed that sheet music sales and orchestra prospects were better than any time since 1940-41. Commentators predicted that orchestras, in decline since the early days of World War II, would stage a comeback to displaced singers and beboppers is not equal to ultimately. However, few saw a dramatic improvement in their economic fortunes. Wage and price controls slowed but did not eliminate inflationary pressures on household items and foodstuffs. Much of the war was initially fought with surplus equipment, and the Truman administration's initial unwillingness to commit to a full national mobilization owing in part to the generally suspect level of support for the war created an uneven employment picture. In Southern California, for example, defense production increasingly shifted from multiracial Los Angeles to predominantly white Orange County. The percentage of African Americans employed in heavy industry in Los Angeles continued to decline in any event, dropping to less than 5%. Writing more than a year after the outbreak of war, the communist leader Pettis Perry stated, Negro women, who were driven from industry right after the Second World War, have never regained any mass base in industry anywhere in the country. Efforts to create a new Fair Employment Practices Commission went nowhere, with African American leaders committed to a Cold War civil rights strategy unwilling to threaten widespread protest against the backdrop of rising state repression. A Korean War-era version of the Double Victory campaign, it seems, was to be limited to struggling over the terms of military integration less than or equal to mostly. The war found black folks at home anxious and uneasy. B.B. King's mournful lament Sweet 16 included the lyrics, well, my brother's in Korea, baby, my sister's down in New Orleans. You know I'm having so much troubles, people, baby, I wonder what in the world is gonna happen to me greater than or equal to. During 1951 and 1952, J.B. Lenore recorded several songs critical of the war and its effects, including the Eisenhower Blues, I Am in Korea, and Korea Blues. In the latter, the guitarist asked, who you gonna let lay down in my bed when the Chinese shoot me down? In Korea somewhere, confusion over the war was aptly summarized in an editorial cartoon published in the Pittsburgh Courier. In it, a woman looking in on a neighbor listens as her friend complains about that no good Bootsy. He keeps that television and radio going all day long, and all you can hear around here is Jackie's at the bat, counts 2 and 1. The North Koreans done run MacArthur back another 10 miles. There's a sharp hit to the shortstop and MacArthur say, pay it no mind. Sister, I'm so mixed up and myself trying to sweep the hallway with a re-extinguisher. African Americans were not alone in experiencing difficulty coming to grips with the meaning of the war. With the exception of the recent invasion of Iraq, the American intervention in Korea was arguably the least popular American military effort in the 20th century. After an initial surge in patriotic sentiment, Americans wearied quickly of a war seemingly without progress or end. As in Vietnam, organized opposition came from pacifists as well as the left. Few of any political persuasion wanted to shoulder the increased tax burden the war was sure to bring, while others viewed the participation of only 16 of the United Nations' 60 member states as evidence of a civil conflict that the United States should seek to avoid. Many business leaders resented the imposition of price controls, while rightist opposition came from hawkish politicians concerned that the United States was doing without using the full contents of its arsenal, i.e., nuclear weapons. Reservations extended to the very top of the military chain of command. Having initially refused to divert units based in Europe for duty in Asia, the Joint Chiefs of STA Chairman Omar Bradley termed the conflict the wrong war, in the wrong place, at the wrong time, against the wrong enemy. For some, the war was not simply wrong but deeply uninteresting. One Vancouver paper reportedly ran the same combat dispatches complete with identical headlines and punctuation for 3 days without eliciting complaint from readers. Most black opposition to the war came from the left. Harlem communists led one of the Connect's RST anti-war rallies, meeting only 10 days after the RST commitment of U.S. troops. Paul Robeson joined the recently ousted Communist City Councilman Ben Davis, who told a crowd of 1,500 that if Truman, Dulles, and MacArthur have ants in their pants, let them send troops into Mississippi and Georgia. By calling the struggles for peace and equality indivisible, Davis noted a growing acuteness of the contradiction between the war program of the American billionaires and the struggle for Negro liberation. William Patterson wrote that the wanton murder of Negroes has been a dress rehearsal for the murders of Koreans and Chinese, while Pettis Perry, secretary of the party's Negro Commission, called the use of napalm genocidal. Writing in Masses and Mainstream, John Pittman detailed widespread opposition to the war on the part of urban blacks. Quoting a white unionist who had claimed to have gathered more than 1,000 signatures in favor of the anti-nuclear Stockholm peace petition, Pittman wrote, "In the ghetto, you get a deterrent kind of response. The people aren't afraid. They may say they don't see how a petition campaign can avert war, but they aren't scared to sign it." Pi is not equal to party activists, and Aliates sought to build a base of support among African Americans by linking the conduct of a racist war to the continuing oppression of African Americans at home. Civil Rights Congress activists led the initial struggle to publicize the case of Lieutenant Gilbert, earning his thanks even as the NAACP seized control of his legal GHT. Pi in California, the Civil Rights Congress National Secretary Aubrey Grossman joined the Korean-American publisher Dr. Diamond Kim at an anti-war rally held in Watts. Pi less than or equal to local Congress members played a key role in mobilizing support, organizing legal defense, and ending bail money for the architect David Hyun, who was threatened with deportation to South Korea despite his arrest as an alleged North Korean agent. Pi greater than or equal to. While these efforts may have facilitated an early degree of black anti-war opinion, internal contradictions hampered efforts conceived or led by the Communist Party. Pettis Perry warned sharply that white chauvinism threatened the struggle for peace, while the party's attempt to re-articulate the national question of black self-determination ran counter to the increasingly promising possibilities of integration. More seriously, the Korean War was the RST in which members of the political left found themselves obligated not simply to advocate peace but often to champion the cause of the enemy. Even when the latter contradiction could be missed, ideological and practical challenges remained. Upholding domestic anti-racism and international anti-imperialism found the Communist Party advocating somewhat schizophrenic demands for more rapid military integration and an immediate end to hostilities. Perhaps units were to have been integrated on the way back to the United States. Beyond these problems, the increasingly draconian environment faced by Party Cotter prevented the Communist Party in the United States from leading the struggle against the war. The preceding years had seen the decline of Popular Front institutions such as the National Negro Congress, the purge of communist locals from the ranks of the CIO, new legislation aimed at preventing subversion, and an increasingly active campaign to convince Americans that secretive groups threatened national security. Attempts to move the party to the center foundered, as former allies like 74. Henry Wallace became ardent supporters of war. New security laws made normal operations impossible, and entire sections of the party were ordered to begin preparations for existence underground. Against this backdrop, above-ground activities focused on defensive efforts to free jailed party members, such as those promoted by the Committee to Defend Negro Leadership and the Committee for the Defense of the Foreign-Born. With the targeting of immigrants a key element of Cold War repression, the latter committee often found itself working in conjunction with civil rights and anti-racist activists. Although many Smith Act and McCarran Act, 1952, defendants were white, many were not. The Trinidadians C.L.R. James and Claudia Jones confronted deportation, as did the Guatemalan Luisa Moreno, the Filipino Ernesto Mang Joang, and the Koreans Sang Ryuk Park and David Hyun. State repression against identical communists and the decline of the interracial left meant that the most visible black opposition to war came from left-leaning black radicals formerly independent of any group affiliation. This included Robeson, Du Bois, and Bass, as well as artists like Aaron Douglas and Charles White, clergymen like Edward D. McGowan and J. Raymond Henderson, and the journalist Wes Matthews. During the war's RST year, the Council on African Affairs constituted the primary political home of this tendency, at least for the dissemination of information. In her guise as Progressive Party vice presidential candidate, Bass toured the United States denouncing the war. Du Bois addressed rallies on both coasts, gathering signatures for the Stockholm Appeal against the use of atomic weapons as students began practicing duck and cover drills nationwide. Robeson joined a group of schoolchildren in New York who staged a sit-in at the United Nations to protest ambiguous American comments that seemed to suggest a possible nuclear strike against China. Neither the poor electoral fortunes of the Progressive Party nor the subsequent marginalization of Robeson and Du Bois should be taken as evidence that proponents of peace lacked a mass base. More than 1 million Americans signed the Stockholm Appeal, with up to 30,000 signing in Los Angeles during one long 4th of July weekend. Accounts published in the Daily People's World reported strong support for the petition among African Americans, a factor that perhaps explains why the petition drive became the basis of the federal government's legal complaint against the octogenarian Du Bois. An anti-war rally held at Madison Square Garden. 75. Drew 18,000. Polls taken in March 1952 revealed that only 13% of black women supported the U.S. war in Korea, making black women the group of Americans most opposed to continuing the war. According to the journalist John Pittman, opposition was the dominant black view of the war, extending from Negroes in uniforms through farmers, industrial workers, white-collar workers, domestic workers, housewives, small businessmen, and many professionals. Although Pittman was biased, he wasn't wrong. 2 years into the war, a majority of African Americans, 55%, supported continued negotiation or an immediate withdrawal, options that a slight minority, 44%, of whites found more appealing than continuing to seek a decisive victory is not equal to. Although most opposition to the war in Korea was verbal in nature, draft resistance was more pronounced than in either world war. Nearly 1.5% of draftees sought conscientious objector status, a rate 10 times that of World War II, and the federal government investigated thousands of cases of draft resistance. Estimates of draft evasion ran as high as 30% in Harlem alone, and African Americans ultimately represented some 20% of those arrested for violating the Selective Service Act of 1948. The low overall number of blacks prosecuted for refusing induction, 131, likely attests less to the level of resistance than to the limited means the government brought to bear upon those refusing to GHT. The war caused deep divisions among pacifist organizations seeking a common position on what many regarded as communist aggression. James Farmer, for example, argued that he saw no practical alternative to war during the conflict. His stance brought him into direct conflict with the Fellowship of Reconciliation member Bayard Rustin and the Peacemakers activist Bill Sutherland, both of whom spent the war organizing rallies and practicing nonviolent civil disobedience. Citing religious beliefs, the Tennessean activist James Lawson chose prison over Korea, serving 3 years, while Bob Moses, a key figure in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee during the 1960s, spent the war in European and Japanese camps run by the Quakers. Although the federal government had made efforts to tighten the requirements for those claiming conscientious objector status, members of the growing Nation of Islam and Black Jehovah's Witnesses refused to serve less than or equal to it is difficult to ascertain precisely the extent to which domestic opposition changed the political calculus in Washington regarding the war. Ser. 76. Tamely, the eventual critiques of the Wall Street Journal and the Joint Chiefs of STA carried more weight than the missives of Paul Robeson or Charlotta Bass. Ultimately, the answer matters little. American anti-war sentiment has historically functioned less to produce a cessation of hostilities than to narrow the range of motion for policymakers eager to maintain a full quiver of options. Unintended consequences often form the most important legacy of war, from the outpouring of political and cultural radicalism following World War I to the birth of the modern civil rights movement after 1941. Korea proved no deterrent. Beyond the ostensibly successful integration of the armed forces, One lasting EECT of the conflict was the radicalization of a cadre of former black military personnel who would go on to play important roles in the subsequent civil rights and black power movements. In addition to those like Lawson and Moses who sought to avoid the military, many black radicals active during the 1960s served in the military during the war. A decorated serviceman with a Purple Heart, a Korean Service Medal, the Republic of Korea Presidential Unit Citation, a Combat Infantry Badge, and United Nations and Japanese occupation duty ribbons. Ivory Perry served prison time after a questionable arrest and court-martial. Perry later stated, "I shouldn't have been in Korea in the RST place greater than or equal to dishonorably discharged from the Marine Corps." The Black Power pioneer Robert Williams termed the conflict in Korea a stupid waste. The Black Panther Party co-founder Bobby Seale listed racial incidents during the war as one reason for his subsequent radicalization, as did James Foreman, the eventual director of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee's International Affairs Bureau, who served an unhappy stint in the Air Force during the war. The war played a similar role in facilitating the development of black cultural radicalism during the 1960s. As the airman Amory Baraka observed, the 50s took on their own peculiar foreboding shape because of the grim catalyst of the Korean War and the emotional chaos that went with it. The Negro could not help but be affected, neither could his music, whether as volunteers or draftees. An important cross-section of the 1960s jazz avant-garde served between 1950 and 1954. The Chicago-based Association for the Advancement of Creative Musicians collective members Roscoe Mitchell and Joseph Jarman and the saxophonist Albert Eller served in Europe during the war years. The St. Louis Black Arts Group members Julius Hemphill and Hamiet Bluyett were in uniform during this time as well, as were the 77 Los Angeles free jazz pioneers Horace Tapscott, Bobby Bradford, and Eric Dolphy. For these men, some of whom had never before left the cities of their birth, military service facilitated contact with like-minded musicians under conditions conducive to artistic experimentation. In at least one case, the EECT was even more direct. While in Korea, the multi-instrumentalist Bilal Abdur Rahman was given a woodwind instrument called a PIRI by a Korean farmer, which Abdur Rahman then used in developing his signature jazz/Middle Eastern compositions. As the latter case suggests, the Korean War formed only one part of a broad-based internationalist counter-narrative to the domesticating impulses of the Cold War liberalism during the early to mid-1950s. Black interest in India and China, in African liberation and Puerto Rican nationalism, and in the West Indies and the Middle East all expanded during the 1950s war in Korea, however, facilitated the mobilization of people and resources, bringing individuals into new contexts. Debates over the pace of military and civilian desegregation, over the place of African Americans in a world seemingly fracturing along the global color line, and over the opportunities and challenges provided, again, by war all contributed to making the Korean conflict a critical one for African Americans. Responses vacillated between support for military integration and fury at the representations of black soldiers, between the desire for fuller participation in American life and the growing appeal of a proto-third worldism, and between the desire to force change at a moment of national crisis and the growing implausibility of public dissent. Highlighting the insolubility of African and American, the war illustrated what one recent account calls the Great Divide in the modern black freedom movement between those who saw an identification with the U.S. state as the answer to black mass discontent and those for whom the national frame and therefore the American state was part of a problem that could only be solved across continents and seas. Omega Coda, Fighting the Last War. In a recent article, the former Army specialist Jorge Mariscal noted the cold ironies at play on a day when National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice defended the Bush administration before the 9/11 Commission while, 8 time zones away, Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez explained Iraq's deteriorating security situation at a military press brand. Both Rice, an African 78 American of working-class origins from one of the most racist areas of the United States, and Sanchez, a Tejano of similarly humble economic origins for whom the military proved a path to education, success, and respect, found themselves publicly defending decisions made by a group of privileged white men whose commitment to telling the truth has proven to be negligible. Omega is not equal to Rice and Sanchez, like Secretary of State Colin Powell or the 4-star General John Abizaid, constitutes some of the most visible faces of American power on the world stage. The political EECT, intentional or otherwise, is clear. Echoing Stokely Carmichael, "You can't eat Ralph Bunche for lunch," the Palestinian MK, member of Knesset, Ismi Bisharin noted caustically, "People are sick and tired of the sound bites of John Abi Zaid and Ricardo Sanchez. If one were to land in Iraq from another planet, one would suspect that there are more non-whites in America than whites. America is using identity politics of the cheapest sort. This military multiculturalism fools a clear role. Media representations of a colorblind army facilitate many of the moral imperatives placed at the heart of America's contemporary war on terror. Promoting a colorblind army arrayed against an implacable foe contrasts a modern and Western universalism with a provincial, pre-modern region, dekes accusations of imperialism by proposing instead a struggle between competing ideologies, and suggests that the entire world as represented by our Arab and Latino commanders and black statesmen shares an interest in the outcomes that American policymakers desire. Less than or equal to the story was similar FTY years ago. The Korean War provided the impetus for a specific reordering of American racial relations, paving the way for the emergence of the belief that the U.S. military, the primary purveyors of organized violence on the planet today, somehow represents the most meritocratic, socially equal, and ultimately progressive institution in American society. The American-led world war against Islam, like the American-directed world war against communism, confronts an enemy whose long record of racial mixing necessitates a very public presentation of American universalism. This universalism, of course, went unobserved at home. Racial progress consistently stalled in the interests of national security, from the collapse of interracial unionization eorts in the 1940s Jim Crow South amidst red baiting through the skull evisceration of the war on poverty as a result of 79. Vietnam. The post-war Red Scare, moreover, explicitly targeted non-citizens and cast communism as a foreign-born illness treatable with summary arrests, jailing, and deportation. Neither racial reaction nor military multiculturalism forms the only link between the Cold War and the War on Terror. Events in Iraq, Afghanistan, and the Philippines have raised anew the idea that some small, weak, confused, and dangerous segment of our own populace may hold strange ideas, planted from afar, that are germinating slowly in our putatively open society. A poor Chicagoan converts in prison. An white kid turns his back on America. From the outside, they seem normal enough. Inside, however, they seethe with rage inculcated in foreign schools. Brainwashing, it would seem, is back. Or so the recent decisions of Hollywood suggest. Although World War II and Vietnam constitute the primary analogies utilized by the right and left, respectively, in framing the war on terror, it is perhaps less than accidental that rather than remaking either The Big Red One or Apocalypse Now, Paramount Pictures spent $80 million making and $30 million advertising the remake of the 1962 classic of Cold War paranoia, The Manchurian Candidate. Paramount's 2004 eort perhaps reeks little more than a desperation of ALM industry engaged in the sorts of recycling decried by Theodore Adorno. The replacement of Manchuria with a deterritorialized corporate concern certainly suggests little in the way of continuity with an early historical epoch. Still, the guru of Sergeant Marco, Denzel Washington, as a confused former serviceman whose loyalty to the United States provides his sole path to clarity following his captivity, suggests powerfully the idea that America can in the end be seen as the only possible alienation for African Americans in or out of uniform. And so, for those whom integration has failed, perhaps there are lessons to be learned from a war and a world where an infantryman could enter enthused with patriotism, or just needing a job, and ultimately elect to remain a permanent resident of the People's Republic of China. Like other political projects, memory and history involve the active organization and mobilization of consciousness and resources. Thus, in considering a counter-narrative of opposition and unease during the Korean War, we might, at the very least, begin to make space for alternative histories, alternative imaginations, and therefore alternative politics imagined outside and perhaps arrayed against a national frame. Part 2 explores the fertile period of Afro-Asian liberation and exchange during the period of national liberation and the rise of the Third World. It begins with Mao Zedong's two statements delivered in 1963 and 1968, respectively in support of black liberation. The statements came as responses to appeals by black radicals like Robert F. Williams, and they were received by black radicals in the United States as true signs of international solidarity. Robin D. G. Kelly and Betsy Esch's essay Black Like Mao is a comprehensive overview of the influence of Maoism on African American leftists, nationalists, and internationalism from the time of the Chinese Revolution of 1949 to the 1960s. And the Chinese Revolution on the Black Liberation Movement and the Asian Movement on the East Coast. OERS a framework for assessing the impact of Mao and Maoism on African American and Asian Pacific American liberation struggles. Diane Fujino in her essay The Black Liberation Movement and Japanese American Activism assesses two of the groundbreaking Asian American activists of the 1960s, Richard Aoki and Yuri Kochiyama, and their relationship to Malcolm X and the Black Panthers, respectively. Finally, Kalamuya Salam's essay, Why Do We Lie About Telling the Truth, is a tour de force, trenchant polemic and commentary on African American internalized oppression and the need for internationalist militant unity. Mao Zedong. Statement supporting the Afro-American in their just struggle against racial discrimination by U.S. imperialism, August 8, 1963. An Afro-American leader now taking refuge in Cuba, Mr. Robert Williams, the former president of the Monroe, North Carolina, chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, has twice this year asked me for a statement in support of the Afro-Americans' struggle against racial discrimination. On behalf of the Chinese people, I wish to take this opportunity to express our resolute support for the Afro-Americans in their struggle against racial discrimination and for freedom and equal rights. There are more than 19 million Afro-Americans in the United States, or about 11% of the total population. They are enslaved, oppressed, and discriminated against. Such is their position in society. The overwhelming majority are deprived of their right to vote. In general, only the most backbreaking and despised jobs are open to them. Their average wages are barely a third or a half of the 92 Mao Zedong. White people. The proportion of unemployment among the Afro-Americans is the highest. In many states they are forbidden to go to the same school, eat at the same table, or travel in the same section of a bus or train as the white people. Afro-Americans are often arrested, beaten up, or murdered at will by the U.S. authorities at various levels and by members of the Ku Klux Klan and other racists. About half the Afro-Americans are concentrated in 11 southern states, where the discrimination and persecution they suffer are especially shocking. The Afro-Americans are awakening and their resistance is growing stronger and stronger. Recent years have witnessed the continuous expansion of their mass struggle against racial discrimination and for freedom and equal rights. In 1957 the black people in Little Rock, Arkansas, waged a struggle against the barring of their children from public schools. The authorities used armed force against them, creating the Little Rock incident that shocked the world. In 1960 Negroes in more than 20 states held sit-in demonstrations protesting against racial segregation in local restaurants, shops, and other public places. In 1961 the Negroes launched the Freedom Riders campaign to oppose racial segregation in public transportation, a campaign that rapidly spread to many states. In 1962 the Negroes in Mississippi fought for the equal right to enroll in colleges and met with bloody suppression by the authorities. This year, the American Negroes started their struggle early in Birmingham, Alabama. Unarmed and barehanded Negro people were arrested en masse and most barbarously suppressed merely for holding meetings and parades against racial discrimination. On June 12, Mr. Medgar Evers, a leader of the Negro people in Mississippi, was murdered in cold blood. Defying brutality and violence, the indignant black masses waged their struggle even more heroically and quickly won the support of Negroes and other people of various strata throughout the United States. A gigantic and vigorous nationwide struggle is going on in nearly every city and state, and the struggle is mounting. American Negro organizations have decided to start a Freedom March on Washington on August 28, in which 250,000 people will take part. The speedy development of the struggle of the Afro-Americans is a manifestation of sharpening class struggle and sharpening national struggle. Within the United States, it has been causing increasing anxiety among U.S. ruling circles. The Kennedy administration is insidiously using dual tactics. On the one hand, it continues to connive and take part in discrimination against Negroes and their persecution, and it even sends troops to suppress them. On the other hand, In the attempt to numb the will of the black people and deceive the masses of the country, the Kennedy administration is parading as an advocate of the defense of human rights and the protection of the civil rights of Negroes, calling upon the black people to exercise restraint and proposing the civil rights legislation to Congress. But more and more Afro-Americans are seeing through these tactics of the Kennedy administration. The fascist atrocities of the U.S. imperialists against the black people have exposed the true nature of so-called American democracy and freedom and revealed the interlink between the reactionary policies pursued by the U.S. government at home and its policies of aggression abroad. I call on the workers, peasants, revolutionary intellectuals, enlightened elements of the bourgeoisie and other enlightened persons of all colors in the world, whether white, black, yellow, or brown, to unite to oppose the racial discrimination practiced by U.S. imperialism and support the black people in their struggle against racial discrimination. In the null analysis, national struggle is a matter of class struggle. Among the whites in the United States, it is only the reactionary ruling circles who oppress the black people. They can in no way represent the workers, farmers, revolutionary intellectuals, and other enlightened persons who comprise the overwhelming majority of the white people. At present, it is the handful of imperialists headed by the United States, and their supporters, the reactionaries in different countries, who are oppressing, committing aggression against, and menacing the overwhelming majority of the nations and peoples of the world. We are in the majority and they are in the minority. At most, they make up less than 10% of the 3,000 million population of the world. I am RMLY convinced that, with the support of more than 90% of the people of the world, the Afro-Americans will be victorious in their just struggle. The evil system of colonialism and imperialism arose and throve with the enslavement of Negroes and the trade in Negroes, and it will surely come to its end with the complete emancipation of the black people. Statement by Mao Zedong, Chairman of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, in support of the Afro-American struggle against violent repression, April 16, 1968. Days ago, Martin Luther King, the Afro-American clergyman, was suddenly assassinated by the U.S. imperialists. Martin Luther King was an exponent of nonviolence. Nevertheless, the U.S. imperialists did not on that account show any tolerance toward him, but used counter-revolutionary violence and killed him in cold blood. This has taught the broad masses of the black people in the United States a profound lesson. It has touched a new storm in their struggle against violent repression sweeping well over 100 cities in the United States, a storm such as has never taken place before in the history of that country. It shows that an extremely powerful revolutionary force is latent in the more than 20 million black Americans. The storm of Afro-American struggle taking place within the United States is a striking manifestation of the comprehensive political and economic crisis now gripping U.S. imperialism. It is dealing a telling blow to U.S. imperialism, which is beset with difficulties at home and abroad. The Afro-American struggle is not only a struggle waged by the exploited and oppressed black people for freedom and emancipation, it is also a new clarion call to all the exploited and oppressed people of the United States to GHT against the barbarous rule of the monopoly capitalist class. It is a tremendous support and inspiration to the struggle of the people throughout the world against U.S. imperialism and to the struggle of the Vietnamese people against U.S. imperialism. On behalf of the Chinese people, I hereby express resolute support of the just struggle of the black people in the United States. Racial discrimination in the United States is a product of the colonialist and imperialist system. The contradiction between the black masses in the United States and U.S. ruling circles is a class contradiction. Only by overthrowing the reactionary rule of the U.S. monopoly class and destroying the colonialist and imperialist system can the black people in the United States win complete emancipation. The black masses and the masses of white working people in the United States share common interests and have common objectives to struggle for. Therefore, the Afro-American struggle is winning sympathy and support from increasing numbers of white working people and progressives in the United States. The struggle of the black people in the United States is to merge with the American workers' movement, and this will eventually end the criminal rule of the U.S. monopoly capitalist class. In 1963, in my statement supporting the Afro-American in their just struggle against racial discrimination by U.S. imperialism, I said that the evil system of colonialism and imperialism arose and throve with the enslavement of Negroes and the trade in Negroes, and it will surely come to its end with the complete emancipation of the black people. I still maintain this view. At present, the world revolution has entered a great new era. The struggle of the black people in the United States for emancipation is a component part of the general struggle of all the people of the world against U.S. imperialism, a component part of the contemporary world revolution. I call on the workers, peasants, and revolutionary intellectuals of every country and all who are willing to GHT against U.S. imperialism to take action and extend strong support to the struggle of the black people in the United States. People of the whole world, unite still more closely and launch and sustain a vigorous offensive against our common enemy, U.S. imperialism, and against its accomplices. It can be said with certainty that the complete collapse of colonialism, imperialism, and all systems of exploitation and the complete emancipation of all the oppressed peoples and nations of the world are not far off. Black like Mao, Red China and Black Revolution. This is the era of Mao Zedong, the era of world revolution, and the Afro-Americans' struggle for liberation is a part of an invincible worldwide movement. Chairman Mao was the RST world leader to elevate our people's struggle to the fold of the world revolution. Robert Williams, 1967. It seems as if the chairman, at least as a symbol, has been enjoying a resurgence in popularity among youth. Mao Zedong's image and ideas consistently turn up in a myriad of cultural and political contexts. For example, The Coup, a popular Bay Area hip-hop group, restored Mao to the pantheon of black radical heroes and, in so doing, placed the black freedom struggle in an international context. In a song simply called Dig It, 1993, The Coup refers to its members as the wretched of the earth, tells listeners to read the Communist Manifesto, and conjures up revolutionary icons such as Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, Kwame Nkrumah, H. Rap Brown, Kenya's Mau Mau movement, and Geronimo G. Jaga Pratt. In classical Maoist fashion, the coup seizes upon Mao's most famous quote and makes it their own. We realize that power is nickel-plated even though members of the coup were not born until after the heyday of Black Maoism. Dig It Cap tours the spirit of Mao in relation to the larger colonial world, a world that included African Americans. In Harlem in the late 1960s and early 1970s, it seemed as though everyone had a copy of quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, better known as the Little Red Book. Less than or equal to from time to time supporters of the Black Panther Party would be seen selling the Little Red Book on street corners as a fundraiser for the party. And it wasn't unheard of to see a young black radical strolling down the street dressed like a Chinese peasant except for the afro and sunglasses, of course. Like Africa, China was on the move and there was a general feeling that the Chinese supported the black freedom struggle. Indeed, real-life blacks were calling for revolution in the name of Mao as well as Marx and Lenin. Countless black radicals of the era regarded China, not unlike Cuba or Ghana or even Paris, as the land where true freedom might be had. It wasn't perfect, but it was much better than living in the belly of the beast. When the Black Panther leader Elaine Brown visited Beijing in fall 1970, she was pleasantly surprised by what the Chinese Revolution had achieved in terms of improving people's lives. Old and young would spontaneously give emotional testimonies, like Baptist converts, to the glories of socialism. Greater than or equal to a year later she returned with the Panther founder Huey Newton, whose experience in China he described as a sensation of freedom, as if a great weight had been lifted from my soul and I was able to be myself, without defense or pretense or the need for explanation. I felt absolutely free for the RST time in my life, completely free among my fellow men. More than a decade before Brown and Newton set foot on Chinese soil, W.E.B. Du Bois regarded China as the other sleeping giant poised to lead the colored races in the worldwide struggle against imperialism. He had RST traveled to China in 1936 before the war and the revolution during an extended visit to the Soviet Union. Returning in 1959, when it was illegal to travel to China, Du Bois discovered a new country. He was struck by the transformation of the Chinese, in particular what he perceived as the emancipation of women, and he left convinced that China would lead the underdeveloped nations on the road toward socialism. China, after long centuries, he told an audience of Chinese communists attending his 90th birthday celebration, has arisen to her feet and leapt forward. Africa, rise, and stand straight, speak and think. Act. Turn from the West and your slavery and humiliation for the last 500 years and face the rising Sunday. 99. W.E.B. Du Bois with Mao Zedong at Mao's Villa in South Central China, April 1959. Reprinted by permission of the Special Collections Department, W.E.B. Du Bois Library, University of Massachusetts at Amherst. How Black Radicals Came to See China as a Beacon of Third World Revolution and Mao Zedong Thought as a Guidepost is a complicated and fascinating story involving literally dozens of organizations and covering much of the world from the ghettos of North America to the African countryside. The text following thus does not pretend to be comprehensive. Instead, we have set out in this essay to explore the impact that Maoist thought and, more generally, the People's Republic of China have had on black radical movements from the 1950s through at least the mid-1970s. In addition, our aim is to explore how radical black nationalism has shaped debates within Maoist or anti-revisionist organizations in the United States. It is our contention that China offered black radicals a colored or third world Marxist model that enabled them to challenge a white and Western vision of class struggle, a model that they shaped and reshaped to suit their own cultural and political realities. Although China's role was contradictory and problematic in many respects, the fact that Chinese peasants, as opposed to the European proletariat, made a socialist revolution and carved out a position in world politics distinct from the Soviet and U.S. camps endowed black 100 radicals with a deeper sense of revolutionary importance and power. Finally, not only did Mao prove to blacks the world over that they need not wait for objective conditions to make revolution, but also his elevation of cultural struggle profoundly shaped debates surrounding black arts and politics. The Long March. Anyone familiar with Maoism knows that it was never a full-blown ideology meant to replace Marxism-Leninism. On the contrary, if anything, it marked a turn against the revisionism of the post-Stalin Soviet model. What Mao did contribute to Marxist thought grew directly out of the Chinese Revolution of 1949. Mao's insistence that the revolutionary capacity of the peasantry wasn't dependent on the urban proletariat was particularly attractive to black radicals skeptical of the idea that they must wait for the objective conditions to launch their revolution. Central to Maoism is the idea that Marxism must be, reshaped to the requirements of time and place, and that practical work, ideas, and leadership stem from the masses in movement and not from a theory created in the abstract or produced out of other struggles. In practice, this meant that true revolutionaries must possess a revolutionary will to win. The notion of revolutionary will cannot be underestimated, especially for those in movements that were isolated and attacked on all sides. Armed with the proper theory, the proper ethical behavior, and the will, revolutionaries in Mao's words can move mountains. Perhaps this is why the Chinese communist leader Lin Biao could write in the foreword to quotations that once Mao Zedong's thought is grasped by the broad masses, it becomes an inexhaustible source of strength and a spiritual atom bomb of innate power. Both Mao and Lin Biao recognized that the source of this atom bomb could be found in the struggles of third world nationalists. In an age when the Cold War helped usher in the non-aligned movement, when leaders of the colored world were converging in Bandung, Indonesia, in 1955 to try to chart an independent path toward development, the Chinese hoped to lead the former colonies on the road to socialism. The Chinese, backed by Lin Biao's theory of the New Democratic Revolution, not only endowed nationalist struggles with revolutionary value but also reached out specifically to Africa and people of African descent. 2 years after the historic Bandung meeting of non-aligned nations, China formed the Afro-Asian PEO 101. PLE's Solidarity Organization. Mao not only invited W.E.B. Du Bois to spend his 90th birthday in China after he had been declared a public enemy by the U.S. state, but 3 weeks prior to the Great March on Washington in 1963, Mao issued a statement criticizing American racism and casting the African-American freedom movement as part of the worldwide struggle against imperialism. The evil system of colonialism and imperialism, Mao stated, arose and throve with the enslavement of Negroes and the trade in Negroes, and it will surely come to its end with the complete emancipation of the black people is not equal to a decade later. The novelist John Oliver Killens was impressed by the fact that several of his books, as well as works by other black writers, had been translated into Chinese and were widely read by students. Everywhere he went, it seemed, he met young intellectuals and workers who were tremendously interested in the black movement and in how the art and literature of black folks reeked that movement. The status of people of color served as a powerful political tool in mobilizing support from Africans and African-descended people. In 1963, for example, Chinese delegates in Moshi, Tanzania, proclaimed that the Russians had no business in Africa because of their status as white. The Chinese, on the other hand, were not only part of the colored world but also, unlike Europeans, they never took part in the slave trade. Of course, most of these claims served essentially to facilitate alliance building. The fact is that African slaves could be found in Guangzhou during the 12th century, and African students in communist China occasionally complained of racism. Indeed, after Mao's death, racial clashes on college campuses occurred more frequently, notably in Shanghai in 1979, in Nanjing in 1980, and in Tianjin in 1986. Less than or equal to. Furthermore, Chinese foreign policy toward the black world was often driven more by strategic considerations than by a commitment to Third World revolutionary movements, especially after the Sino-Soviet split. China's anti-Soviet position resulted in foreign policy decisions that ultimately undermined their standing with certain African liberation movements. In southern Africa, for example, the Chinese-backed movements that also received support from the apartheid regime of South Africa greater than or equal to yet, Mao's ideas still gained an audience among black radicals. While Maoist projects in the United States never achieved the kind of following enjoyed by Soviet-identified communist parties in the 1930s, they did take root in this country. And like 100 Hours, Mao's ideas bloomed into a confusing mosaic of radical voices all seemingly at war with each other. Not 102. Surprisingly, at the center of the debate over the character of class struggle in the United States was the Negro question, that is, what role would blacks play in world revolution? The World Black Revolution. Maoism in the United States was not exported from China. If anything, for those Maoists schooled in the old left, the source of Maoism can be found in Khrushchev's revelations at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party Soviet Union in 1956 that prompted an anti-revisionist movement throughout the pro-Stalinist left. Out of the debates within the Communist Party USA emerged several organizations pledging to push the Communists back into the Stalinist camp, including the Provisional Organizing Committee, POC, in 1958, Hammer and Steel in 1960, and the Progressive Labor Party, PLP, in 1965. The Progressive Labor Party, an outgrowth of the Progressive Labor Movement founded 3 years earlier, was initially led by ex-communists who believed that the Chinese had the correct position. Insisting that black workers were the key revolutionary force in the proletarian revolution, the PLP attracted a few outstanding black activists such as John Harris in Los Angeles and Bill Epton in Harlem. Epton had become somewhat of a cause célèbre after he was arrested for criminal anarchy during the 1964 rebellion in Harlem. 2 years later, the PLP helped organize a student strike to establish a Black Studies program at San Francisco State University, and its Black Liberation Commission published a pamphlet titled Black Liberation Now, that attempted to place all of these urban rebellions within a global context. But by 1968, the PLP abandoned its support for revolutionary nationalism and concluded that all forms of nationalism are reactionary. As a result of its staunch anti-nationalism, the PLP opposed affirmative action and Black and Latino trade union caucuses, positions that undermined the PLP's relationship with black community activists. In fact, the PLP's connections to the New Left in general were damaged in part because of its attack on the Black Panther Party and on the Black Student Movement. Members of the PLP were thrown out of Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, in 1969 with the help of several radical nationalist groups, including the Panthers, the Young Lords, and the Brown Berets. Nevertheless, the predominantly white Marxist-Leninist Maoist parties 103 were not the primary vehicle for the Maoist-inspired black left. Most black radicals of the late 1950s and early 1960s discovered China by way of anti-colonial struggles in Africa and the Cuban Revolution. Ghana's independence in 1957 was cause to celebrate, and the CIA-sponsored assassination of Patrice Lumumba in the Congo inspired protest from all black activist circles. The Cuban Revolution and Fidel Castro's infamous residency at Harlem's Hotel Teresa during his visit to the United Nations brought black people face to face with an avowed socialist who extended a hand of solidarity to people of color the world over. Indeed, dozens of black radicals not only publicly defended the Cuban Revolution but also visited Cuba through groups like the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. One of these visitors was Harold Cruz, himself an ex-communist still committed to Marxism. He believed the Cuban, Chinese, and African revolutions could revitalize radical thought because they demonstrated the revolutionary potential of nationalism. In a provocative essay published in The New Leader in 1962, Cruz wrote that the new generation was looking to the former colonial world for its leaders and insights, and among its heroes was Mao. Already they have a pantheon of modern heroes: Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, Sékou Touré in Africa, Fidel Castro in Latin America, Malcolm X, the Muslim leader, in New York, Robert Williams in the South, and Mao Zedong in China. These men seemed heroic to the Afro-Americans not because of their political philosophy, but because they were either former colonials who achieved complete independence, or because, like Malcolm X, they dared to look the white community in the face and say, "We don't think your civilization is worth the effort of any black man to try to integrate into." This to many Afro-Americans is an act of defiance that is truly revolutionary. In another essay, which appeared in Studies on the Left in 1962, Cruz was even more explicit about the global character of revolutionary nationalism. He argued that black people in the United States were living under domestic colonialism and that their struggles must be seen as part of the worldwide anti-colonial movement. The failure of American Marxists, he wrote, to understand the bond between the Negro and the colonial peoples of the world has led to their failure to develop theories that would be of value to Negroes in the United States. In his view, the former colonies were the vanguard of the revolution, and at the forefront of this new socialist revolution were Cuba and China. Omega revolutions in Cuba, Africa, and China had a similar effect on Baraka. 104. Who a decade and a half later would found the Maoist-inspired Revolutionary Communist League. Touched by his visit to Cuba and the assassination of Lumumba, Baraka began contributing essays to a new magazine called African Revolution, edited by the Algerian nationalist leader Ahmed Ben Bella. As Baraka explained it, India and China had gotten their formal independence before the coming of the 50s, and by the time the 50s had ended, there were many independent African nations, though with varying degrees of neo-colonialism. Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah had hoisted the Black Star over the State House in Accra, and Nkrumah's pronouncements and word of his deeds were glowing encouragement to colored people all over the world. When the Chinese exploded their RSTA bomb, I wrote a poem saying, in EECT, that time for the colored peoples had re-begun. Less than or equal to is not equal to. The Ghana-China matrix is perhaps best embodied in the career of Vicky Garvin, a stalwart radical who traveled in Harlem's black left circles during the post-war period. Raised in a black working-class family in New York, Garvin spent her summers working in the garment industry to supplement her family's income. As early as high school she became active in black protest politics, supporting efforts by Adam Clayton Powell Jr. to obtain better-paying jobs for African Americans in Harlem and creating black history clubs dedicated to building library resources. After earning her BA in political science from Hunter College and her MA in economics from Smith College in Northampton, she spent the war years working for the National War Labor Board and continued on as an organizer for the United OCE and Professional Workers of America, UOPWE-CIO, and as National Research Director and co-chair of the Fair Employment Practices Committee. During the post-war purges of the left in the CIO, Garvin was a strong voice of protest and a sharp critic of the CIO's failure to organize in the South. As Executive Secretary of the New York chapter of the National Negro Labor Council and Vice President of the National Organization, Garvin established close ties to Malcolm X and helped him arrange part of his tour of Africa. Less than or equal to Garvin joined the black intellectual exodus to Nkrumah's Ghana, where she initially roomed with the poet Maya Angelou and eventually moved into a house next to Du Bois. She spent 2 years in Accra surrounded by several key black intellectuals and artists, including Julian Mailed, the artist Tom Feelings, and the cartoonist Ollie Harrington. As a radical who taught conversational English to the Cuban, Algerian, and Chinese diplomatic corps in Ghana, it was hard not to develop a deep internationalist outlook. Garvin's 105. Conversations with Du Bois during his last days in Ghana only reinforced her internationalism and kindled her interest in the Chinese Revolution. Indeed, through Du Bois, Garvin got a job as a polisher for the English translations of the Peking Review as well as a teaching position at the Shanghai Foreign Language Institute. She remained in China from 1964 to 1970, building bridges between the Black freedom struggle, the African independence movements, and the Chinese Revolution. Less than or equal to for Huey Newton, the future founder of the Black Panther Party, the African Revolution seemed even less crucial than events in Cuba and China. As a student at Merritt College in the early 1960s, he read a little existentialism, began attending meetings sponsored by the Progressive Labor Party, and supported the Cuban Revolution. Not surprisingly, Newton began to read Marxist literature voraciously. Mao, in particular, left a lasting impression. My conversion was complete when I read the 4 volumes of Mao Zedong to learn more about the Chinese Revolution less than or equal to greater than or equal to thus. Well before the founding of the Black Panther Party, Newton was steeped in Mao Zedong thought as well as in the writings of Che Guevara and Frantz Fanon. Mao and Fanon and Guevara all saw clearly that the people had been stripped of their birthright and their dignity, not by a philosophy or mere words, but at gunpoint. They had swear to hold up by gangsters, and rape. For them, the only way to win freedom was to meet force with force less than or equal to the Chinese, and Cubans' willingness to meet force with force also made their revolutions attractive to black radicals in the age of nonviolent passive resistance. Of course, the era had its share of armed struggle in the South, with groups like the Deacons for Defense and Justice and Gloria Richardson's Cambridge movement defending nonviolent protesters when necessary. But the guru who best embodied black traditions of armed self-defense was Robert Williams, a hero to the new wave of black internationalists whose importance almost rivaled that of Malcolm X. As a former U.S. Marine with extensive military training, Williams earned notoriety in 1957 for forming armed self-defense groups in Monroe, North Carolina, to GHT the Ku Klux Klan. 2 years later, Williams's statement that black people must meet violence with violence as the only way to end injustice in an uncivilized South led to his suspension as president of the Monroe chapter of the NAACP. Less than or equal to Williams's break with the NAACP and his open advocacy of armed self-defense pushed him further left and into the orbit of the socialist work. 106. ERS Party, the Workers' World Party, and among some members of the old PUSA. However, Williams had had contact with communists since his days as a Detroit auto worker in the 1940s. He not only read the Daily Worker but also published a story in its pages called "Someday I Am Going Back South." Williams was also somewhat of an intellectual dabbler and autodidact, having studied at West Virginia State College, North Carolina College, and Johnson C. Smith College. Nevertheless, his more recent left associations led him to Cuba and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Upon returning from his RST trip in 1960, he hoisted the Cuban AG in his backyard and ran a series of articles in his mimeograph publication, The Crusader, about the transformation of working people's lives in Cuba as a result of the revolution. In one of his editorials published in August 1960, Williams insisted that African Americans' GHT for freedom is related to the Africans, the Cubans, all of Latin Americans and the Asians' struggles for self-determination. His support of the Chinese Revolution was evident in the pages of The Crusader as well, emphasizing the importance of China as a beacon of strength for social justice movements the world over. Like Baraka, Williams took note of China's detonation of an atomic bomb in 1960 as a historic occasion for the oppressed. With the bomb, he wrote, "China will be respected and will add a powerful voice to those who already plead for justice for black as well as white less than or equal to." By 1961, as a result of trumped-up kidnapping charges and a federal warrant for his arrest, Williams and his family were forced to flee the country and seek political asylum in Cuba. During the next 4 years, Cuba became Williams's base for promoting black world revolution and elaborating an internationalist ideology that embraced black nationalism and Third World solidarity. With support from Fidel Castro, Williams hosted a radio show called Radio Free Dixie that was directed at African Americans, continued to edit The Crusader, which by now had progressed from a mimeograph to a full-blown magazine, and completed his book Negroes with Guns, 1962. He did not, however, identify himself as a Marxist. At the same time, he rejected the nationalist label, calling himself an internationalist instead, that is, "I'm interested in the problems of Africa, of Asia, and of Latin America. I believe that we all have the same struggle, a struggle for liberation less than or equal to pi." Although Williams recalls having had good relations with Castro, political differences over race did lead to a rift between him and the Cuban communists. The party, Williams remembered, maintained that it 107 was strictly a class issue and that once the class problem had been solved through a socialist administration, racism would be abolished. Less than or equal to Williams not only disagreed but had moved much closer to Che Guevara, who embodied much of what Williams had been advocating all along: Third World solidarity, the use of armed struggle, and a deep and unwavering interest in the African Revolution. Indeed, Che's leanings toward China undoubtedly made an impact on Williams's decision to leave Cuba for Beijing. Given Che's break with Fidel and the solidification of Cuba's links to the Soviet Union, Williams saw no need to stay. He and his family packed up and moved to China in 1966. As an exiled revolutionary in China during its most tumultuous era, Williams nevertheless predicted that urban rebellions in America's ghettos would transform the country. Although one might argue that by publishing The Crusader from Cuba and then China, Williams had very limited contact with the Black freedom movement in the United States, his magazine reached a new generation of young black militants and promoted the vision of black world revolution articulated by critics such as Harold Cruse. The fact is, The Crusader and Williams's own example compelled a small group of black radical intellectuals and activists to form what might loosely be called the RST Black Maoist organization in history, the Revolutionary Action Movement, REM. The Revolutionary Action Movement and the coming Black Revolution. Williams's ide to Cuba partly inspired the creation of REM. In Ohio around 1961, black members of Students for a Democratic Society as well as activists in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, met in a small group to discuss the significance of Williams's work in Monroe and his subsequent exile. Led by Donald Freeman, a black student at Case Western Reserve in Cleveland, the group's main core consisted of a newly formed organization, named Challenge, made up of Central State College students at Wilberforce. Members of Challenge were especially taken with Harold Cruse's essay Revolutionary Nationalism and the Afro-American, which was circulated widely among young black militants. Inspired by Cruse's interpretation of the global importance of the black freedom struggle, Freeman hoped to turn Challenge 108 into a revolutionary nationalist movement akin to the Nation of Islam, but that would adopt the direct action tactics of SNCC. After a lengthy debate, Challenge members decided to dissolve the organization in spring 1962 and form the Revolutionary Action Committee, originally called the Reform Action Movement so as not to scare the administration, with its primary leaders being Freeman, Max Stanford, and Wanda Marshall. A few months later they moved their base to Philadelphia, began publishing a bi-monthly paper called Black America and a one-page newsletter called Ram Speaks, and made plans to build a national movement oriented toward revolutionary nationalism, youth organizing, and armed self-defense. Less than or equal to Omega. Freeman and REM members in Cleveland continued to work publicly through the Afro-American Institute, an activist policy-oriented think tank formed in fall 1962. Under Freeman's directorship, its board, dubbed the Soul Circle, consisted of a small group of black men with ties to community organizations, labor, civil rights, and student groups. Board members such as Henry Glover, Arthur Evans, Nate Bryant, and Hanif Wahab gave lectures on African history and politics, organized forums to discuss the future of the civil rights movement, black participation in Cleveland politics, and the economic conditions of urban blacks. The Institute even recruited the great drummer Max Roach to help organize a panel titled The Role of the Black Artist in the Struggle for Freedom. Institute members also used random leads and pamphlets to influence black community thinking on a number of local and international issues. Addressed to whom it may concern, these short broadsides were intended to stimulate discussion and OER the black community a position on pressing topics such as elections, urban renewal, black economic subservience, the arms race, and the struggle in the South. Within a year, the Institute graduated from printing leads to publishing to a full-blown newsletter titled Afro-Opinion. Through the Afro-American Institute, REM members in Cleveland worked with CORE activists and other community organizers to demand improvements in hospital care for black patients and to protest the exclusion of African and Afro-American history from the public school curriculum. The Institute's most important campaign of 1963 was the defense of Mae Mallory, a black woman who was being held in the county jail in Cleveland for her association with Robert Williams in Monroe, North Carolina. Soon after Williams's ide to Cuba, Mallory was arrested in Ohio and awaited extradition charges. The Institute and its allies, including the Nation of Islam in Cleveland, petitioned the 109 Governor of Ohio to revoke the warrant of extradition, and they also organized a mass demonstration in front of the county jail demanding Mallory's immediate release. Greater than or equal to is not equal to in Northern California, RAM grew primarily out of the Afro-American Association. Founded by Donald Worden in 1962, the Afro-American Association consisted of students from the University of California at Berkeley and from Merritt College, many of whom, such as Leslie and Jim Lacey, Cedric Robinson, Ernest Allen, and Huey Newton, would go on to play important roles as radical activists and intellectuals. In Los Angeles, the president of the Afro-American Association was a young man named Ron Everett, who later changed his name to Maulana Karenga and went on to found the U.S. organization. The Afro-American Association quickly developed a reputation as a group of militant intellectuals willing to debate anyone. By challenging professors, debating groups such as the Young Socialist Alliance, and giving public lectures on black history and culture, these young activists left a deep impression on fellow students as well as on the black community. In the East Bay, where the tradition of soapbox speakers died in the 1930s, with the exception of the individual campaigns by the communist-led Civil Rights Congress during the early 1950s, the Afro-American Association was walking and talking proof that a vibrant, highly visible militant intellectual culture could exist greater than or equal to. Meanwhile, the Progressive Labor Movement, PL, had begun sponsoring trips to Cuba and recruited several radical black students in the East Bay to go along. Among them was Ernest Allen, a UC Berkeley transfer from Merritt College who had been forced out of the Afro-American Association. A working-class kid from Oakland, Allen was part of a generation of black radicals whose dissatisfaction with the civil rights movement's strategy of nonviolent, passive resistance drew them closer to Malcolm X and Third World liberation movements. Not surprisingly, through his trip to Cuba in 1964 he discovered the Revolutionary Action Movement. Allen's travel companions included a contingent of black militants from Detroit: Luke Tripp, Charles Mao Johnson, Charles Simmons, and General Baker. All were members of the student group Uhuru, and all went on to play key roles in the formation of the Dutch Revolutionary Union Movement and the League of Revolutionary Black Workers. Incredibly, the REM leader Max Stanford was already on the island visiting Robert Williams. When it was time to go back to the States, Allen and the Detroit group were committed to building 110. REM. Allen stopped in Cleveland to meet with REM members on his cross-country bus trip back to Oakland. Armed with copies of Robert Williams's Crusader magazine and related REM material, Allen returned to Oakland intent on establishing REM's presence in the East Bay. As a result, activists such as Isaac Moore, Ken Freeman, Mamadou Lumumba, Bobby Seale, future founder of the Black Panther Party, and Doug Allen, Ernie's brother, established a base at Merritt College through the Seoul Students Advisory Council. Although the group never grew larger than a handful of people, its intellectual and cultural presence was broadly felt. Allen, Freeman, and others founded a journal called Soul Book, the revolutionary journal of the black world, which published prose and poetry that is best described as left black nationalist in orientation. Freeman, in particular, was highly respected among REM activists and widely read. He constantly pushed his members to think about black struggle in a global context. The editors of Soul Book also developed ties with old left black radicals, most notably the former communist Harry Haywood, whose work they published in an early issue greater than or equal to less than or equal to. Although REM had established itself in Northern California and in Cleveland, by 1964 Philadelphia appeared to be REM's home base. It was in Philadelphia, after all, that REM maintained an open existence, operating under its own name rather than a variety of front organizations. The strength of the Philadelphia chapter has much to do with the fact that it was also the home of Max Stanford, REM's National L chairman. It was out of Philadelphia that REM published a bi-monthly paper called Black America and a one-page newsletter called REM Speaks, made plans to build a national movement oriented toward revolutionary nationalism, youth organizing, and armed self-defense, and recruited several Philadelphia activists to the group, including Ethel Johnson, who had also worked with Robert Williams in Monroe, Stan Daniels, and Plathel Benjamin. Greater than or equal to. Subsequently, REM recruited a group of young Philadelphia militants, who would go on to play key roles in radical organizations, including Michael Simmons, one of the authors of SNCC's famous Black Consciousness paper, whose resistance to the draft resulted in his serving a 2.5-year prison sentence, and Tony Monteiro, who went on to become a leading national guru in the PUSA during the 1970s and 1980s. Greater than or equal to the REM organization represented the RST serious and sustained AT111 attempt in the post-war period to wed Marxism, black nationalism, and Third World internationalism into a coherent revolutionary program. In Max Stanford's view, REM attempted to apply Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought to the conditions of black people and advanced the theory that the black liberation movement in the United States was part of the vanguard of the world socialist revolution. Young REM militants sought political guidance from a number of former black communists who had either been expelled for ultra-leftism or bourgeois nationalism, or had left the party because of its revisionism. Among this group of elders were Harold Cruz, Harry Haywood, Abner Berry, and Queen Mother Audley Moore. Indeed, Moore would go on to become one of REM's most important mentors on the East Coast, erring members training in black nationalist thought and in Marxism. The Queen Mother's home, which she affectionately called Mount Addis Ababa, practically served as a school for a new generation of young black radicals. Moore had founded the African American Party of National Liberation in 1963, which formed a provisional government and elected Robert Williams as premier in exile. These young black radicals also turned to Detroit's legendary ex-Trotskyists James Boggs and Grace Lee Boggs, the former comrades of C.L.R. James, whose Marxist and Pan-Africanist writings greatly influenced REM members as well as other New Left activists. Greater than or equal to. Although REM as a movement never received the glory publicity bestowed on groups like the Black Panther Party, its influence far exceeded its numbers, not unlike the African Blood Brotherhood, ABB, 4 decades earlier. Indeed, like the African Blood Brotherhood, REM remained largely an underground organization that devoted more time to agitprop work than actual organizing. Leaders such as Max Stanford identified with the Chinese peasant rebels who led the Communist Party to victory. They seized upon Mao's famous line, "The enemy advances, we retreat; the enemy camps, we harass; the enemy tires, we attack; the enemy retreats, we pursue," and they took it quite literally by advocating armed insurrection and drawing inspiration and ideas directly from Robert Williams's theory of guerrilla warfare in the urban United States. The leaders of REM actually believed that such a war was not only possible but could be won in 90 days. The combination of mass chaos and revolutionary discipline was the key to victory. The fall 1964 issue of Black America predicted Armageddon. 112. Black men and women in the armed forces will defect and come over to join the Black Liberation Forces. Whites who claim they want to help the revolution will be sent into the white communities to divide them, the fascists, and frustrate the efforts of the counter-revolutionary forces. Chaos will be everywhere, and with a breakdown of mass communications, mutiny will occur in great numbers in all facets of the oppressor's government. The stock market will fall, Wall Street will stop functioning, Washington, D.C. will be torn apart by riots. O'Chales everywhere will run for their lives. The George Lincoln Rockwellers, Kennedys, Vanderbilts, Hunts, Johnsons, Wallaces, Barnetts, etc., will be the RST to go. The revolution will strike by night and spare none. The Black Revolution will use sabotage in the cities, knocking out the electrical power RST, then transportation and guerrilla warfare in the countryside in the South. With the cities powerless, the oppressor will be helpless. Greater than or equal to. The revolution was clearly seen as a man's job since women barely figured in the equation. Indeed, one of the striking facts about the history of the anti-revisionist left is how male-dominated it remained. Although Wanda Marshall had been one of the founding members of REM, she did not hold a national leadership post in 1964. Besides promoting the creation of women's leagues whose purpose would be to organize black women who work in white homes, REM remained relatively silent on women's liberation until the later 1960s, when the organization had begun to collapse. In 1969, REM issued a statement on the role of Soul Sisters in the movement. An auxiliary of REM, the Soul Sisters were to be trained in self-defense and work to organize the female youth, but they were also supposed to educate, care for, and positively influence potential black male revolutionaries. Their immediate tasks included influencing non-militant Negro men to involve themselves into organized self-defense, promote efforts to keep white women away from all areas of Negro political and sexual life, report any incidents of harassment by police or any other white men in the ghetto or the schools, and promote the image of Robert Williams as the international symbol of Negro freedom struggle, the two most telling tasks that revealed the subordinate status of women involved training girls for taking a census of the black population and having them design and buy sweaters for an identity symbol greater than or equal to pi. The masculinist orientation of RAM should not be surprising given the 113 masculinist orientation of black nationalist, not to mention white New Left, organizations in the 1960s, whether they were advocating civil rights or some incipient version of black power. The masculinism of RAM, however, was heightened by the fact that its leaders saw themselves as urban guerrillas, as members of an all-black version of Mao's Red Army. Not all RAM members saw themselves in this way, but those who did were deeply committed to a set of revolutionary ethics that Mao laid down for his own party cadre and for members of the People's Army. We see this very clearly in RAM's Code of Cadres, a set of highly didactic rules of conduct that members were expected to live by. Some examples of this code are as follows. A revolutionary nationalist maintains the highest respect for all authority within the party. A revolutionary nationalist cannot be corrupted by money, honors, or any other personal gains. A revolutionary nationalist will unhesitatingly subordinate his personal interest to those of the vanguard without hesitation. A revolutionary nationalist will maintain the highest level of morality and will never take as much as a needle or single piece of thread from the masses. Brother and sisters will maintain the utmost respect for one another and will never misuse or take advantage of one another for personal gain and will never misinterpret the doctrine of revolutionary nationalism for any reason greater than or equal to. The code's similarities to the quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong are striking. Indeed, the last example comes straight out of Mao's three main rules of discipline, which urges cadre to not take a single needle or piece of thread from the masses. Selflessness and total commitment to the masses is another theme that dominates quotations. Again, the comparisons are noteworthy. At no time and in no circumstances, says Mao, should a communist place his personal interests RST, he should subordinate them to the interests of the nation and of the masses. Hence, selfishness, slacking, corruption, seeking the limelight, and so on are most contemptible, while selflessness, working with all one's energy, wholehearted devotion to public duty, and quiet hard work will command respect greater than or equal to. Maoism's emphasis on revolutionary ethics and moral transformation, in theory at least, resonated with black religious traditions, as well as with American Protestantism more generally, and like the Nation of Islam it 114 preached self-restraint, order, and discipline. It's quite possible that in the midst of a counterculture that embodied elements of hedonism and drug use, a new wave of student and working-class radicals found Maoist ethics attractive. Indeed, many in the New Left and in the women's liberation movement also found Mao's idea of revolutionary ethics attractive. Upon his return from China, Robert Williams, in many respects RAM's founding father, insisted that all young black activists undergo personal and moral transformation. There is a need for a stringent revolutionary code of moral ethics. Revolutionaries are instruments of righteousness is not equal to for black revolutionaries. The moral and ethical dimension of Mao's thought centered on the notion of personal transformation. It was a familiar lesson embodied in the lives of Malcolm X and, later, George Jackson, namely, the idea that one possesses the revolutionary will to transform himself. These narratives are almost exclusively male despite the growing number of memoirs by radical black women. Whether or not RAM members live by the Code of Cadres, Maoist ethics ultimately served to reinforce Malcolm's status as a revolutionary role model. The 12-point program created by RAM called for the development of freedom schools, national black student organizations, clubs, black farmer cooperatives, not just for economic development but to keep community and guerrilla forces going for a while, and a liberation guerrilla army made up of youth and the unemployed. They also placed special emphasis on internationalism, on pledging support for national liberation movements in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, as well as the adoption of Pan-African socialism in line with Cruz's seminal essay. RAM members saw themselves as colonial subjects in a colonial war at home, as Stanford wrote in an internal document titled Projects and Problems of the Revolutionary Movement, 1964. RAM's position is that the Afro-American is not a citizen of the USA, denied his rights, but rather he is a colonial subject enslaved. This position says that the black people in the USA are a captive nation suppressed and that their GHT is not for integration into the white community but one of national liberation as colonial subjects with a right to self-determination. Rams saw Afro-America as a de facto member of the non-aligned nations. They even identified themselves as part of the Bandung world, going so far as to hold a conference in November 1964 in Nashville titled The Black Revolution's Relationship to the Bandung World in a 1965 article published in Rems. 115. Journal Black America. The group started to develop a theory called Bandung humanism, or revolutionary black internationalism, which argued that the battle between Western imperialism and the Third World more than the battle between labor and capital represented the most fundamental contradiction in our time. The organization linked the African American freedom struggle with what was happening in China, Zanzibar, Cuba, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Algeria, and it characterized its work as part of Mao's international strategy of encircling Western capitalist countries and challenging imperialism. After 1966, however, the term Bandung humanism was dropped entirely and replaced with black internationalism. Less than or equal to precisely what was meant by black internationalism was laid out in an incredibly bold 36-page pamphlet, The World Black Revolution, which was published by RAM in 1966. Loosely patterned on the Communist Manifesto, the pamphlet identifies strongly with China against both the capitalist West and the Soviet Empire. The emergence of revolutionary China began to polarize caste and class contradictions within the world, in both the bourgeoisie imperialist camp and also in the European bourgeois communist socialist camp. Greater than or equal to, in other words, China was the wedge that sharpened the contradictions between colonial peoples and the West. Rejecting the idea that socialist revolution would arise in the developed countries of the West, RAM insisted that the only true revolutionary solution was the dictatorship of the world by the black underclass through World Black Revolution. In this, of course, they were working from today's definitions. RAM used underclass to encompass all peoples of color in Asia, Latin America, Africa, and elsewhere. The black underclass was merely a synonym for the colonial world. China was in a bitter GHT to defend its own freedom. Now the rest of the black world must follow suit. The black underclass has only one alternative to free itself of colonialism, imperialism, capitalism, and neocolonialism, that is to completely destroy Western, bourgeois, civilization, the cities of the world, through a world black revolution, and establishing a revolutionary world black dictatorship can bring about the end of exploitation of man by mankind, and a new revolutionary world can be created to coordinate this revolution. RAM called for the creation of a black international and the creation of a People's Liberation Army on a world scale for all of its strident nationalism. The World Black Revolution concludes that black nationalism is really internationalism only by demolishing 116. White nationalism and white power. Can liberation be achieved for everyone? Not only will national boundaries be eliminated with the dictatorship of the black underclass, but the need for nationalism in its aggressive form will be eliminated. This is a pretty remarkable statement given RAM's social and ideological roots. But rather than represent a unit position, the statement reeks the various tensions that persisted throughout RAM's history. On one side were nationalists who felt that revolutionaries should GHT for the black nation RST and build socialism separate from the rest of the United States. On the other side were socialists like James Boggs and Grace Lee Boggs who wanted to know who would rule the white nation and what such a presence would mean for black freedom. They also rejected efforts to resurrect the black nation thesis, the old communist line that people in the black majority counties of the South, the Black Belt, have a right to secede from the Union. The Boggses contended that the real source of power was in the cities and not the rural Black Belt. After years as an underground organization, a series of exposes in Life magazine and Esquire that ran in 1966 identified RAM as one of the leading extremist groups plotting a war on whitey. The Peking Back group was not only considered armed and dangerous, but impressively well read in revolutionary literature from Marat and Lenin to Mao, Che Guevara, and Franz Fanon. The Harlem branch of the Progressive Labor Party responded to the articles with a pamphlet titled The Plot Against Black America, which argued that China is not Nancing revolution, just setting a revolutionary example by its staunch anti-imperialism. The real causes of black rebellion, they insisted, can be found in the conditions of ghetto life. Not surprisingly, these highly publicized articles were followed by a series of police raids on the homes of RAM members in Philadelphia and New York City. In June 1967, REM members were rounded up and charged with conspiracy to instigate a riot, poison police officers with potassium cyanide, and assassinate Roy Wilkins and Whitney Young. A year later, under the repressive atmosphere of the FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, REM transformed itself into the Black Liberation Party, or the African American Party of National Liberation. By 1969, REM had pretty much dissolved itself, though its members opted to melt back into the community and infiltrate existing black organizations, continue to push the 12-point program, and develop study groups that focused on the 117 science of black internationalism, and the thought of Chairman Robert Williams. Omega. The COINTELPRO operations only partly explain the dissolution of REM. Some of its members moved on to other organizations, such as the Republic of New Africa and the Black Panther Party. But REM's declining membership and ultimate demise can be partly attributed to strategic errors on its part. Indeed, its members' understanding of the current situation in the ghettos and their specific strategies of mobilization suggest that they were not very good Maoists after all. Mao's insistence on the protracted nature of revolution was not taken to heart. At one point they suggested that the war for liberation would probably take 90 days. And because REM's leaders focused their work on confronting the state head-on and attacking black leaders whom they deemed reformists, they failed to build a strong base in black urban communities. Furthermore, despite their staunch internationalism, they did not reach out to other oppressed nationalities in the United States. Nevertheless, what REM and Robert Williams did do was to elevate revolutionary black nationalism to a position of critical theoretical importance for the anti-revisionist left in general. They provided an organizational and practical example of what Harold Cruz, Frantz Fanon, and Malcolm X were trying to advance in their writings and speeches. More importantly, they found theoretical justification for revolutionary black nationalism in Mao Zedong thought, especially after the launching of the Cultural Revolution in China. Finally got the news, the League of Revolutionary Black Workers. Although REM might have been on the decline, its leaders continued to shape some of the most radical movements of the decade. Several leadingers in the League of Revolutionary Black Workers in Detroit had been leaders in REM, most notably Luke Tripp, General Baker, Charles Mao Johnson and, later, Ernie Allen. Tripp, Baker, Johnson, and John Watson were Wayne State University students active in the nationalist collective Uhuru, which in some respects served as the public face of REM much like Challenge had done in Ohio and the Seoul Students Advisory Council had done in California. Watson, who apparently was not in REM, had worked 118 with a number of organizations, including the Freedom Now Party, an all-black political party that endorsed the socialist Clifton DeBerry for president in 1964, SNCC, and the Negro Action Committee. Upon General Baker's return from Cuba, he moved even deeper into Detroit's labor and left circles, taking a job as a production worker at the Chrysler Dodge main plant and taking classes on Marx's Capital with Marty Glaberman, a veteran radical of the Johnson Forest tendency, a breakaway group from the Socialist Workers' Party led by C.L.R. James and Raya Drunowjewska that included James Boggs and Grace Lee Boggs, is not equal to the Inner City Voice, ICV, which Watson began editing after the Detroit riots in 1967, was conceived as a revolutionary publication that could build links between black radicals, particularly students, and labor activists, with a broader black community. Having studied the works of Lenin, and to a lesser degree Stalin and Mao, the militants who started it regarded the newspaper as the focus of a permanent organization that could provide a bridge between the peaks of activity, and they tried to live up to this injunction. In 1968 Baker organized a discussion group consisting largely of Dodge main plant workers at the SOCE. Not long afterward, the V-Day after May Day, 1968, to be exact 4,000 workers at the Dodge main plant walked out in a wildcat strike. The RST in that factory in 14 years, and the RST organized and led entirely by black workers. The strike was over the speed up of the assembly line, which in the previous week had increased from 49 to FTY 8 cars per hour. Black radical trade unionists characterized the speed-ups as part of a broader process of niggermation, or as one worker explained it, the practice of hiring one black worker to do the work formerly done by 3 white workers. In spite of the fact that many pickets were white, the greatest company reprisals were against black workers. General Baker, accused of leading the strike, was among those summarily read. In an open letter to Chrysler Corporation, Baker wrote, "In this day and age, the leadership of a wildcat strike is a badge of honor and courage. You have made the decision to do battle with me and therefore to do battle with the entire black community in this city, this state, this country, and in this world which I am part of. Black people of the world are united in a common struggle less than or equal to no matter what role Baker played in the walkout. It is clear that the individuals involved in the ICV study group were at the forefront of the strike. This core of radical workers around Baker and the ICV group gave 119. Birth to DRUM, the Dutch Revolutionary Union movement. The spirit and militancy that DRUM represented spread to other plants. LRAM rose out of the Eldon Avenue gear and axle plant. YARAM was started at Chrysler J.E. Ayrson Avenue, MRAM at Mount Road Engine, KDRUM at Cadillac Fleetwood, FRUM at the Ford Rouge, and GRUM at General Motors. Though most of these committees actively involved relatively small numbers of workers, the spread of the movement revealed the level of frustration and anger that black workers felt toward both the auto industry and the leadership of the United Auto Workers, UAW. From the outset, black student radicals at Wayne State University were committed to building DRUM and the other revolutionary union movements because they saw working-class struggles as the fundamental wedge against capitalism. Besides, at a public institution like Wayne State, in which 10% of its student body was black, it wasn't unusual to ND part-time students in the plants or workers whose kids leapt into the revolutionary movement feed RST. During the wildcat strikes at the Dutch Main and Eldon Avenue plants, students walked the picket line after court injunctions prevented the striking workers from coming near the plant gates. Thus the distinctions between intellectuals and workers were always somewhat blurred. As Gio Rajak, a black Detroit native active in radical politics during the 1970s, recalled, "I would ride the bus full of auto workers on their way to the plant and there was always somebody reading Stalin, Lenin, or Mao. It seemed like everyone was part of a study group greater than or equal to." It is not an exaggeration to state that most DRUM leaders were self-identified Marxist-Leninist Maoists or Trotskyists of some variety. However, at the outset their main concern was unity within the revolutionary union movement. In large measure through the work of the original core group from the ICV, but with the important additions of workers who had become active on the shop floor, the League of Revolutionary Black Workers came into being in 1969. Its constitution called on workers to act swiftly to organize DRUM-type organizations wherever there are black workers, be it in Lynn Townsend's kitchen, the White House, White Castle, Fort Rouge, the Mississippi Delta, the plains of Wyoming, the mines of Bolivia, the rubber plantations of Indonesia, the oil fields of Biafra, or the Chrysler plant in South Africa. The organization's belief that world revolution was imminent and that people of color throughout the world were in the vanguard reeks the Maoist-inspired vision characteristic of REM. Indeed, when Ernie 120 Allen became the League's director of political education, he recalled that practically everyone was reading Mao Anjip, the Vietnamese theoretician on guerrilla warfare. It wasn't uncommon for members to use the Chinese Revolution as a framework for understanding the history of the black workers' struggles. Besides, League activists were reading more than Mao. They were interested in some of the Italian and French New Left movements, particularly Podere Operaio, Lotta Continua, and several French workerist organizations. Allen brought some of these heated discussions of world events back home by introducing books and articles on African American labor history. Despite their deep sense of internationalism and their radical vision of trade unionism, League members were divided over strategy and tactics. One group, led by General Baker, believed that the movement should focus on shop floor struggles, while Watson, Mike Hamlin, and Cockrell felt that the League needed to organize black communities beyond the point of production. One outgrowth of their community-based approach was the Black Economic Development Conference, BEDC, held in spring 1969. At the urging of the former SNCC leader James Forman, who had recently arrived in Detroit, the League became heavily involved in the planning and running of the conference. Originally called by the Interreligious Foundation for Community Organizations, the conference was taken over by the revolutionary left in Detroit and essentially produced a call for black socialism. Out of bed came Forman's proposal for a black manifesto, which demanded, among other things, $100 million in reparations from white churches. The work in bed led the League leadership, of which Forman was now a part, away from its local emphasis. Their efforts led to the founding of the Black Workers' Congress, BWC, in 1970. The BWC was conceived more or less as a coalition of black revolutionary labor activists, and it attracted a number of Maoist and left nationalist movements, including the Puerto Rican Revolutionary Workers Organization, which went on to help found the Revolutionary Workers League, and the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist. Foreman was deeply influenced by Kathy Amatnik, a major theorist in the women's liberation movement, with whom he had a relationship. She had studied Chinese at Harvard and introduced consciousness raising based on the Speak Bitterness campaigns in China. And according to Rosalind Baxendale, one of the founding members of the radical feminist 121 group Red Stockings, Amatnik was a serious anti-revisionist who appreciated Stalin and sympathized with Albania Pi. Eventually the Foreman-led BWC became a Marxist-Leninist Maoist organization in its own right, calling for workers' control over the economy and the state to be brought about through cooperatives, united front groups, neighborhood centers, student organizations, and ultimately a revolutionary party. With Foreman at the helm, the BWC called for an end to all forms of racism, imperialism, speed-ups, and wage freezes, and it expressed its support for the South Vietnamese Provisional Revolutionary Government. Meanwhile, the League's local base began to disintegrate. Several League activists, including Chuck Wooten and General Baker, had been red and all of the revolutionary union movements were barely functional by 1972. The general policy statement of the League, which based everything on the need for vibrant drum-type organizations, seemed to have fallen by the wayside. Divisions between the leadership groupings were so entrenched that no one could hear criticism from the other side without assuming hostile motivations. These contradictions came to a head when Cockrell, Hamlin, and Watson left the League in June 1971 to build the Black Workers' Congress. In their document The Split in the League of Revolutionary Black Workers, 3 lines and 3 headquarters, they described themselves as the proletarian revolutionaries and the 2 other tendencies as the petty bourgeois opportunists and the backward reactionary nationalist lumpen proletarians. Not long after their departure from the League, the remaining core, led by General Baker, joined the Communist League under the leadership of the veteran black Marxist Nelson Pirie. Several members of the Dutch Revolutionary Union movement and the League of Revolutionary Black Workers rose to leadership positions within the Communist Labour Party, CLP, and significantly shaped its industrial orientation. They studied Mao and Stalin with even greater rigor and built a highly disciplined party in Detroit that concentrated on the plants and factories. Although the League, which was to become the Communist Labour Party in 1972, opened a China-Albania bookstore in Detroit, it never tried to operate as a mass organization or recruit on college campuses. Baker, especially, remained committed to the Communist League through all of its manifestations as the CLP and, most recently, as the League of Revolutionaries. In many respects, the League's leaders turned out to be very good Maoists whether or not they identified with Mao. Through the newspapers and 122. The revolutionary union movements, they always looked for ways to relate their overall political analysis to the conditions around them. They established strategic guidelines rather than a rigid blueprint for organizing. And they constantly struggled over the relationship of Marxist intellectuals, which they were in large part, to the workers they wanted to reach. In so doing they succeeded in creating a revolutionary language and making it available to black workers. Yet the promise of the League was also its peril, when the phenomenon of the revolutionary union movements began to dissipate, and as struggles led by the revolutionary union movements were defeated, the League itself was called into question. As Ken Cockrell puts it, we had to develop a concept of what to do when workers are red for doing organizational activity, and you are not in a position to feed them, and you are not in a position to force management to take them back, and you are not in a position to relate concretely to any of their needs. If you make no response, you are in a position of having led workers out of the plant on the basis of an anti-racist, anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist line and having the man respond, and you can't do anything. But this is not the whole story. Perhaps the greatest tragedy for the League was the failure of white workers to support the revolutionary union movements. Had the UAW used its resources to support League demands rather than lining up with the auto companies to isolate and destroy the movements, the outcome probably would have been different. Race, once again, contributed to the downfall of a potentially transformative American labor movement. It was yet another installment of a very old, and continuing, saga. Return of the Black Belt. By most accounts, an explicit Maoist ideology and movement did not emerge on the U.S. political landscape until Mao initiated the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in 1966. A precursor to the revolution had erupted in China 9 years earlier, when Mao appealed to his countrymen to let 100 hours blossom and let 100 schools of thought contend that campaign was just a ash in the pan, however, and it was quickly silenced after too many hours openly criticized the Chinese Communist Party. But the Cultural Revolution was deterrent. Hierarchies in the party and 123 in the Red Army were ostensibly eliminated. Criticism and self-criticism was encouraged as long as it coincided with Mao Zedong thought. Communists suspected of supporting a capitalist road were brought to trial. Bourgeois intellectuals in the academy and government were expected to perform manual labor, to work among the people as a way of breaking down social hierarchies. And all vestiges of the old order were to be eliminated. The youth, now the vanguard, attacked tradition with a vengeance and sought to create new cultural forms to promote the revolution. The people of China were now called on to educate themselves. The Cultural Revolution intensified the constituent elements of Maoism, the idea of constant rebellion and conflict, the concept of the centrality of people over economic laws or productive forces, the notion of revolutionary morality. No matter what one's view of the Cultural Revolution might be, it projected to the world, particularly to those sympathetic to China and to revolutionary movements generally, a vision of society where divisions between the powerful and powerless are blurred, and where status and privilege do not necessarily distinguish leaders from the led. The socialists Paul Sweezy and Leo Huberman, editors of the independent socialist journal Monthly Review, recognized the huge implications of such a revolution for the urban poor in the United States. Just imagine what would happen in the United States if a president were to invite the poor in this country, with special emphasis on the blacks in the urban ghettos, to win the war on poverty for themselves, promising them the protection of the army against reprisals. Omega, of course. The United States is not a socialist country and has never pretended to be one, and despite a somewhat sympathetic President Lyndon Johnson, black people in the United States were not regarded by the state as the people. Their problems were a drain on society, and their ungrateful riots and the proliferation of revolutionary organizations did not elicit much sympathy for the black poor. For many in the New Left, African Americans were not only the people but also the most revolutionary sector of the working class. The Cultural Revolution's emphasis on eliminating hierarchies and empowering the oppressed reinforced the idea that black liberation lay at the heart of the new American Revolution. Mao Zedong himself gave credence to this view in his widely circulated April 1968 statement in support of the Afro-American struggle against violent repression. The statement was delivered during a massive demonstration in China protesting the assassination of Dr. Martin. 124. Luther King Jr., at which Robert Williams and Vicky Garvin were among the featured speakers. According to Garvin, millions of Chinese demonstrators marched in the pouring rain to denounce American racism is not equal to responding to the rebellions touched by King's assassination. Mao characterized these urban uprisings as a new clarion call to all the exploited and oppressed people of the United States to GHT against the barbarous rule of the monopoly capitalist class. Even more than the 1963 statement, Mao's words endowed the urban riots with historic importance in the world of revolutionary upheaval. His statement, as well as the general logic of Lin Biao's theory of the new democratic revolution, justified support for black nationalist movements and their right of self-determination. It was in the context of the urban rebellions that several streams of black radicalism, including REM, converged and gave birth in Oakland, California, to the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Perhaps the most visible black organization promoting Mao Zedong thought. By some accounts they also were probably the least serious about reading Marxist, Leninist, or Maoist writings and developing a revolutionary ideology. Founded by Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, a former REM member, the Black Panther Party went well beyond the boundaries of Merritt College and recruited the lumpen proletariat. Much of the rank and lee engaged in sloganeering more than anything else, and their Bible was the Little Red Book. That the Panthers were Marxist, at least in rhetoric and program, was one of the sources of their dispute with Ron Carenda's U.S. organization and other groups they derisively dismissed as cultural nationalists. Of course, the Panthers not only had their own cultural nationalist agenda, But the so-called cultural nationalists were neither a monolith nor were they uniformly pro-capitalist. And the divisions between these groups were exacerbated by COINTELPRO. Still, there was a fundamental difference between the Panthers' evolving ideology of socialism and class struggle and that of black nationalist groups, even on the left. As Bobby Seale explained in a March 1969 interview, "We're talking about socialism. The cultural nationalists say that socialism won't do anything for us. There's the contradiction between the old and the new. Black people have no time to practice black racism, and the masses of black people do not hate white people just because of the color of their skin. We're not going to go out foolishly and say there is no possibility of aligning with some righteous white revolutionaries, or other." 125. Poor and oppressed peoples in this country who might come to see the light about the fact that it's the capitalist system they must get rid of, less than or equal to how the Panthers arrived at this position, and the divisions within the party over their stance is a long and complicated story that we cannot address here. For our purposes, we want to make a few brief points about the party's embrace of Mao Zedong thought and its position vis-a-vis black self-determination. For Huey Newton, whose contribution to the party's ideology rivals that of Eldridge Cleaver and George Jackson, the source of the Panthers' Marxism was the Chinese and Cuban revolutions, precisely because their analysis grew out of their respective histories rather than from the pages of Capital. The Chinese and Cuban examples, according to Newton, empowered the Panthers to develop their own unique program and to discard theoretical insights from Marx and Lenin that had little or no application to black reality greater than or equal to. Indeed, a quick perusal of the Panthers' 10-point program reveals quite clearly that Malcolm X continued to be one of their biggest ideological influences. Eldridge Cleaver was a little more explicit about the role of Maoism and the thought of the Korean communist leader Kim Il-sung in reshaping Marxism-Leninism for the benefit of the national liberation struggles of Third World peoples. In a 1968 pamphlet titled On the Ideology of the Black Panther Party, Part 1, Cleaver makes clear that the Panthers were a Marxist-Leninist party. But he adds that Marx, Engels, Lenin, and their contemporary followers did not owe much insight on understanding ending racism. The lesson here is to adopt and alter what is useful and reject what is not. With the founding of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in 1948 and the People's Republic of China in 1949, Cleaver wrote, something new was interjected into Marxism-Leninism, and it ceased to be just a narrow, exclusively European phenomenon. Comrade Kim Il-sung and Comrade Mao Zedong applied the classical principles of Marxism-Leninism to the conditions of their own countries and thereby made the ideology into something useful for their people. But they rejected that part of the analysis that was not beneficial to them and had only to do with the welfare of Europe. In Cleaver's view, the sharpest critique of Western Marxism's blindness with regard to race came from Frantz Fanon. By seeing themselves as part of a global national liberation movement, the Panthers also spoke of the black community as a colony with an inherent 126 right to self-determination. Yet, unlike many other black or interracial Maoist groups, they never advocated secession or the creation of a separate state. Rather, describing black people as colonial subjects was a way of characterizing the materialist nature of racism, that is, it was more of a metaphor than an analytical concept. Self-determination was understood to mean community control within the urban environment, not necessarily the establishment of a black nation. In a paper delivered at the Peace and Freedom Party's founding convention in March 1968, Cleaver tried to clarify the relationship between interracial unity in the U.S. Revolution and, in his words, national liberation in the black colony. He essentially called for an approach in which black and white radicals would work together to create coalitions of revolutionary organizations and to develop the political and military machinery that could overthrow capitalism and imperialism. Going further, he also called for a United Nations-sponsored plebiscite that would allow black people to determine whether they wished to integrate or separate. Such a plebiscite, he argued, would bring clarity to black people on the question of self-determination, just as the RST wave independence movements in Africa had to decide whether they wanted to maintain some altered dominion status or achieve complete independence. Cleaver represented a wing of the Black Panther Party more interested in guerrilla warfare than in rebuilding society or doing the hard work of grassroots organizing. The Panthers' attraction to Mao, Kim Il-sung, Jup, Che, and for that matter Fanon, was based on their writings on revolutionary violence and people's wars. Many self-styled Panther theoreticians focused so much on developing tactics to sustain the imminent revolution that they skipped over a good deal of Mao's writings. Recognizing the problem, Newton sought to move the party away from an emphasis on guerrilla warfare and violence to a deeper, richer discussion of what the party's vision for the future might entail. Shortly after his release from prison in August 1970, Newton proposed the creation of an ideological institute where participants actually read and taught what he regarded as the classics Marx, Mao, and Lenin, as well as Aristotle, Plato, Rousseau, Kant, Kierkegaard, and Nietzsche. Unfortunately, the ideological institute did not amount to much. Few party members saw the use of abstract theorizing or the relevance of some of these writings to revolution. Besides, the fact that quotations from Chairman Mao read more or less like a handbook for guerrillas didn't help matters much. Even Fanon was read pretty selectively, with 127. His chapter concerning violence being the perpetual favorite among militants. George Jackson contributed to the Panthers' theoretical emphasis on war, since much of his own writings, from Soledad Brother to Blood in My Eye, drew on Mao primarily to discuss armed resistance under fascism. Efforts to read the works of Marx, Lenin, or Mao beyond issues related to armed rebellion did not always end a willing audience among the Panthers. Pi Sid Lamel, then a radical activist at California State University in Los Angeles, recalls being in contact with a few Panthers who had joined a study group sponsored by the California Communist League. The reading, which included Mao's 4 essays on philosophy and lengthy passages from Lenin's selected works, turned out to be too much, and the Panthers eventually left the group amid a stormy debate. Perhaps the least read section of quotations from Chairman Mao, at least by men, was the VE page chapter on women. In an age when the metaphors for black liberation were increasingly masculinized and black movement leaders not only ignored but also perpetuated gender oppression, even the most Marxist of the black nationalist movements belittled the woman question, the Black Panther Party was certainly no exception. Indeed, it was during the same historic meeting of the Students for a Democratic Society in 1969, where the Panthers invoked Marx, Lenin, and Mao to expel the Progressive Labor Party for their position on the national question, that the Panther Minister of Information Rufus Walls gave his infamous speech about the need to have women in the movement because they possessed pussy power, although Walls's statement clearly was a vernacular takeover from Mao's line that China's women are a vast reserve of labor power that should be tapped in the struggle to build a great socialist country. Omega turned out to be a profoundly anti-feminist defense of women's participation. While China's own history on the woman question is pretty dismal, Mao's dictum that women hold up half the sky, as well as his brief writings on women's equality and participation in the revolutionary process, endowed women's liberation with some revolutionary legitimacy on the left. Of course, Maoism didn't make the movement. The fact is, women's struggles within the New Left played the most important role in reshaping left movements toward a feminist agenda, or at least putting feminism on the table. But for black women in the Panthers who were suspicious of white feminism, Mao's language on women's equality provided space within the party to develop an incipient black feminist agenda. As the newly 128 appointed Minister of Information, the Panther Elaine Brown announced to a press conference soon after returning from China in 1971 that the Black Panther Party acknowledges the progressive leadership of our Chinese comrades in all areas of revolution. Specifically, we embrace China's correct recognition of the proper status of women as equal to that of men. Pi is not equal to even beyond the rhetoric. Black women Panthers such as Lynn French, Kathleen Cleaver, Erica Huggins, Akua Anjer, and Asada Shakur, formerly Joanne Chisimard, sustained the tradition of carving out free spaces within existing male-dominated organizations in order to challenge the multiple forms of exploitation that black working-class women face daily. Through the Panthers' free breakfast and educational programs, for example, black women devised strategies that, in varying degrees, challenged capitalism, racism, and patriarchy. And in some instances, African American women radicals rose to positions of prominence and, sometimes by sheer example, contributed toward developing a militant, class-conscious black feminist perspective. The most important figures in this respect include Kathleen Cleaver, Erica Huggins, Elaine Brown, and Asada Shakur. In some instances, the growing strength of a black left feminist perspective, buttressed by certain Maoist slogans on the woman question, shaped future black Maoist formations. One obvious example is the Black Vanguard Party, another Bay Area Maoist group active in the mid to late 1970s whose publication Jij maintained a consistent socialist feminist perspective. Michelle Gibbs, also known as Michelle Russell, her married name at the time, promoted a black feminist ideology as a Detroit supporter of the League of Revolutionary Black Workers and as a member of the Black Workers' Congress. As a red diaper baby whose father, Ted Gibbs, fought in the Spanish Civil War, and who grew up in a household where Paul Robeson and the artist Elizabeth Catlett were occasional guests, Gibbs's black socialist feminist perspective owed from her political experience, from the writings of black feminist writers, and from a panoply of radical thinkers ranging from Malcolm, Fanon, and Cabral to Marx, Lenin, and Mao. Pi less than or equal to conversely, the predominantly white radical feminist organization Red Stockings not only was influenced by Mao's writings but also modeled itself somewhat of the Black Power movement, particularly the movement's separatist strategies and identification with the Third World. Pi greater than or equal to ironically, the Black Panther Party's greatest identification with China occurred at the very moment when China's status among the left began. 129. To decline worldwide. Mao's willingness to host President Nixon and China's support of the repressive governments of Pakistan and Sri Lanka left many Maoists in the United States and elsewhere disillusioned. Nevertheless, Huey Newton and Elaine Brown not only visited China on the eve of Nixon's trip but also they announced that their entry into electoral politics was inspired by China's entry into the United Nations. Newton argued that the Black Panthers' shift toward reformist electoral politics did not contradict China's goal of toppling U.S. imperialism nor was it an abnegation of revolutionary principles. It was a tactic of socialist revolution. Even more incredible was Newton's complete abandonment of black self-determination, which he explained in terms of developments in the world economy. In 1971, he concluded quite presciently that the globalization of capital rendered the idea of national sovereignty obsolete, even among the socialist countries. Thus black demands for self-determination were no longer relevant, the only viable strategy was global revolution. Blacks in the U.S. have a special duty to give up any claim to nationhood now more than ever. The U.S. has never been our country, and realistically there's no territory for us to claim. Of all the oppressed people in the world, we are in the best position to inspire global revolution. In many respects, Newton's position on the national question was closer to Mao's than that of most of the self-proclaimed Maoist organizations that popped up in the early to late 1970s. Despite his own statements in support of national liberation movements and of Lin Biao's theory of democratic revolutions, Mao did not support independent organizations along nationalist lines. To him, black nationalism looked like ethnic/racial particularism. He was, after all, a Chinese nationalist attempting to unify peasants and proletarians and eliminate ethnic divisions within his own country. We might recall his 1957 statement in which he demanded that progressives in China help unite the people of our various nationalities, not divide them. Thus, while recognizing that racism is a product of colonialism and imperialism, his 1968 statement insists that the contradiction between the black masses in the United States and U.S. ruling circles is a class contradiction. The black masses and the masses of white working people in the United States share common interests and have common objectives to struggle for. In other words, the black struggle is bound to merge with the working class movement and overthrow capitalism. On the issue of black liberation, however, most American Maoist organi 130 Zations founded in the early to mid-1970s took their lead from Stalin, not Mao. Black people in the United States were not simply proletarians in black skin but rather a nation, or as Stalin put it, a historically evolved, stable community of language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a community of culture. The anti-revisionist groups that embraced Stalin's definition of a nation, such as the Communist Labor Party, CLP, and the October League, also resurrected the old Communist Party's position that African Americans in the Black Belt counties of the South constitute a nation and have a right to secede if they wished. On the other hand, groups like the Progressive Labor Party, once an advocate of revolutionary nationalism, moved to a position repudiating all forms of nationalism by the start of the Cultural Revolution. The CLP was perhaps the most consistent advocate of black self-determination among the anti-revisionist movements. Founded in 1968 largely by African Americans and Latinos, The CLP's roots can be traced to the old Provisional Organizing Committee, POC, itself an outgrowth of the 1956 split in the PUSA that led to the creation of Hammer and Steel and the Progressive Labor Movement. Ravaged by a decade of internal splits, the POC had become a predominantly black and Puerto Rican organization divided between New York and Los Angeles. In 1968, the New York leadership expelled their LA comrades for, among other things, refusing to denounce Stalin and Mao. In turn, the LA group, largely under the guidance of the veteran black Marxist Nelson Pirri, founded the California Communist League that same year and began recruiting young black and Chicano radical workers and intellectuals. Pirri's home in South Central Los Angeles had already become somewhat of a hangout for young black radicals after the Watts Uprising. There, he organized informal groups to study history, political economy, and classic works in Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, and he entertained all sorts of activists, including Black Panthers and student activists ranging from Cal State Los Angeles to L.A. Community College. The California Communist League subsequently merged with a group of SDS militants called the Marxist-Leninist Workers Association and formed the Communist League in 1970. 2 years later they changed their name again to the Communist Labor Party. Pi Omega, except for, perhaps, Harry Haywood's long essay toward a revolutionary position on the Negro question, Nelson Pirri's short book The Negro National Colonial Question, 1972, was probably the most widely read defense. 131. Of black self-determination in Marxist-Leninist Maoist circles at the time is not equal to Pirri was sharply criticized for his defense of the term Negro, a difficult position to maintain in the midst of the Black Power movement. But Pirri had a point: national identity was not about color. The Negro nation was a historically evolved, stable community with its own unique culture, language, or, rather, dialect, and territory. The Black Belt counties and their surrounding areas, or essentially the 13 states of the old Confederacy. Because Southern whites shared with African Americans a common territory, and by Pirri's account a common language and culture, they were also considered part of the Negro nation. More precisely, Southern whites comprised the Anglo-American minority within the Negro nation. As evidenced in soul music, spirituals, and rock and roll, Pirri insisted that what emerged in the South was a hybrid culture with strong African roots manifest in the form of slave folk tales and female head wraps. Jimi Hendrix and Sly and the Family Stone, as well as white imitators like Al Jolson, Elvis Presley, and Tom Jones, are all cited as examples of a shared culture. Pirri saw soul culture embedded in forms of daily life, for example, the custom of eating pig's feet, neck bones, black-eyed peas, greens, yams, and chitlins are all associated with a region of the South, particularly the Negro Nation. Pirri's positioning of Southern whites as part of the Negro Nation was a stroke of genius, particularly since one of his intentions was to destabilize racial categories. However, at times his commitment to Stalin's definition of a nation weakened his argument. At the very moment when mass migration and urbanization depleted the rural South of its black population, Pirri insisted that the Black Belt was the natural homeland of Negroes. He even attempted to prove that a black peasantry and stable rural proletariat still existed in the Black Belt. Because the land question is the foundation upon which his understanding of self-determination was built, he ends up saying very little about the nationalization of industry or socialized production. Thus he could write in 1972 that the Negro national colonial question can only be solved by a return of the land to the people who have toiled over it for centuries. In the Negro nation, this land redistribution will demand a combination of state farms and cooperative enterprises in order to best meet the needs of the people under the conditions of modern mechanized agriculture. Less than or equal to the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, also promoted a version of the 132 Black Belt thesis, which it inherited from its earlier incarnation as the October League. The CP/ML was formed out of a merger between the October League, based mainly in Los Angeles, and the Georgia Communist League in 1972. Greater than or equal to many of its founding members came out of the Revolutionary Youth Movement too, a faction within SDS, and a handful were old left renegades like Harry Haywood and Otis Hyde. Haywood's presence in the CP/ML is significant since he is considered one of the architects of the original Black Belt thesis formulated at the 7th Congress of the Communist International in 1928. According to the updated CP/ML formulation, Afro-Americans had the right to secede to their historic homeland in the Black Belt South, but they added the caveat that the recognition of the right of self-determination does not mean they believe separation is the most appropriate solution. They also introduced the idea of regional autonomy, i.e., that urban concentrations of African Americans can also exercise self-determination in their own communities, and they extended the slogan of self-determination to Chicanos, Puerto Ricans, Asian Americans, Native Americans, and indigenous people in U.S. colonies, in the Pacific Islands, Hawaii, Alaska, etc. They were selective as to what sort of nationalist movements they would support, promising to back only revolutionary nationalism as opposed to reactionary nationalism. The Revolutionary Union, an outgrowth of the Bay Area Revolutionary Union, BARU, founded in 1969 with support from ex-PUSA members who had visited China, took the position that black people constituted an oppressed nation of a new type because black people were primarily workers concentrated in urban, industrial areas, what they called a deformed class structure. They argued that self-determination should not take the form of secession but rather be realized through the GHT against discrimination, exploitation, and police repression in the urban centers. In 1975, when the Revolutionary Union transformed itself into the Revolutionary Communist Party, RCP, it continued to embrace the idea that black people constituted a nation of a new type, but it also began to uphold the right of black people to return to claim their homeland. Not surprisingly, these two contradictory lines created confusion, thereby compelling RCP leaders to adopt an untenable position of defending the right of self-determination without advocating it. 2 years later, they dropped the right of self-determination altogether and, like the PLP, waged war on all forms of narrow nationalism. Unlike any of the Maoist-oriented organizations mentioned above, the 133 Revolutionary Communist League, RCL, founded and led by none other than Amiri Baraka, grew directly out of the cultural nationalist movements of the late 1960s. To understand the RCL's, and its precursors, shifting positions with regard to the black liberation, we need to go back to 1966 when Baraka founded Spirit House in Newark, New Jersey, with the help of local activists as well as folks he had worked with in Harlem's Black Arts Repertory Theater. While Spirit House artists were from the beginning involved in local political organizing, the police beating of Baraka and several other activists during the Newark uprising in 1967 politicized them even further. After the uprising, they helped organize a Black Power conference in Newark that attracted several national black leaders, including Stokely Carmichael, H. Rap Brown, Huey P. Newton of the Black Panther Party, and Imari Obadile of the newly formed Republic of New Africa, partly an outgrowth of REM. Shortly thereafter, Spirit House became the base for the Committee for a Unit Newark, FUN, a new organization made up of United Brothers, Black Community Defense and Development, and Sisters of Black Culture. In addition to attracting black nationalists, Muslims, and even a few Marxist-Leninist Maoists, FUN bore the mark of Ron Karenda's U.S. organization. Indeed, FUN adopted Karenda's version of cultural nationalism and worked closely with him. Although tensions arose between Karenda and some of the Newark activists over his treatment of women and the overly centralized leadership structure that FUN had imported from the U.S. organization, the movement continued to grow. In 1970, Baraka renamed FUN the Congress of African Peoples, CAP, transformed it into a national organization, and at its founding convention broke with Karenda. Leaders of CAP sharply criticized Karenda's cultural nationalism and passed resolutions that reeked a turn to the left, including a proposal to raise funds to help build the Tanzania-Zambia Railroad. Several factors contributed to Baraka's turn to the left during this period. One has to do with a painful lesson he learned about the limitations of black petty bourgeois politicians. After playing a pivotal role in the 1970 election of Kenneth Gibson, Newark's RST black mayor, Baraka witnessed an increase in police repression, including attacks on CAP demonstrators, and a failure on the part of Gibson to deliver what he had promised the African American community. Feeling betrayed and disillusioned, Baraka broke with Gibson in 1974, though he did not give up entirely on the electoral process. His role in organizing the RST National Black Political 134 Assembly in 1972 reinforced in his mind the power of black independent politics and the potential strength of a black united front. One source of Baraka's turn to the left was the CLP East Coast Regional Coordinator William Watkins. Harlem born and raised, Watkins was among a group of radical black students at Cal State Los Angeles who helped found the Communist League. In 1974 Watkins got to know Baraka, who was trying to induce someone to advance his understanding of Marxism-Leninism. "We spent hours in his OCE," Watkins recalled, discussing the basics like surplus value for about 3 months. Baraka met regularly with Watkins, who taught him the fundamentals of political economy and tried to expose the limitations of cultural nationalism. These meetings certainly influenced Baraka's leftward turn, but when Watkins and Nelson Pirie asked Baraka to join the CLP, he refused. Although he had come to appreciate Marxism-Leninism Altsetung thought, he wasn't ready to join a multiracial organization. The black struggle was RST and foremost it is that the most important source of Baraka's radicalization came out of Africa. Just as Baraka's RST turned to the left after 1960 was inspired by the Cuban Revolution, the struggle in southern Africa prompted his post-1970 turn to the left. The key event was the creation of the African Liberation Support Committee in 1971, which originated with a group of black nationalists led by Owusu Sadokai, the director of Malcolm X Liberation University in Greensboro, North Carolina, who traveled to Mozambique under the aegis of Frelimo, Front for the Liberation of Mozambique. The president of Frelimo, Samora Machel, who, coincidentally, was in China at the same time as Huey Newton, and other militants persuaded Sadokai and his colleagues that the most useful role that African Americans could play in support of anti-colonialism was to challenge American capitalism from within and let the world know the truth about their just war against Portuguese domination. A year later Amilcar Cabral, the leader of the anti-colonial movement in Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands, said essentially the same thing during his last visit to the United States. Moreover, Cabral and Machel represented explicitly Marxist movements. They rejected the idea that pre-colonial African societies were inherently democratic and that they practiced a form of primitive communism that could lay the groundwork for modern socialism. Rather, they asserted that African societies were not immune from class struggle, nor was capitalism the only road to development. 135. The African Liberation Support Committee rejected the radical orientation of the liberation movements in Portuguese Africa. On May 27, 1972, the anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity, the ALSC held the RST African Liberation Day demonstration, drawing approximately 30,000 protesters in Washington alone, and an estimated 30,000 more across the country. The African Liberation Day Coordinating Committee consisted of representatives from several nationalist and black left organizations, including the Youth Organization for Black Unity, YOLBU, the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, OPRP, headed by Stokely Carmichael, Queen the Pan-African People's Organization, and the Maoist Black Workers' Congress Omega. Because the ALSC brought together such a broad range of black activists, it became an arena for debate over the creation of a black radical agenda. While most ALSC organizers were actively anti-imperialist, the number of black Marxists in leadership positions turned out to be a point of contention. Aside from Sadokai, who would go on to play a major role in the Maoist-oriented Revolutionary Workers' League, RWL, the ALSC's main leaders included Nelson Johnson, future leader in the Communist Workers' Party, and the brilliant writer/organizer Abdul Al-Kalimat. As early as 1973, splits occurred within the ALSC over the role of Marxists, though when the dust settled a year later, Marxists from the RWL, the Black Workers' Congress, BWC, the Revolutionary Workers' Congress, an offshoot of the BWC, CAP, and the Workers' Viewpoint Organization, the precursor to the Communist Workers' Party, were victorious. Unfortunately, internal squabbling and sectarianism proved to be too much for the ALSC to handle. Chinese foreign policy struck the blow, its support for UNITA during the 1975 Angola Civil War and Vice Premier Lee Zion's suggestion that dialogue with white South Africa was better than armed insurrection, placed black Maoists in the ALSC in a default position. Omega is not equal to within 3 years the ALSC had utterly collapsed, bringing to an inauspicious close perhaps the most dynamic anti-imperialist organization of the decade. Nevertheless, Baraka's experience in the ALSC profoundly altered his thinking. As he recalls in his autobiography, by the time of the RST African Liberation Day demonstration in 1972, he was going left. I was reading Nkrumah and Cabral and Mao. Within 2 years he was calling on CAP members to examine the international revolutionary experience, namely the Russian and Chinese revolutions, and integrate it with the practice of 136. The African Revolution. Their study lists expanded to include works such as Mao Zedong's 4 essays on philosophy, Stalin's Foundations of Leninism, and History of the Communist Party Soviet Union, short course. By 1976, CAP had dispensed with all vestiges of nationalism, changed its name to the Revolutionary Communist League, and sought to remake itself into a multiracial Marxist-Leninist Maoist movement. Perhaps as a way to establish its ideological moorings as an anti-revisionist movement, the RCL followed in a noble tradition of resurrecting the Black Belt thesis. In 1977, the organization published a paper titled The Black Nation that analyzed black liberation movements from a Marxist-Leninist Maoist perspective and concluded that black people in the South and in large cities constitute a nation with an inherent right to self-determination. While rejecting bourgeois integration, the essay argued that the struggle for black political power was central to the GHT for self-determination. Less than or equal to the RCL attempted to put its vision of self-determination in practice through efforts to build a black united front. They organized coalitions against police brutality, mobilized support for striking cafeteria workers and maintenance workers, created a People's Committee on Education to challenge budget cuts and shape educational policy, and protested the Baaki decision. The RCL's grassroots organizing and coalition building brought them in contact with the League of Revolutionary Struggle, LRS, a California-based movement formed out of a merger between Iworkun, the Chinese-American Maoist organization, and the predominantly Chicano August 29 movement, Marxist-Leninist. In 1979, the RCL and the LRS decided to unite, and one of the foundations of their joint program was their support of the Black Nation thesis. As a result of the merger and the debates that preceded it, the RCL's position changed slightly. Southern black people and Chicanos in the Southwest constituted oppressed nations with a right to self-determination. By contrast, for black people locked in northern ghettos, the struggle for equal rights obviously took precedent over the land question. Invariably, the merger was short-lived, in part because of disagreements over the issue of self-determination and the continuing presence of what LRS members regarded as narrow nationalism in the RCL. The LRS chair Carmen Chang was never comfortable with the Black Nation thesis but accepted the position for the sake of unity. Baraka's group, on the other hand, never abandoned black unity for multiracial class struggle. And as an artist with deep roots in the black arts movement, Baraka persistently set 137. His cultural and political sights on the contradictions of black life under capitalism, imperialism, and racism. For Baraka, as with many of the characters discussed in this essay, this was not a simple matter of narrow nationalism. On the contrary, understanding the place of racist oppression and black revolution within the context of capitalism and imperialism was fundamental to the future of humanity. In the tradition of Du Bois, Fanon, and Harold Cruz, Baraka insisted that the black, hence colonial, proletariat was the vanguard of world revolution, not because of some mystic chauvinism but because of our place in objective history. We are the vanguard because we are at the bottom, and when we race to stand up straight, everything stacked upon us topples greater than or equal to. Moreover, despite Baraka's immersion in Marxist-Leninist Maoist literature, his own cultural work suggests that he knew, as did most black radicals, that the question of whether black people constituted a nation was not going to be settled through reading Lenin or Stalin or resurrecting M.N. Roy. If the battle ever could be settled, it would take place, for better or for worse, on the terrain of culture. While the black arts movement was the primary vehicle for black cultural revolution in the United States, it is hard to imagine what that revolution would have looked like without China. Black radicals seized the great proletarian revolution by the horns and reshaped it in their own image. The Great, Black, Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Less than a year into the Cultural Revolution, Robert Williams published an article in the Crusader titled Reconstitute Afro-American Art to Remold Black Souls. While Mao's call for a cultural revolution meant getting rid of the vestiges, cultural and otherwise, of the old order, Williams, not unlike members of the black arts movement in the United States, was talking about purging black culture of a slave mentality, although adopting some of the language of CCP's manifesto, the Decision of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party concerning the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, published August 12, 1966 in the Peking Review. Williams's essay sought to build on the idea rather than on the ideology of the Cultural Revolution. Like Mao, he called on black artists to cast the shackles of the old traditions and only make art in the service of revolution. The Afro-American artist must make a resolute and conscious effort to reconstitute. 138. Our art forms to remold new proud black and revolutionary soul. It must create a new theory and direction and prepare our people for a more bitter, bloody, and protracted struggle against racist tyranny and exploitation. Black art must serve the best interest of black people. It must become a powerful weapon in the arsenal of the Black Revolution. The leaders of RAM concurred. An internal RAM document circulated in 1967, titled Some Questions Concerning the Present Period, called for a full-scale black cultural revolution in the United States whose purpose would be to destroy the conditioned white oppressive mores, attitudes, ways, customs, philosophies, habits, etc., which the oppressor has taught and trained us to have. This means on a mass scale a new revolutionary culture. It also meant an end to processed hair, skin lighteners, and other symbols of parroting the dominant culture. Indeed, the revolution targeted not only assimilated bourgeois Negroes but also barbers and beauticians. The conscious promotion of art as a weapon in black liberation is nothing new. It can be traced back at least to the left wing of the Harlem Renaissance, if not earlier. And the black arts movement in the United States, not to mention virtually every other contemporary national liberation movement, took this idea very seriously. Fanon says as much in The Wretched of the Earth, English translation of which was making the rounds like wildwood during this period. Still, the Cultural Revolution in China loomed large. After all, many if not most black nationalists were familiar with China and had read Mao, and even if they did not acknowledge or make explicit the innocence of Maoist ideas on the need for revolutionary art or the protracted nature of cultural revolution, the parallels are striking nonetheless. Consider Molina, Ron, Carenda's 1968 Manifesto Black Cultural Nationalism, first published in Negro Digest. The essay derived many of its ideas from Mao's talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. Like Mao, Carenda insisted that all art must be judged by two criteria: artistic and social, political, that revolutionary art must be for the masses, and that, in Carenda's own words, art must be functional, that is useful, as we cannot accept the false doctrine of art for art's sake. One can definitely see the innocence of Maoism on Carenda's efforts to create an alternative revolutionary culture. Indeed, the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, the African-American holiday that Carenda invented and RST celebrated in 1967, unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, collective economics, socialism, creativity, purpose, and even faith are nearly as CONSO 139. Net with Mao's ideas as they are with traditional African culture. And it is not a coincidence, perhaps, that at least one of the principles, ujamaa, or cooperative economics, was the basis of Tanzania's famous Arusha Declaration in 1964 under President Julius Nyerere, with Tanzania being China's earliest and most important ally in Africa. Although Carenda's debt to Mao went unacknowledged, the Progressive Labour Party took note. The PLP's paper, The Challenge, ran a scathing article that attacked the entire black arts movement and its theoreticians. Titled Leroy Jones' Carenda Hustle, Cultural Rebels Foul Us Up, the article characterized Carenda as a pseudo-intellectual who has thoroughly read Mao's talks on literature and art. In fact, he can quote from this work as if he wrote it himself. What he did with this Marxist classic is to take out its heart, the class struggle, and substitute no struggle. In addition, he has put art above politics and has made art the revolution. Cultural nationalism, the article continued, is not only worshipping the most reactionary aspects of African history. It even goes so far as measuring one's revolutionary commitment by the clothes that are being worn. This is part of the black awareness. Of course, revolution did become a kind of art, or more precisely, a distinct style. Whether it was afros and dashikis or leather jackets and berets, most black revolutionaries in the United States developed their own aesthetic criteria. In the publishing world, Mao's Little Red Book made a tremendous impact on literary styles in black radical circles. The idea that a pocket-sized book of pithy quotes and aphorisms could address a range of subjects, from ethical behavior, revolutionary thought and practice, economic development, philosophy, etc., appealed to many black activists, irrespective of political allegiance. The Little Red Book prompted a cottage industry of miniature books of quotations compiled expressly for black militants. The Black Book, edited by Earl O'Ferry Hutchison, with assistance from Judy Davis, is a case in point. Published by the Radical Education Project, circa 1970, the Black Book is a compilation of brief quotes from W.E.B. Du Bois, Malcolm X, and Frantz Fanon that address a range of issues related to domestic and world revolution. The resemblance to quotations from Chairman Mao is striking. Chapter titles include Black Culture and Art, Politics, Imperialism, Socialism, Capitalism, Youth, the Third World, Africa, On America, and Black Unity. Earl O'Ferry Hutchison's introduction places black struggle in a global context and calls 140 for revolutionary ethics and spiritual as well as physical unification of the Third World. True blackness, he adds, is a collective lifestyle, a collective set of values and a common world perspective that grows out of distinct experiences in the West. The Black Book was not written as defense of black nationalism against the encroachments of Maoism. On the contrary, Earl O'Ferry Hutchison closes by telling freedomters everywhere, continue to read your Red Book, but place alongside of it the revolutionary Black Book. To win the coming battle, both are necessary. Another popular text in this tradition was the Axioms of Kwame Nkrumah, Freedom Fighters edition. Bound in black leather with gold type, it opens with a line in the frontispiece underscoring the importance of revolutionary will. The secret of life is to have no fear, and with the exception of its African focus, the chapters are virtually indistinguishable from the Little Red Book. Topics include African Revolution, Army, Black Power, Capitalism, Imperialism, People's Militia, The People, Propaganda, Socialism, and Women. Most of the quotes are either vague or fail to transcend obvious sloganeering, e.g., the foulest intellectual rubbish ever invented by man is that of racial superiority and inferiority, or a revolutionary fails only if he surrenders. Is not equal to. More importantly, many of Nkrumah's insights could have come straight from Mao's pen, particularly those quotations dealing with the need for popular mobilization, the dialectical relationship between thought and action, and issues related to war and peace and imperialism. On the question of culture, most Maoist and anti-revisionist groups in the United States were less concerned with creating a new, revolutionary culture than with destroying the vestiges of the old or attacking what they regarded as a retrograde, bourgeois commercial culture. In this respect, they were in step with the great proletarian cultural revolution. In a fascinating review of the L.M. Supri published in the C.P.M.L. paper The Call, the writer seizes the opportunity to criticize the counterculture as well as the capitalists' role in promoting drug use in the black community. Looking around at all the people overdosing on drugs, getting killed in gun GHTS among themselves, and getting shredded up in industrial accidents while stoned on the job, it's clear that dope is as big a killer as any armed cop. Why would ALM marketed to black people glorify the drug culture? Because the imperialists know the plain truth: if you're hooked on dope, you won't have time to think about revolution, you're too busy worrying about 141. Where the next shot is coming from. The review also included a bit of Chinese history. The British did everything they could to get the Chinese people strung out on opium. It was common for workers to get part of their wages in opium, turning them into addicts even quicker. It was only revolution that got rid of the cause of this misery. By taking their countries back, and turning their society into one that really served the people, there was no more need to escape into drugs. Is not equal to. Maoist attacks were not limited to the most reactionary aspects of mass commercial culture. The Black Arts movement, a movement that, ironically, included girls very much inspired by developments in China and Cuba, came under intense scrutiny by the anti-revisionist left. Groups like the PLP and the CP.M.L., despite their many disagreements over the national question, did agree that the Black Arts movement and its attraction to African culture was misguided, if not downright counter-revolutionary. The PLP dismissed black cultural nationalists as petty bourgeois businessmen who sold the most retrograde aspects of African culture to the masses and exploited black women, all in the name of African culture and in the name of revolution. The same PLP editorial castigates the black arts movement for teaching about African kings and queens, African empires. There is no class approach. No notice that these kings, etc., were oppressing the mass of African people is not equal to less than or equal to likewise. An editorial in The Call in 1973 sharply criticized the black arts movement for delegitimizing the genuine national aspirations of black people in the U.S. and to substituting African counterculture for anti-imperialist struggle is not equal to greater than or equal to. While these attacks were generally unfair, particularly in the way they lumped together a wide array of artists, a handful of black artists had come to similar conclusions about the direction of the black arts movement. For the novelist John Oliver Killens, the Chinese Cultural Revolution offered a model for transforming black cultural nationalism into a revolutionary force. As a result of his travels to China during the early 1970s, Killens published an important essay in The Black World, later reprinted by the U.S. China People's Friendship Association as a pamphlet titled Black Man in the New China, praising the Cultural Revolution for being, in his view, a stunning success. In fact, he ostensibly went to China to end out why the revolution succeeded while our own black cultural revolution, that bloomed so brightly during the 60s, seems to be dying on the vine is not equal to. By the time Killens was ready to return to the United States, he had reached several 142 conclusions regarding the limitations of the black cultural revolution and the strength of the Maoist model. First, he recognized that all successful revolutions must be continuous, permanent, and protracted. Second, cultural activism and political activism are not two different strategies for liberation but rather two sides of the same coin. The cultural revolution and the political revolution go hand in hand. Third, a revolutionary movement must be self-reliant, it must create self-sustaining cultural institutions. Of course, most radical nationalists in the black arts movement figured out most of this independently, and Killens' article merely reinforced these lessons. However, China taught Killens one other lesson that few other males in the movement paid attention to at the time: women hold up one half of the world. In some very vital and militant factions of the black cultural revolution, women were required to metaphorically sit in the back of the bus. This is backward thinking and divisive. Many women voted with their feet and went into women's lib. And some of the brothers seemed upset and surprised. We drove them to it is not equal to the other major black critic of the black arts movement's cultural nationalism who ended up embracing Maoism was Amiri Baraka, himself a central figure in the black cultural revolution and an early target for Maoist abuse. As the founder and leader of CAP and later the RCL, Baraka offered more than a critique. Instead, he built a movement that attempted to synthesize the stylistic and aesthetic innovations of the black arts movement with Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought and practice. Just as his odyssey from the world of the beats to the Bandung world provide insight into Mao's impact on black radicalism in the United States, so does his transition from a cultural nationalist to committed communist. More than any other Maoist or anti-revisionist, Baraka and the RCL epitomized the most conscious and sustained effort to bring the great proletarian cultural revolution to America's inner cities and to transform it in a manner that spoke to the black working class. Having come out of the black arts movement in Harlem and Spirit House in Newark, Baraka was above all else a cultural worker. As he and the Congress of African Peoples moved from cultural nationalism to Marxism, this profound ideological shift manifested itself through changes in cultural practice. Dismissing the black petty bourgeois primitive cultural nationalist as unscientific and metaphysical, he warned his comrades against the 143 cultural bias that might make us think that we can return to pre-slave trade Africa, and the romance of feudalism is not equal to further. CAP changed the name of its publication from Black Newark to Unity and struggled to reap its transition from a cultural nationalist perspective to a deeper understanding of the dialectical requirements of revolution is not equal to pi. The Spirit House Movers, CAP's theater troupe, was now called the African Revolutionary Movers, ARM, and a group of cultural workers associated with Spirit House formed a singing group called the Anti-Imperialist Singers. They abandoned African dress as well as male chauvinist practices that had been carried out as part of its African traditionalism, such as holding separate political education classes for men and women is not equal to. And CAP's Ochiel holiday, known as Leo Baraka for Baraka's birthday, became a day devoted entirely to studying Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, the woman question, and the problems of counter-development is not equal to omega. By 1976, the year CAP re-emerged as the Revolutionary Communist League. Baraka had come a long way since his alliance with Roncarenga. In a poem titled Today, published in a small book of poetry titled Hard Facts, 1976, Baraka's position on cultural nationalism vis-a-vis class struggle is unequivocal. Frauds in leopard skin, turban hustlers, W/skin-type rackets, colored capitalists, Negro exploiters, Afro-American embassy gamers who lurk about African embassies and for airline tickets, reception gorillas, whose only connection W/a party is the Frankie Crocker kind. Where is the revolution, brothers and sisters? Where is the mobilization of the masses led by the advanced section of the working class? Where is the unity, criticism, unity? The self-criticism and criticism? Where is the work and study? The ideological clarity? Why only poses and postures and subjective one-sided non-theories describing only your petty bourgeois upbringing? Black saying might get you a lecture gig. Wise man but will not alone bring revolution is not equal to 144. In fact, one might argue that Baraka's Hard Facts was written as a kind of Marxist-Leninist-Maoist manifesto on revolutionary art. Like his former mentor Roncarenga, Baraka builds on Mao's oft-cited talks at the Yan'an Forum on Art and Literature, though to very different ends. In his introduction to Hard Facts, Baraka insists that revolutionary artists must study Marxism-Leninism, produce work that serves the people, not the exploiters, jettison petty bourgeois attitudes and learn from the people, taking ideas and experiences and reformulating them through Marxism-Leninism. No artist, he asserts, is above study or should produce his or her opinions unconnected to the struggle for socialism. As Mao put it, through the creative labor of revolutionary artists and writers, the raw material of art and literature in the life of the people becomes art and literature in an ideological form in the service of the people. Baraka tried to put this manifesto in practice through intense community-based cultural work. One of the RCL's most successful projects was the Anti-Imperialist Cultural Union, ICU, a New York-based multinational cultural workers organization founded in the late 1970s. In November 1978, the ICU sponsored the Festival of People's Culture, which drew some 100 people to listen to poetry read by Askia Turi, Miguel Algarin, and Sylvia Jones, along with musical performances by an RCL-created group called the Proletarian Ensemble. Through groups like the Proletarian Ensemble and the Advanced Workers, another musical ensemble formed by the RCL spread its message of proletarian revolution and black self-determination and its critique of capitalism to community groups and school children throughout Black Newark, New York, and other cities on the eastern seaboard. Theater seemed to be Baraka's main avenue for the black proletarian cultural revolution. Among the ICU's many projects, the Yan'an Theater Workshop clearly projected Mao's vision of revolutionary art. The Yan'an Theater produced a number of his plays, including a memorable performance of what was the Lone Ranger's relationship to the means of production. In 1975-76, Baraka wrote two new plays, The Motion of History and S1, that perhaps represent the clearest expression of his shift, as he stated, from petty bourgeois radicalism, and its low point of bourgeois cultural nationalism, on through to nally grasping the science of revolution. Marxism-Leninism Outsetung thought less than or equal to the motion of history is a long epic play that touches upon just about everything under the sun, including 145. Slavery and slave revolts, industrial capitalism, civil rights and black power, and Irish immigration and white racism. And practically every revolutionary or reformist having something to do with the struggle for black freedom makes an appearance in the play, including John Brown, H. Rap Brown, Lenin, Karenga, Harriet Tubman, Denmark Vesey, and Nat Turner. Through scenes of workers discussing politics on the shop floor or in Marxist study groups, the audience learns about the history of slavery, the rise of industrial capitalism, imperialism, surplus value, relative overproduction, and the day-to-day racist brutality to which African Americans and Latinos are subjected. In the spirit of proletarian literature, The Motion of History closes on an upbeat note with a rousing meeting at which those present pledge their commitment to building a revolutionary multiracial, multi-ethnic working-class party based on Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong thought. S1 shares many similarities with The Motion of History, although it focuses primarily on what Baraka and the RCL saw as the rise of fascism in the United States. As a play about a Marxist-Leninist Maoist grouping anti-sedition legislation, Baraka wrote it as a response to the Senate Bill Criminal Justice Codification, Revision and Reform Act, known as S1, which would enable the state to adopt extremely repressive measures to combat radical movements. S1 gave police and the FBI greater freedom to search and seize materials from radical groups, as well as permission to wiretap suspects for 48 hours without court approval. The bill also proposed mandatory executions for certain crimes, and it revived the Smith Act by subjecting any group or person advocating the destruction of the government to a possible 15-year prison sentence and fees up to $100,000. The most notorious aspect of the bill was the leading a riot provision, which allowed courts to sentence to 3 years in prison and a $100,000 anyone promoting the assembly of VE people with the intention of creating a grave danger to property greater than or equal to. We don't know how activists and working people responded to Baraka's plays during the ultra-radical period of the IQ and the RCL, and most cultural critics act as if these works are not worthy of comment. No matter what one might think about these works, as art, as propaganda, or as both, it is remarkable to think that in the late 1970s a handful of inner-city kids in Newark could watch performances that advocated revolution in America and tried to expose the rapaciousness of capitalism. And all this was going on in the midst of the so-called me generation, when allegedly there was no 146 radical left to speak of. Indeed, Reagan's election in 1980 is cited as evidence of the lack of a left political challenge as well as the reason for the brief resurrection of Marxist parties in the United States between 1980 and 1985. Farewell for Mao, the party's over? Depending on where one stands politically, and with whom, one could easily conclude that American Maoism died when Mao passed away in 1976. In China that rings true. The crushing of Mao's widow Jian Qing and the rest of the Gang of Four and the rapid ascendancy of Deng Xiaoping suggests that Maoism doesn't stand a ghost of a chance of returning. And while some protesters in Tiananmen Square in the mid-1980s saw themselves in the tradition of the student radicals of the Cultural Revolution, the vast majority did not nor did they invoke Mao's name in the service of their own democratic, some might say bourgeois, movement. But to say that Maoism somehow died on the vine is to overstate the case. Maoist organizations still exist in the United States, and some are very active on the political scene. The Maoist Internationalist Movement maintains a website, as does the Progressive Labor Party, though they can hardly be called Maoist today, and the RCP is as ubiquitous as ever. Indeed, there is some evidence to suggest that the RCP played a role in helping to draft the Bloods and Crips post-L.A. Rebellion Manifesto, "Give us the hammer and the nails and we will rebuild the city." The former CLP, now called the League of Revolutionaries, has a strong following in Chicago as well as some incredibly talented radicals, including General Baker and Abdul al-Kalimat. More importantly, even if we acknowledge that the number of activists has dwindled substantially since the mid-1970s, the individuals who stayed in those movements remain committed to black liberation, even if their strategies and tactics proved insensitive or wrong-headed. Anyone who knows anything about politics knows that Jesse Jackson's 1984 presidential campaign was overrun by a rainbow coalition of Maoists, or that a variety of Maoist organizations were represented in a national black independent political party. In other words, now that so many American liberals are joining the backlash against poor black people and affirmative action, either by their active participation or their silence, some of these self-proclaimed revolutionaries are still willing to move mountains in the service of black folk. The most tragic and heroic example comes from Greensboro, North 147, Carolina, where VE members of the Communist Workers' Party, formerly the Workers' Viewpoint Organization, were murdered by Klansmen and Nazis during an anti-Klan demonstration on November 3, 1979. The fact remains, however, that the heyday of black Maoism has passed. The reasons are varied, having to do with the overall decline of black radicalism, the self-destructive nature of sectarian politics, and China's disastrous foreign policy decisions vis-a-vis Africa and the Third World. Besides, most of the self-described black Maoists in our story, at least the most honest ones, probably owe their greatest intellectual debt to Du Bois, Fanon, Malcolm X, Che Guevara, and Harold Cruz, not to mention Stalin and Lenin. But Mao Zedong and the Chinese Revolution left an indelible imprint on black radical politics, an imprint whose impact we've only begun to explore in this essay. At a moment when a group of non-aligned countries sought to challenge the political binaries created by Cold War politics, when African nationalists tried to plan for a post-colonial future, when Fidel Castro and a handful of fatigue-clad militants did the impossible, when southern lunch counters and northern ghettos became theaters for a new revolution, there stood China, the most powerful colored nation on earth. Mao's China, along with the Cuban Revolution and African nationalism, internationalized the Black Revolution in profound ways. Mao gave black radicals a non-Western model of Marxism that placed greater emphasis on local conditions and historical circumstances than on canonical texts. China's Great Leap Forward challenged the idea that the march to socialism must take place in stages, or that one must wait patiently for the proper objective conditions to move ahead. For many young radicals schooled in student-based social democracy and/or anti-racist politics, consciousness raising in the Maoist style of criticism and self-criticism was a powerful alternative to bourgeois democracy. But consciousness raising was more than propaganda work, it was intellectual labor in the context of revolutionary practice. All genuine knowledge originates in direct experience, Mao said in his widely read essay on practice, 1937. This idea of knowledge deriving dialectically from practice to theory to practice empowered radicals to question the expertise of sociologists, psychologists, economists, etc., whose grand pronouncements on the causes of poverty and racism often went unchallenged. Thus, in an age of liberal technocrats, Maoists from black radical circles to the women's liberation movement sought to overturn bourgeois notions of expertise. They developed analyses, engaged in 148 debates, and published journals, newspapers, position papers, pamphlets, and even books. And while they rarely agreed with one another, they saw themselves as producers of new knowledge. They believed, as Mao put it, that these ideas turn into a material force which changes society and changes the world. Ideas alone don't change the world, however, people do. And having the willingness and energy to change the world requires more than the correct analysis and direct engagement with the masses. Instead, it takes faith and will. Here Maoists have much in common with some very old black biblical traditions. After all, if little David can take Goliath with just a slingshot, certainly a single spark can start a prairie redoubt. And the Chinese Revolution on the Black Liberation Movement and the Asian Movement on the East Coast. Presentation written for the panel Mao, the Black Panthers and the Third World Strike, as part of the 30th Anniversary Conference on the Third World Strike, University of California, Berkeley, April 8, 1999. The Chinese Revolution led by the Chinese Communist Party and Mao Zedong has been a great source of inspiration and example to Third World peoples both internationally and within the United States. The Chinese Revolution of 1949 established the People's Republic of China as a socialist government among 1/4 of the world's population, a population that is non-white. Relative to the Bolshevik Revolution that established the Soviet Union, the Chinese Revolution had major differences. As a third world country, China had a history of colonial penetration and domination at the hands of the US, Western European, and Japanese imperialism. Compared to India, virtually all of Africa, and much of Latin America and the Caribbean, China was never fully colonized. China was a semi-colony. Its major port cities had come under control of competing foreign powers. These 156 foreign concessions obeyed no Chinese laws and were islands of privilege that humiliated Chinese sovereignty. Unlike Russia and other Western countries, China's industrial proletariat was tiny, less than 1% of the population. Like the rest of the Third World, most of China's enormous laboring population was comprised of peasantry. This is why Chinese communist historiography has characterized China as a semi-colonial, semi-feudal society. As members of an oppressed Third World country, the Chinese people were subjected to racist stereotyping, notably, deemed inferior and inscrutable, and thus were seen as in need of Western Christian missionary salvation, despite its long history as a highly advanced civilization. China confounded Karl Marx, who, incapable of explaining China's socio-economic history in the formulation of Western European social history, devised the trans-historical category of the Asiatic mode of production in a circular explanation for China's and India's Asiatic despotism, that is, to explain why such societies, even with long histories as highly developed civilizations and state bureaucracies, nonetheless were not capable of advancing to capitalism on their own. In this view, Marx was guilty of the prevailing Orientalist and Eurocentric scholarship. The Chinese Revolution could not be explained in Eurocentric Marxist formulation. It was a massive peasantry led by a communist party, with a leader, Mao Zedong, who advanced the concept of a united front against imperialism for a national democratic revolution that would lead to socialism. Eurocentric white chauvinist Marxists and Trotskyists would criticize and condemn the Chinese Revolution as petty bourgeois nationalism, and its leader Mao as a nationalist. To this day, virtually all Trotskyists, the sellout Communist Party USA and its ideological adherents, such as members of the non-revolutionary committees of correspondence, who, despite breaking with the tyrannical and senile Pusa old guard, still cannot accept Mao or the Chinese Revolution as the true extension of Marxism-Leninism. Angela Davis is one example. But for most of us, what the white chauvinist socialist left thinks isn't important. The Chinese Revolution and Mao inspired most of the world to seek revolutionary socialism and Marxist ideology, because most of the world was the victim of Western imperialist superexploitation and brutal national oppression. Most Third World workers have time and time again 157 been sold out by the white socialist and workers' movement, whether it be the classic case of the French workers and peasants in the 1950s, or the 1960s with the Pusa calling Malcolm X a police agent and denouncing the Black Panthers, or the Trotskyist parties opposing the Vietnamese national liberation struggle and supporting only the demand to bring the boys home, thus valuing the lives of white boys over Asian peoples. Even today, the term national liberation is equated and dismissed as nationalism, deemed a dirty word, by these racist socialists and fake leftists. Most of the new left in the United States emerged and demarcated itself from the old left, primarily the Pusa and the Trotskyist Socialist Workers' Party, in 1969. Several momentous historical factors propelled this emergence: the questions of supporting the Vietnamese national liberation struggle against U.S. imperialism, the rise of the Black Panther Party and the re-raising of the gun into U.S. left politics, or continuing Malcolm X's prophetic question of the bullet versus the ballot, and the Cultural Revolution in China, in which a tremendous wave of militant radicalism was being spearheaded by students and youth. Malcolm X had perceptively remarked, and I'll paraphrase, that the once common racist slur "a Chinaman's chance," meaning no chance at all, had gone the way of oblivion, as the Chinese now had more chance than most of the dark peoples of the world, having made a revolution, kicked out the white imperialist, and created its own nuclear device, joining the up-to-the all-white boys nuclear club, pushing the question of removing the pipsqueak runt of a country called Taiwan out of the United Nations, and putting the PRC into its rightful seat as representing the Chinese people. All of the great 20th century radical and revolutionary African American activists and artists have extolled and looked to China. In the late 1920s, the great radical poet Langston Hughes, inspired by and supporting the upsurge of Chinese workers' struggles, wrote the magnificent poem "Roar China Roar." Paul Robeson learned to speak Chinese and often sang the revolutionary Chinese anthem "Chi Lai, Rise Up." W.E.B. Du Bois and his family moved to China, where Du Bois eventually died. The fugitive Robert F. Williams, who took up armed self-defense against the KKK in North Carolina and was forced to flee the United States, ended up in China for a very long stay. There he raised his two sons, both of whom speak Chinese fluently. The Williams family members were treated as honored political refugees in the PRC. Upon Williams's request, Chairman Mao issued two profound statements in support of the Black American liberation struggle. The RST statement was made in 1963 to condemn the rise of racist violence against the U.S. civil rights movement. The null sentence of this historic statement sent profound reverberations through the quickly radicalizing sectors of the black struggle. As Mao stated, the evil system of colonialism and imperialism arose and throve with the enslavement of Negroes and the trade in Negroes, and it will surely come to its end with the complete emancipation of the black people along with many others. I have interpreted Mao's statement as indicating that the struggle for black liberation, and the liberation of oppressed nations and nationalities in general, is objectively a revolutionary struggle with or without the support or unity of white oppressor nation workers. The second statement was made on April 6, 1968, after the heinous assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. As black ghettos across the United States began to erupt in violent rebellion, Mao made his famous statement in support of the Afro-American struggle against violent repression, in which he called for total support for black liberation to end the rule of the U.S. monopoly capitalist class. By the end of summer 1968, over 100 U.S. cities had gone up in smoke. Robert Williams, exiled in China, was conferred the status of president in exile by the Republic of New Africa, a pro-nationhood radical black activist movement in the U.S. Many years later, he would narrowly return to the United States to take a job teaching Chinese studies at a small college in Michigan. He died in 1997. By the late 1960s in the United States, a new left had begun to emerge. It rejected several key positions of the old, white, left, namely, it supported China as a socialist state and Mao as a genuine Marxist-Leninist, and rejected the Soviet Union as having turned into being a social imperialist power, meaning socialism in words, imperialism in deeds, after its invasion of Hungary, Poland, and Czechoslovakia and its maneuvers to turn Third World Liberation Organization and newly independent countries into Soviet puppets. The New Left was fervently revolutionary and rejected the electoral politics and mainstreaming as the PUSA succumbed from the terror of McCarthyism and its own internal rising reformism and liquidationism. Further, the New Left looked seriously toward the Third World, including Third World peoples inside its own borders, whom I prefer to call oppressed nationalities instead of the depoliticized mainstream term people of color. By the early 1970s, many in the New Left focused on building a new revolutionary communist party. I won't discuss the critical importance of China, Mao, and the Black Panthers, as others are in a better position to do so. Instead, I wish to address some important examples on the East Coast that reek this connection and catalyst. In the early 1970s in New York City, a new revolutionary Asian American organization emerged, comprised mostly of college students. They took the name Iworkun, the Cantonese name for the boxers who were part of an anti-Manchu and anti-imperialist uprising in China at the turn of the century. At RST, Iworkun described itself as an anti-imperialist revolutionary nationalist organization, though its program, closely modeled after the Black Panther Party's 10-point program, did call for socialism. The Serve the People programs started by Iworkun were modeled on the Panthers' survival programs. Iworkun soon merged with a Bay Area revolutionary Asian American group, the Red Guard Party, and became National IC. At several college campuses, IC led the demand for Asian studies as part of the call for ethnic or Third World studies overall. The RST Asian Studies curriculum on the East Coast was at the City College of New York in Harlem, where it played a major role. A quick look at the manifestos of all these early ethnic studies programs reveals how revolutionary they were, and how much of that revolutionary mission has been totally gutted today. Here are some of the main features in the revolutionary vision for Asian and Third World studies. 1. The curriculum serves the people and promotes revolution. These programs were supposed to be liberated zones to wage the protracted struggle against the mainstream racist, sexist, and elitist academy. Instead of producing bureaucrats and yuppies to serve the system, Third World Studies would produce revolutionaries with skills and expertise for the movement. The Asian student unions, Movimiento Estudiantil Chicano de Aztlán, MECHA, Black student unions, etc., were to be the student wing of the revolutionary liberation movements. They were to be the incubators for future organizers and warriors. In discrediting and eliminating Marxist and revolutionary theory, postmodernism was promoted in the 1980s and early 1990s as a pretentious justification for hyper-individualism and political inactivity by the current crop of anti-activist intellectuals who want to pose as radical. Here I am specifically naming, among others, Bell Hooks, Tricia Rose, Andrew Ross, and the whole bankrupt gamut of what has fashionably become cultural studies, that is, studying culture by people who can create culture too. The main way a revolutionary education was to happen was through student community control over these institutions. The RST to be eliminated by the administration and their professorial career-climbing lackeys was the community. So-called outsiders were accused of lowering academic standards and wanting political control. It is true that many horror stories from both sides can be cited of students being allowed to pass courses simply by political membership, or of progressive faculty being denied tenure and red due to red baiting. Whatever the case, the key questions of what standards and who creates them were clearly decided by the administration in favor of what we see today. People like myself, who have proven our revolutionary commitment and intellectual/artistic excellence in the real world, without a PhD, won't get hired. On the other hand, I now have no desire for a faculty job because I'm having more fun and doing more of what I want outside of academia. Not only am I self-taught in my professional career, I paid my mortgage 3 years ago at the age of 38. Now, how many professors can match that? And I'm still a revolutionary. 3. These institutions, perhaps too naively we thought, could direct resources and talents back to the oppressed communities. Now they've become self-perpetuating and career-aggrandizing vehicles. The New Left was engaged in many earth battles, both with the external enemy and with its own members. One of the key questions it fought over was what is called the national question, or the question of how liberation for the oppressed nations and nationalities in the United States would be won. This issue continues to be debated. Most of the U.S. oppressed nationality left started out as anti-imperialist, revolutionary nationalists. But many quickly moved to Marxism, and certainly the prestige and weight of socialist China and Mao had much influence. I can remember this period in the early 1970s, the great debates between nationalism and Marxism, because I started as a yellow revolutionary nationalist. I strongly identified with the revolutionary thrust of the Black Liberation Movement, Malcolm X, Robert Williams, the Black Panther Party, and the African Liberation Support Committee, ALSC. Let me now discuss the ALSC, which although it was one of the most significant projects in the history of the U.S. left in the 20th century, it is now virtually forgotten and given almost no attention or recognition by today's social movement scholars or left historians. While the ALSC was short-lived, spanning the years 1972 to 1978, it was possibly the center of anti-imperialist, pan-Africanist motion in the black liberation struggle in the United States. It gathered together a broad ideological range including Karenga, Hakeem Uthubuti, Amory Baraka, Abdul Akalimad, Mark Smith, and many others. In May 1972, as a part of Malcolm X's birthday, the ALSC sponsored a mass demonstration that became African Liberation Day in Washington, D.C. Over 40,000 workers, students, youths, and activists came to support the African liberation struggles in Guinea-Bissau/Cape Verde Islands, Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia, Azania, South Africa, and Namibia, formerly Southwest Africa. As the black liberation struggle moved to the left, so too did the African American working class assume anti-imperialist positions. African American dock workers in North Carolina and South Carolina boycotted Rhodesian chrome, refusing to unload it from South African ships. The campaign Ban the Krugerrand came out of this movement. In June 1974, the 6th Pan-African Congress was hosted by Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, a country that had been friendly to and hosted many an exiled African liberation movement. Black activists from the United States attended the event and were sternly lectured by their African revolutionary brothers and sisters, who were engaged in life and death armed struggle, to check their narrow nationalism and to check out scientific socialism. In a few months, former nationalists like Baraka would discard nationalism and turn to Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. One of the most dynamic organizers and theoreticians in this transition from nationalism to Marxism was Owusu Sadaki, a college activist turned Marxist and factory worker in North Carolina and leader of Revolutionary Workers League, a black-originated now Marxist organization. Others were making the move to Marxism, including the Dodge Revolutionary Movement, DRUM, in Detroit and other black auto worker-based radical groups, which came together to form the Black Workers' Congress. By 1975, the largest cultural nationalist, 162 organization, with chapters in over 13 cities, the Congress of African Peoples under Baraka's leadership would adopt MLMTT, Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, and become the Revolutionary Communist League, RCL. At this time I was only a young teenager, but I attended every meeting in this great debate, vigorously trying to defend nationalism against Marxism as a white boy's ideology. During this time, Stokely Carmichael would become Queen Turi and take up Pan-African scientific socialism with its strange political orientation of primarily focusing on the mother continent and the struggle of U.S. blacks as secondary and only to be supportive of struggles on the mother continent. But even the most die-hard cultural nationalists still gave props to China. Karenda learned to speak Chinese and has visited China on a number of occasions. The poet Sonia Sanchez, who, when IRST studied under her, was into the Nation of Islam, had gone on an American delegation to the PRC in 1972 as one of the trips sponsored by the U.S. China People's Friendship Association, a mass movement that favored recognition of the PRC and promoted pro-China opinion in the United States. Joining Sonia was another prominent black American writer, Earl O. Ferry, who wrote The Myth of Black Capitalism. In 1977, with support from the USCPA, the All-Black Cultural Nationalist Council and independent black institutions brought the RST All-Black delegation to the PRC after the Black Panthers' historic visit in 1971. These were hardcore cultural nationalists who were building totally independent institutions such as schools, community centers, and communal businesses and presses. The delegation of 20 included Jito Awuzie, the founder and leader of the East, an independent community-controlled school and cultural center in Black Brooklyn, Kalamuya Salam, the writer-activist-editor of the Black Collegian magazine and member of Adayama, a cultural nationalist communal activist group in New Orleans, and members from Hakeem Madubuti's Institute for Positive Education in Chicago with its publishing wing, Third World Press, the most successful black-owned independent publishing house. These were cultural nationalists who disagreed adamantly with Marxism but who recognized that socialist China had eliminated illiteracy, wiped out drug addiction, when before 1949 1 out of 4 Chinese men were opium addicts, and created miraculous social changes in a third world country. 163. Without any white Western help. Indeed, the Chinese had extended much aid to other third world countries, including sending its own engineers and workers who ate, worked, and slept alongside Africans in the building of the Tanzam Railway that connected the island of Zanzibar with the African mainland in Tanzania. African guerrillas also secretly trained for armed struggle inside the PRC. Unlike today, where divisions and mutual stereotypes are held between African Americans and Asian Americans, back in the days of greater Third World unity, much of the black nationalist leadership looked at Asians as Third World brothers and sisters. The force of China's example played a major factor in this attitude. It was Muhammad Ali, refusing the draft, who proclaimed, "No Vietnamese ever called me nigger." A proud and glorious tradition of Afro-Asian anti-imperialist solidarity has existed, from Ho Chi Minh spending time in Harlem as a student to a rap group today calling itself the Wu-Tang Clan after a Taoist anti-Manchu and anti-imperialist sect, though one would hope these rappers would be more politically conscious. Before closing, I want to state that I maintain that the two questions that distinguish revolution from reformism in the United States are: 1. The national question and recognizing the independent revolutionary character of third world people's struggle, the need to reject forced assimilation and the falseness of integration, that is, the white chauvinist position that our struggles need to be validated by the inclusion of and proximity to white people and traditions. 2. The question of upholding Mao Zedong thought as Marxism-Leninism applied to the struggle for national liberation against imperialism. By the late 1970s, the U.S. anti-revisionist communist movement, which all started upholding China over the sellout Soviet Union and its American shadow, the PUSA, was unraveling in bitter disagreement over post-Mao China, and in my opinion, not so coincidentally rehabilitating the Soviet Union on international lines and adopting a thoroughly white chauvinist line domestically by totally liquidating the black nation and the Chicano nation and calling for a repel-land socialist integrationism and assimilation. Condemning all nationalism as reactionary, narrow, and totally rejecting national consciousness, national identity, national pride in the context that our struggles are for liberation and not integration. Last year I started my own cultural production company, Big Red Media, which produces the Shiro's calendars and my recordings. The name Big Red comes from two of my most important political icons, Malcolm X, who was known as Big Red for being tall with reddish hair, and for Mao Zedong, who truly was a Big Red. The Black Liberation Movement and Japanese-American activism, the radical activism of Richard Aoki and Yuri Kochiyama. His essay explores the impact of the Black liberation movement on the radicalization of Japanese American activism in the 1960s. The case examples of Yuri Kochiyama, arguably the most influential Asian American activist to emerge in the 1960s, and Richard Aoki, a former leader of the Black Panther Party, are presented to examine the ways in which the revolutionary Black movement affected the development of Japanese American radicalism. Two areas of this issue need further explanation. First, it was the radical Black liberation or Black Power movement, rather than the civil rights movement, that exerted a radicalizing force. The Black liberation movement developed in response to frustrations with the moderate goals and gains of the civil rights movement. By the early 1960s there were visible shifts toward revolutionary goals and increasingly militant tactics, and by the mid-1960s the radical Black movement was flourishing. It was in this historical context that Kochiyama's and Aoki's politics developed. Had they come to political consciousness in a different period, and had they not lived in working-class Black communities, their ideological development and political participation most likely would have taken a different form less than or equal to second. While I discuss the radicalization of these 1960s activists, it is more appropriate to frame this event as the re-emergence of Japanese American radicalism. But the earlier radical organizing, particularly strong in the 1920s and 1930s, did not directly impact the 1960s activists greater than or equal to. In fact, most of these activists were not even aware of a pre-existing Japanese American left until after they became politically active and began to seek their roots. Nonetheless, that this history existed and that some of the Issei or older Nisei radicals worked with the 1960s activists are facts that helped shape the latter's political development. Moreover, experiences as Japanese Americans, notably in the World War II concentration camps, shaped their political consciousness, racial awareness, and ethnic identities. But it was the Black liberation movement that triggered the development of a radical consciousness. Impact of the concentration camps. The events of World War II had a dual effect on Japanese American radicalism. First and foremost, the state repression that culminated in the forced incarceration of 120,000 West Coast Japanese Americans along with internal contradictions within the U.S. left combined to spell the demise of visible radical organizing. Moreover, the arrests and imprisonment of Issei community leaders immediately following Japan's bombing of Pearl Harbor created a vacuum of leadership in a period of crisis. Into this void stepped the Japanese American Citizens League, JACL, the largest Nisei organization, with its ultra-patriotic, assimilationist, and political accommodationist beliefs. The JACL national leadership not only promoted a policy of cooperation with the U.S. government's evacuation orders, the organization also actively opposed any type of protest within the Japanese American community and pushed for the military enlistment of Japanese Americans. Some JACL leaders went so far as to gather intelligence on the Japanese American community, information that enabled the arrests of the Issei leaders. Prior to the 1940s, Japanese American leftists were particularly active in the Communist Party USA, PUSA, and in the militant labor movements. 167. But by late 1941, internal contradictions within the PUSA contributed to the disintegration of visible radical organizing. In 1940, in response to the Smith Act, the PUSA decided to purge its immigrant membership and, following the December 1941 bombing of Pearl Harbor, to suspend all Japanese American members and their non-Japanese spouses. The rationale for suspending Japanese American members, Carl Yanida contends, is that PUSA General Secretary Earl Browder believed that the best place for any Japanese FTH columnist to hide is within the Communist Party ranks, and consequently no Japanese Americans should be kept in the party while the war against Japan is going on. But the mistakes of the PUSA went beyond membership purges. In following the dictates of the Soviet Communist Party and allying itself with President Roosevelt's policies, the PUSA prioritized its GHT against fascism, to the exclusion of any critical analysis of the war or of U.S. or European militarism. When World War II RST began in 1939, the National Committee of the Communist Party declared, "The war that has broken out in Europe is a second imperialist war. It is a war between rival imperialists for world domination, and the Communist Party sought to keep the United States out of the imperialist war." But following Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor, the PUSA immediately pledged complete support for the U.S. war effort. Consequently, the PUSA failed to oppose the unconstitutional incarceration of West Coast Japanese Americans. The PUSA further urged its members, including the newly suspended Japanese Americans like Carl Yanida and the communist sympathizers like James Oda, to GHT in the U.S. military, which did help defeat Axis fascism but also strengthened U.S. global dominance. While the PUSA's goal of ending fascism was reasonable and just, that they did so after 1941 in the absence of any critical analysis of the inter-imperialist nature of the war was treacherous. In retrospect, the PUSA leader Dorothy Healy has acknowledged as much. With the Soviet Union and the United States as allies, we felt no conflict at all between our patriotic sentiments and our political beliefs. So unquestioning was our support for the war that a few months later we raised no objections when Japanese American citizens were sent to relocation camps. It was yet another example of our inability to end or even conceive of a way to be simultaneously supportive and critical in our judgments. The awe that was the basis of the pendulum appearance of our policies. The PUSA's World War II policies and practices resulted in Caput 168. Relating to U.S. and European imperialist goals and abandoning domestic struggles against racism and capitalism is not equal to the PUSA and Jackal's activities during World War II were, for the most part, indistinguishable. Both organizations supported the U.S. war efforts, though the PUSA certainly placed a greater emphasis on ending fascism. Both groups urged Japanese Americans to cooperate with the U.S. government, including the forced removal from the West Coast, pushed for Japanese American enlistment in the U.S. military, volunteered to go to Manzanar early to help prepare the concentration camp for new arrivals, helped the U.S. war efforts from inside the concentration camps, and in general, worked inside the concentration camps to promote pro-American sentiment and to suppress any resistance, including that of the Nisei draft resistors. The political consequence of this dual effort from the moderate and the so-called radical segments of the Japanese American community was to strengthen a moderate politic, promote assimilationist aspirations, and further suppress left organizing. By the mid-1960s, the absence of militant labor struggles and radical activism helped set the conditions for the rise of the model minority image of Japanese America. But even as resistance was being suppressed, the harsh and unjust conditions inside the concentration camps spurred political protest. Less than or equal to many internees voiced strong objections to their incarceration and what many saw as the capitulation of the Jackal and PUSA to the U.S. government. It is believed that at least 90% of the people in the centers are opposed to the Jackal, editorialized the Rocky Shimpo journalist James Omura in 1944. And some, particularly within the pro-Japanese Kaibe greater than or equal to community, went so far as to physically assault several Jackal and PUSA leaders and sympathizers inside the concentration camps. Many who engaged in protest activities did so for the RST time inside the camps. By and large, the leaders of the Fair Play Committee inside the Heart Mountain, Wyoming, concentration camp, for example, were not politically active prior to their decision to oppose military conscription of internees. Neither were the 315 Nisei men who risked prison time for refusing induction into the U.S. military. Their rationale centered on the violation of civil liberties, reasoning that they should not have to GHT for a government that unconstitutionally incarcerated their families in the absence of any radical critique of U.S. militarism or imperialism. For these draft resistors as well as for some who later 169 developed radical politics, it was the conditions of commitment that triggered their racial and political awakening. The Black Liberation Movement. It was not until the social movements of the 1960s that Japanese American radicalism reignited. At the time, Japanese American politics were dominated by Jackal's focus on legalistic, integrationist challenges within the established system to obtain fair housing and non-discriminatory employment practices and to promote non-racist images of Japanese Americans. This politic matched that of the NAACP and other moderate civil rights organizations, in contrast to high-risk direct action confrontations, including coarse freedom rides and SNCC sit-ins, or more radical efforts to transform oppressive structures in the absence of any Japanese American militancy. The Black Liberation Movement inspired the radicalization of many Japanese and Asian American activists in the 1960s. So did the predominantly white New Left. But the residential proximity of Japanese and blacks shaped to a large degree by racially discriminatory housing policies and practices helps explain why the black movement had such a large influence on Japanese American activism. In fact, it was the Japanese, to a greater extent than the other major Asian American group at the time, who lived in or near black communities. The Chinese, by contrast, tended to be segregated into their own ethnic enclaves, especially before World War II. Two leading examples of Japanese-American radicalism, Yuri Kochiyama and Richard Aoki, emerged in this period. Living in Harlem in the 1960s enabled Kochiyama to meet and work with Malcolm X, her principal political mentor, as well as other influential black revolutionary nationalists. Having grown up in Oakland in the post-war years, Aoki's social networks facilitated his development into an early leader of the Black Panther Party and the most prominent Asian American leader in the struggle for ethnic studies at the University of California at Berkeley. These two activists differ from the majority of Japanese American 1960s activists in that they were significantly older in age and developed their radical consciousness in the early to mid-1960s. By contrast, most 1960s activists gained their political consciousness as youth participating in the Asian American movement that emerged in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Still, the Black Movement exerted a powerful influence on the development of Asian American activism throughout the 1960s and 1970s and arguably to this day. Kochiyama and Aoki are important to study because they were significant political mentors to the younger cohort of 1960s activists and they influenced the developments of the Asian American movement. Moreover, both are credited with being among the chief architects in building African-Asian unity and solidarity grounded in anti-imperialist, revolutionary politics. These case examples are based on my extensive oral history interviews and participant observations as well as on primary source materials by Richard Aoki, drawing from Black Cultural Roots. Though Aoki was only 3 years old when his family entered the Tanforan Assembly Center in spring 1942, the experience of incarceration had a major impact on his life. Not only did the 3.5-year incarceration result in economic decline, as it did for many Japanese Americans, it also led to the breakup of Aoki's nuclear family. Aoki's parents separated in the all-Japanese environment of the Topaz, Utah, concentration camp, in a community where divorce was both rare and taboo. Even more unusual, Aoki and his brother, 15 months his junior, lived with their father's family both inside the concentration camp and after their return to Oakland. Aoki recalls the concentration camp experience shaping his racial attitudes. Even at a young age, in kindergarten I was chosen to play George Washington in the school pageant. I got real excited about it and ran home and told my father what the big deal was. Disasterville struck. My father was incensed that I didn't have the good sense to realize that I was not the father of our country, no way, shape, or form. There was no way I could forget the message. I should not think in terms of George Washington. This was not my country by a long shot. In fact, my country put me in this camp. His father's views were influenced by his own segregated commitment. As Aoki recounted, my father, then a junior high school teacher, resigned after he got to the section on American democracy because he looked at the kids while speaking about democracy, freedom, and justice, and all the kids had to do was look out the window and see the barbed wire fences, the watchtowers with searchlights, the half-track with 50 caliber machine gun. It didn't compute. Less than or equal to is not equal to 171. Returning to the black ghetto of West Oakland in 1945, Aoki faced not only being the new kid on the block but also the anti-Japanese sentiment engendered by the war. When his black peers picked GHTS with him, as they regularly did, his father demanded that he GHT back. As Aoki recalled, my father was starting to become an accomplished barroom brawler. Also, my uncle Ruzo had a black belt in jiu-jitsu, so he was very patient and taught me the basics or fundamentals involving jiu-jitsu. In jiu-jitsu, it's not the size of your opponent that is that important, and soon, Aoki became an accomplished streeter. In time, he was drawn into the petty criminal activities of street life via shopping, second-story work, midnight auto supply, and gangs. He also adopted black music, dance, food, and culture, as well as a love for reading that was influenced by the substantial libraries of his paternal grandfather, his father, and his uncle Ruzo. After many years of being homeschooled by his father, he entered public junior high school and graduated co-valedictorian less than or equal to. Following his high school graduation in 1957, Aoki joined the Army, where he served on active duty for the RST 6 months and reserve duty for the next 7.5 years. In the military he saw contradictions that helped to fuel his very early opposition to the Vietnam War. He also gained weapons training skills he would further develop in his activist work. After completing his active duty, Aoki began a series of working-class jobs where he gained a proletarian consciousness. At one of these jobs, in a paint factory, Aoki made a grave error in calculating the ingredients to make a huge batch of paint, thereby ruining, in Aoki's estimate, $10,000 worth of paint. The color was O, the viscosity was O, the pH was O, he explained. Because the paint would be chipping and cracking and peeling in a week, he expected it to be thrown out and anticipated his own reprimand or ring. Instead, he was shocked that the bosses would sell the defective paint. They made a decision to can the product. Put them into 1-gallon containers, put on another label, not the company label that day. He learned a lesson in the greed of capitalism. His understanding of capitalism was further enhanced when his fellow workers, many of whom were labor organizers, socialists, and communists, introduced him to reading materials, including books by Carey McWilliams and John Steinbeck, the speeches of Eugene Debs, Art Price's Labor's Giant Steps, and Michael Harrington's The Other America. Members of the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, urged him to read the classics, and he delved into Hegel, Marx, Engels, and Lenin. After an intensive self-study in Marxist-Leninist literature, Aoki joined the SWP and its youth group, the Young Socialist Alliance, around 1963. By this time, he publicly identified as a revolutionary socialist and co-founded the Socialist Discussion Club in 1964 at Oakland City College, later Merritt College, where he had just begun his full-time studies. Less than or equal to Aoki's study of black nationalism began through regular exchanges between his group and the Seoul Students' Advisory Council and one of its leaders, Bobby Seale. He was also reading everything anybody in a Marxist or Leninist, Maoist tradition had written about nationalism by the time he participated as the only non-black at a Black Power conference held in San Francisco in September 1966. He was an advocate of revolutionary nationalism. In a report on the conference for the SWP, Aoki asserted that the origin and development of black nationalism is the direct result of the American capitalist system, which has placed black people into a position analogous to the colonial peoples. He also noted that the black nationalist movement is in an embryonic stage of development, and is constantly undergoing transformations. He called upon the SWP to recognize the need for blacks to organize themselves independently, even as the black liberation struggle does not exist in isolation from other forces and connects at home and abroad. He also admonished that the SWP must begin to lay down the foundations that will lead to a principled alliance between black people and the white workers so that they can together destroy American capitalism. Though he did not yet have a term for the various forms of nationalism, Aoki had come to the conclusion that there was a distinction between what he soon called cultural nationalism, promoting African culture and racial pride, but lacking a class analysis, and revolutionary nationalism, promoting race and class liberation in its anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, and pro-socialist analysis. Aoki's advocacy of revolutionary nationalism contradicted the SWP Trotskyist line that all nationalism is reactionary, and by early 1967 he left the SWP without breaking stride. Less than or equal to greater than or equal to. Contrary to what many would assume, while growing up in Oakland, Aoki did not know the Black Panther Party co-founders Huey Newton and Bobby Seale. Aoki, after all, had been homeschooled until junior high. But by living in Oakland, he met Huey's older brother, Melvin, and through Melvin, he met Huey. In contrast to Bobby Seale's unwavering descriptions of Huey Newton as the intellectually and politically savvy one of their duo, less than or equal to, Aoki remembers Seale as the more intellectually engaging and the better 173 orator, and Newton as the street-smart one with the quick street-thinking skills. In fact, even with his revolutionary socialist politics and political understanding of exploitation, Aoki, along with Huey, entertained the idea of becoming pimps. They were impressed with the fancy clothes and imposing guns of a big-time pimp they knew. But, after further exploration of the idea, they changed their minds. As Aoki explained, "We got to talk to a lot of prostitutes. And he and I could just not become pimps. We talked to the women and they were in bad shape. I mean, they were out there because they were mothers and trying to make ends meet. Huey and I couldn't see prodding over somebody's misery less than or equal to that Aoki could seriously consider becoming a pimp in the mid-1960s illustrates the inconsistencies of his street upbringing and his developing political ideas. As Seal remembers it, he met Aoki through Newton. It was at one of the restaurants across the street from Merritt College. In the spring of 1963. Richard happened to pop in, or he was at the table and I came in, one of the two. And Huey says, "Bobby, this is Richard Aoki, he's a friend of mine." We got to talking about basic politics. Huey was always getting into discussions with Richard about politics, international politics, socialist politics, that kind of stew. Seal and Aoki were soon having regular interactions through their respective organizations at Merritt College. But, as Seal recounted, our friendship with Richard was more than just around the college campus. We would drop over to Richard's house, me and Huey. My God, we must have dropped into Richard's apartment several times just to sit and sip on some wine, drink some beer, eat some cheese. We were intellectuals. We had these long, broad intellectual discussions with each other. 10 or 12 times over a 2 to 3 year period. This was all before the party started. Seal credits Aoki with teaching him about the distinctions among the different forms of socialism and, in the first couple of years of the BPP, being the party member most well versed in Marxist-Leninist thought. Seal respected Aoki's affiliation with the SWP, particularly its publication of Malcolm X's speeches, and he appreciated the SWP newspaper subscription that Aoki gave him less than or equal to when Seal and Newton organized the now renowned Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, BPP, in Oakland in October 1966. They sought Aoki's advice on their newly written 10-point platform. Aoki was also among the RST to help to duplicate and distribute copies of the document. He further embodied the Panthers' belief in self-defense by supplying them with their RST-2 guns, a .45 for Seal and AM-1 carbine for Newton. In fact, because of Aoki's consistent presence in Newton's and Seal's political lives and his active support in the early days of the party's formation, it was hard for Aoki to pinpoint the exact moment of his Panther membership. But after joining the party sometime within the RST month, Aoki became one of the few non-blacks, perhaps the only one, to hold leadership positions within the BPP, in which he served as the RST branch captain of the Berkeley chapter, worked as a marshal who reported directly to Huey, and, informally, acted as the Minister of Education in the BPP's earliest months. Less than or equal to Pi 1968, Aoki began working in the Asian American movement at UC Berkeley, to which he had transferred 2 years earlier to complete his bachelor's degree. As a founding member of the Asian American Political Alliance, AAPA, initiated by Yuji Ichioka and Emma G., Aoki was among the earliest participants of the nascent Asian American movement in the Bay Area and throughout the nation. He was respected for his dynamic oratory skills, developed in the black culture of West Oakland, his political study of revolutionary nationalism and classic Marxism-Leninism, and his activist experience in the revolutionary nationalist black movement, in the anti-war movement with the Radical Vietnam Day Committee, and in Third World solidarity struggles. After becoming AAPA's Ochail spokesperson, he soon found himself embroiled in a historic struggle to establish ethnic studies at UC Berkeley, a movement that followed closely on the heels of the 1968-69 VE-month strike at San Francisco State College, which resulted in the nation's RST School of Ethnic Studies. As Aoki became intensely involved in Asian American organizing in 1968-69, he began drifting away from the activities of the BPP, which, unlike its active role in the San Francisco State College strike, provided little direction to the strike at UC Berkeley. Less than or equal to in 1968 at UC Berkeley, the Black, Chicana and Chicken/O, and Asian American students began approaching the Administration for Ethnic Studies curriculum. When the AAPA-initiated Pioneering Asian American Studies class was aired at UC Berkeley in winter 1969, Aoki, then a graduate student in social welfare at UC Berkeley, served as one of the class's 4 teaching assistants. And when various student groups decided to begin a strike for ethnic studies and formed the Third World Liberation Front 175 TWLF, Aoki became the chair of AAPA for the duration of the strike and the Asian American spokesperson within the TWLF. He was the most visible Asian American leader of the strike and a member of the TWLF decision-making body, the Central Committee. Consistent with Aoki's ultra-left approach, he was more interested in the military aspects of the strike than in sitting in lengthy meetings. In this capacity, he tirelessly and meticulously attended to the details of planning various tactics for confronting the police and administration. Though he considered himself more radical than most in AOPI, there is consensus that in his role as spokesperson, he fairly and accurately represented the organization's views less than or equal to Omega. After establishing the School of Ethnic Studies at UC Berkeley, Aoki became one of the RST coordinators of the nascent Asian American Studies program and taught many of its RST classes. For Aoki, it was important to teach academically rigorous classes and maintain a community-based focus in that program. But by 1972, with internal struggles in the department, Aoki was ready to move on. Greater than or equal to is not equal to. He would spend the next 26 years working as a counselor, instructor, and administrator with the Peralta Community College District in the East Bay. During this period, a combination of political burnout and personal crises led to his being politically inactive, though he continued to follow political events in the mainstream news and was aware of grassroots struggles. Significantly, it was through the re-emergence of Black Panther activities following Huey Newton's death in 1989 that Aoki reconnected with the grassroots social movements. Following his retirement in 1998, his activist life reignited, and currently he is active in the movement to oppose the U.S. war and occupation of Iraq. Greater than or equal to in reacting on his life, Aoki contends that the Black Panther Party remains the single most important political influence on his life. As he adamantly states, "I never left the party and I was never expelled even when politically inactive." He found jobs for party members at the various community colleges where he worked and provided other concrete support to the BPP, particularly through the mid-1970s. Greater than or equal to less than or equal to the present day, his loyalties to the party are so strong that it is hard for him to OER criticisms of the organization's controversial history. The legacy of the Panthers in Aoki's life is evident in his revolutionary nationalist ideology, his current activism, often centering on BPP commemorations or anti-war organizing with former Panthers, the personal sacrifices he has made in his life, his oratory skills, and his Black cultural style. Indeed, his reputation among Asian American activists in the 1960s and today stems in large part from his Panther alienation. Yuri Kochiyama, living in Harlem in the sizzling 60s. Yuri Kochiyama is one of the most prominent Asian American activists to emerge in the 1960s. Greater than or equal to, yet her early years hold few clues that explain her radical transformation during that period. Born in 1921, Kochiyama grew up in a predominantly white, middle-class neighborhood in South Los Angeles. There were acts that could be interpreted as rebellious in her youth. In particular, she managed to evade doing much housework. This was unusual, when social norms in 1930s America dictated that daughters, especially only daughters as was the case with Yuri, would help lighten their mother's domestic load and, perhaps more importantly, gain training for becoming a good wife and good mother. Still, Yuri's rebelliousness did not stem from any conscious feminist impulse, but rather from a desire to participate actively in extracurricular activities. Her whirlwind of community service activities, including being a fanatical sports journalist, a member of her high school tennis team, the RST female student body OSER at her high school, a counselor to multiple girls' clubs, and a dedicated Sunday school teacher, was a second area that signaled a potential activist future. But she was drawn to helping others from a humanitarian base, in the absence of any pursuit of social justice. In her youth, her racial outlook could best be described as colorblind and assimilationist. She keyed into the predominantly white world surrounding her in San Pedro. She was not only well integrated into school activities, one of the most popular students, remarked several of her friends. She even dated white boys at a time when Asian-white romantic relationships were legally and culturally prohibited. Kochiyama acknowledges that even as she attended Japanese language school and was raised in a Japanese home culture, she barely identified as being Japanese American. Greater than or equal to World War II inaugurated her racial awakening. For the RST time, she perceived race discrimination in, for example, organizations asking her to leave and the local police accusing her of spying for Japan. Under conditions of segregated content, Kochiyama began listening to the lengthy DIS-177, Cuscions of older internees, many with grievances about their unjust racist treatment. These experiences challenged her colorblind worldview. But even as she began recognizing instances of race discrimination, she still clung to her faith in America as a land of equality and democracy. She was able to reconcile these seemingly contradictory views by adopting a moderate, legalistic, and assimilationist politic, one that matched the politics of the jackal. Race discrimination was an aberrant event that could be eradicated through reforms to the system. This is far different from the worldview Kochiyama would adopt by the mid-1960s that racism was a deeply embedded and widespread feature of the United States, intricately linked to the historical development of the country itself. Still, her concentration camp experiences triggered a racial awakening, and her community service activities began, for the RST time, taking on an explicitly racial focus. From inside the Santa Anita Assembly Center and the Jerome, Arkansas, concentration camp, Kochiyama organized her Sunday school class to begin an extensive letter-writing campaign to Nisei soldiers, in large part because they were facing race discrimination at home and abroad on the battlefield. In the post-war years, after moving to New York City to marry a war veteran, Bill Kochiyama, she and her husband started an organization to support Japanese-American and later Chinese-American soldiers on their way to the Korean War front greater than or equal to in the 1950s, as Kochiyama followed newspaper accounts of the civil rights movement and invited political speakers to her family's open houses where scores of people, strangers, and friends alike, gathered every weekend. She began to gain a political consciousness. But her 1960 move from Midtown Manhattan to Harlem, with its pulsating black social movements, was key in her radical transformation. In 1963, she began struggling for quality education for inner-city children and for non-discriminatory hiring practices for construction workers, work that matched the goals, integration, and methods, nonviolent, direct action, of the civil rights movement. But within 2 short years she had developed an incipient radical consciousness. That she developed a moderate political consciousness was not surprising. In the context of the civil rights movement surrounding her in Harlem, her community service activities took on a political cast. But given her experiences, it would have been hard to predict the development of a radical politic. What triggered this radicalization? The historic moment, the sizzling 60s, as Kochiyama has called it. 178. And her location in Harlem were key. She became radicalized at precisely the moment when the moderate civil rights movement was shifting into the radical Black Power movement. Moreover, she was located in a black community that was rife with radical and nationalist tendencies and that had a rich history of political and cultural resistance. In this milieu, Kochiyama met Malcolm X, who would become her foremost political mentor. In October 1963, when Kochiyama met Malcolm at a courtroom hearing for her arrest along with others for using their bodies to block construction trucks, her politics reeked of that of the predominant civil rights movement. She told Malcolm that she disagreed with his harsh stance on integration, and she asked, in her RST letter to him, if each of us, white, yellow, and what have you, can earn our way into your confidence by actual performance, will you? Could you? Believe in togetherness of all people. Greater than or equal to. In these statements, Kochiyama clearly promotes integrationism as a goal, yet she also acknowledges the need for non-black people to prove through actual performance their genuine commitment to racial equality. The day after meeting Malcolm, Kochiyama heard him speak for the RST time. She soon began to attend his talks at the Audubon Ballroom. In June 1964, Malcolm spoke at a program, held at the Kochiyama home, in honor of Japanese Hibakusha, atomic bomb survivors, on a world tour against nuclear proliferation. At that program, Malcolm acknowledged receiving the numerous letters from Kochiyama and promised to write during his lengthy travels abroad in Africa, the Middle East, and England. Yuri and Bill were surprised to receive 11 postcards from Malcolm, in the midst of his meeting with foreign national leaders. But something about Kochiyama touched Malcolm. As May Mallory, a respected Harlem activist, recalled, Mary, as Kochiyama was then known, was the only person in the area that Malcolm wrote to, except for Mr. Michaud, the black nationalist bookstore owner. Although her statement is exaggerated, Mallory is expressing a perception that exists to this day that Kochiyama was special to Malcolm. As he expressed in one of his postcards, I read all of your wonderful cards and letters of encouragement, and I think you are the most beautiful family in Harlem, greater than or equal to Pi. By the end of the year, Kochiyama was attending, at Malcolm's invitation, his organization of Afro-American Unity's Liberation School. From lessons about Fannie Lou Hamer's jailhouse beating to the European colonialists' division of Africa to a political-economic analysis of slavery, Kochiyama 179 learned lessons about how this country's congenital deformity of racism could not be reformed. Contained in these lessons, and in readings by Fanon, Nkrumah, and Aptheker, were anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, and even implicitly pro-socialist messages. At Kochiyama's RST class, on December 5, 1964, she was impressed with the instructor's ability to connect cross-culturally. To my surprise, Brother James Shabazz started talking about linkages between Africans and Asians. I was the only non-black there. I don't know if he spoke about this because I was there, to help me connect my heritage to what we were learning, or if he would have lectured on this anyway. Brother Shabazz, who speaks some Japanese, Korean, and Chinese, wrote the kanji Japanese and Chinese characters for Tao and various martial art forms on the board. He explained the spirituality underlying these martial arts, that they were exercises to help one move towards God, similar to how Islam did. The Liberation School not only presented a deterrent view of nationalism, one that contained elements of third world solidarity and internationalism, it also challenged the reformist, integrationist, and nonviolent beliefs contained within Kochiyama's civil rights ideology. As she questioned the possibility of gaining equality and liberation